It's a quick wash challenge for Vanish Crystal White. Vanish Crystal White. Okay. Let's see if we can push this forward. So good morning to those watching from the other platforms. So we just started. So let's begin. We are doing the book of Enoch chapter 9 today. I see piano bits on YouTube. Good morning. Okay. What is hard for you to do? It doesn't exist. Oh. So let's paste the link to request for guests. We'll paste that link on YouTube now. If you're requesting from TikTok, it's pretty straightforward. Copy. Paste. The link. So those that want to request from those platforms can do so. I also pasted it on Instagram. Finally, on Facebook. Okay, let's tap the screen to like the live and move. And I've all been into the wisdom before time began. Check. You called us into, and you made a plan that we move. Somebody have asked me if I attended some university. Maybe I just look like someone they know. But I didn't attend FUNAB. I think FUNAB is Abeokuta. So I did not. And I've all been in the You reign forever, your name is ever great. We're waiting for 2,000 likes. You are the wisdom before time began. You forever, your name is ever great. I didn't really attend RCF. You are the wisdom before time began. Into the wisdom before time began. That you called us into. That you live and move in our being in thee. Let's try 2,000 likes. Once we hit 2,000, we get started. Have I been to Scotland or Glasgow? Scotland, no. Glasgow, no. So maybe it's just a coincidence. You reign forever, your name is ever great. You are the wisdom before time began. You reign forever, your name is ever great. You are the wisdom before. Where's the like button? Just click anywhere in the screen here. Good morning, Beatrice. Just tap the screen. Tap. So, Christy's sister, I don't know if you're a part of the Telegram. You should be able to use some app to do your tapping. Into the wisdom before time began. So Jubilees, rather, the book of Enoch chapter 9. So I'll read verse 8, chapter 8 a little bit, then I'll flow that into chapter 9. You called us into, and you made a plan that we live and move and double up in thee. Okay, it's not too bad on the other. Okay, you missed a lot yesterday. Yeah, yesterday was quite interesting. Yesterday was like my laughing. I was just there's a guy who was just entertaining everybody, but it was because of the way he was. He wasn't quite, the way he was answering questions wasn't quite, it was just funny. Okay, let's get started. Papa, Yahweh, kumama, Papa, Kisia, Soni, kumama. For those, do you have this place cut off? I'm seeing some view. This LK is cut off. Only K is showing. If you have that problem, can you say yes to that? Because it means we need to. Okay, Eagle Prince has that little situation. If you are seeing just K instead of BLK on the topic up there, can you let us know? Let me try this. Wiggle things around a little bit. It still doesn't change. Zoom out. I know. It doesn't work that way here somehow for some reason. So it's actually looking perfect from my end. All C's HE, something like that. So how do you solve this? I think you solve it by closing. Well, let me not do that, it's risky. So let me do something here that can just potentially change that. Let's try this. So I'm sure it's resolved now. So into the wisdom before time began. I reverted it, it went back to the same thing. So what I'll do is that we live and move and have all our being in thee, into the wisdom before time began, that you called us into, and you made a plan that we live and move and have all our being in thee. You reign forever, your name is ever great. You are the wisdom before time began. So does anybody have question concerning the topic up there? You are the wisdom before time began. Into the wisdom before time began, that you called us into, and you made a plan that we live and move and have all our being in thee. Nuesa, can you come up? Into the wisdom. Can you explain why John 1 verse 1 is at the end and not the beginning of the Bible? Let us pray before funny customer. Exactly. Prayer is important. Jeremiah was able to catch that yesterday. Oh, I learned that very early. That simple prayer, we just pray. Oh my God. It clears the atmosphere like anything. Just one day of not praying. Look at what. Okay, Noesa, come up, or Neusa. We'll pray just before we start attending. Before Revelation. Before the book of Revelation. Yeah, you can just come up so we try to attend to that. Oh, okay. Somehow you're able to edit that here. You got us into. So Mrs. Okoye, is this fair enough? Are you able to see the title at least generally? Nuesa, how are you doing? Sorry? Nuesa? Hello? Okay, I think this is what happened yesterday. It was sounding like minions. Okay, full title and maps. Hello, Nuesa, how are you? I think there's a glitch somewhere. Before time began.
The sound is off.
Sorry?
The sound is off.
Exactly.
Sounds like chipmunks.
So what do we do? What I can do? Honestly, I don't know. It's a mini mouse on steroids. Alvin and the chipmunks. Okay. So what do we do to correct that? Into the wisdom before time began. You called us into. You called us into. And you made a plan. Okay. Let's see how that works. That we live in our life. Check 1, 2. Is it better now? Oh, wow. Okay, let's pray. So read at least one chapter of Enoch, then we get started. Although it's better. So Noesa, just hold on a minute. After we read, we pray, then you come up, okay? Thank you, Father, for this morning. We bless your name. We thank you for your love, for your grace, everything you've done. There is no one like you. We thank you for your wisdom, for this opportunity to learn at your feet. We decree today that we are gathered in your name, and as it is written, wherever 2 or 3 are gathered in your name, there you are in the midst of them. We ask that you come in our midst this morning as we read these words. Let these words change us. Let them cause us to be more like you. Let them strengthen us with might by your Spirit in our inner man. We give you thanks, our Father. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ we pray. Amen. All right, so let's yesterday we read how there was so much blood shed on the earth because of the watchers, which are the children of the Nephilim, were the children of the watchers. Enoch chapter 8 says this, that moreover as Ezekiel taught men to make swords and knives and shields and breastplates, the fabrication of mirrors, the workmanship of bracelets and ornaments, the use of paint, the beautifying of the eyebrows, the use of stones of every valuable and select kind, and all sorts of dyes, so that the world became altered. Okay? And look at what verse 7, chapter 7 says, just before that. Well, I think that's in chapter 9, really. So let's begin chapter 9. Then Michael and Gabriel and Raphael and Suriel and Uriel looked down from heaven and saw the quantity of blood which was shed on the earth, and all the iniquity that which was done upon it. And they said one to another, these 5 angels, they said one to another, it is the voice of their cries. The earth, deprived of her children, has cried even to the gates of heaven. And now to you, O Holy One of heaven. So let's read chapter 9 before we take guests, okay? Just be patient, we'll get to it. Okay? And now to you, O Holy One of heaven, the souls of men complain, saying, obtain justice for us with the with the Most High. Then they said to their Lord, the King. So now they're about to speak to the Most High God, okay? And regarding the things we're facing in Nigeria, present in Nigeria, this is the formula. As conventional, as redundant as it may seem, this is just the formula. You are Lord of lords, God of gods, King of kings. The throne of your glory is forever and ever, and forever and ever is your name sanctified and glorified. You are blessed and glorified. So you see, don't get access to that place by saying, where is God, Seth? Where is God? Where is God? If God is there, that's not the way to approach the king's gate. You see, you have made all things. You possess power over all things, and all things are open and manifest before you. You behold all things, and nothing can be concealed from you. You have seen what Azazel has done, how he has taught every species of iniquity upon earth, and has disclosed to the world all the secret things which are done in the heavens. So some of these things are to be done in a certain place, right? And it's not meant for humans to touch them. The same way it's not meant for angels, those watchers, to touch sexual activities. It's what God gave to man, not to angels. Samyaza also taught sorcery, to whom you have given authority over those who are associated with him. So that Samyaza had some angels with him. So they have gone together to the daughters of men and have lain with them and have become polluted and have discovered crimes to them. The women likewise have brought forth giants. Thus has the whole earth been filled with blood and with iniquity. And I was trying to tell us yesterday that this was worse than what is happening now. Yeah, morning Gideon. It's worse than what's happening now in Nigeria. Okay, it's very bad what is happening, but it was worse. And yes, the point I want to bring out is God didn't say anything then too. So don't think that now God would tear the heavens open necessarily because of that. Not really. And now behold, the souls of those who are dead cry out. And the simple one reason I think is because there are things we can do that we are supposed to do on this earth, including prayer, by the way, to stop those who are causing trouble in this part of the world. You see, this is the border between the real Samaria and the real Arabia, somewhere along these lines. And you see, even the earth bears witness. Just about when you go past this place, the things started getting green. If you go beyond it, it started getting parched and dried. I think the reason is because of what it says in the book of Jeremiah, if I got it right, about the Feast of Tabernacles that would be celebrated during the millennial reign. Okay? Now, to be fair, the millennial reign seems to be superimposed somehow with the new heaven and new earth, the way Isaiah and Jeremiah prophesied it. Okay? Alright, Nuesa. So, it seems to be superimposed sometimes. Okay? But the way it is, it appears that these places got dried, because it says that those who don't come to Yahweh, to Yeshua rather, to Jesus Christ, during the millennial reign, okay, those who don't come to him, their lands become dried. I don't know if Ms. Okoye can bring up that scripture. Chema, if you've noticed that scripture before, about lands being dry during millennial reign, okay, for those that don't worship the one that sits on the throne, that don't worship Yeshua. It says their land will be dry. Okay? That we live and move, and I will not be into the wisdom. So Ms. Okoye, you can come up so that we can try to discuss that. because I want you to have that also as be part of the repository you have, and others who are also following back to back. It gets easier. Right. Anyway, so even the earth itself bears witness. The moment you cross this place, it gets really dry, and if you keep coming down, it gets green. You see. So, so there's things we could do. So, moreover, the women have brought forth giants. The women likewise have brought forth giants. Thus has the whole earth been filled with blood and with iniquity. And now behold, the souls of those who are dead cry out. Zechariah 14:17, right? So you can come up and read it so that we can see. And complain even to the gate of heaven. Their groans ascend, nor can they escape from the unrighteousness which is committed on earth. You know all these things before they exist. So the questions, the angels are saying almost the same things that we also say, right? But you know these things before they existed, but they don't ask it with an accusatory tone, okay? And say, but you know these things, but why can't you do it? There's a difference between why and why. Okay. So he said, you know these things before they took place, okay? He didn't even say you know that you can see them now. He said you know them before they took place. Because they are able to, they know that he knows. Okay? They know that he knows. You called us into, and you made a plan that we live and move, and have all our being in thee. So you know all these things before they exist. You know these things and what has been done by them, yet you do not speak to us. This is angels. So imagine if he's not speaking to angels. I know we like saying we are New Testament. God is like your iPhone in your back pocket. You like all this kind of stuff, but bro, God is not your mate. He wasn't speaking even to angels. Let me read that part again. Their groaning ascends, nor can they escape from the unrighteousness which is committed on earth. You know all things before they exist. You know these things and what has been done by them, yet you do not speak to us. And the point is, they are not looking for conversation. That God, just gist with us now. What do you think? What do you think? No, they're waiting for instructions because they know how he operates. When he speaks like that, those angels immediately they go into motion. So yet you do not instruct us. You do not. It's like your phone telling you, but you see what's happening. Can you not call 911? Siri on your phone is talking to you. That you sound like you're in distress. Do you need me to dial 911 for you? Something like that. You see. Exactly. Verse 14, the last verse we're reading, at least for now, before we bring up guests. What on account of these things ought we to do to them? They knew they had the power. They understood the hierarchy. What on account of on these things ought we to do to them? Then chapter 10 verse 1. Then the Most High, the great and holy one, spoke. So we'll discover what he spoke. Later, we'll see if we get into that today. Okay. So Mrs. Okoye, good morning. I hope it doesn't give a... Okay. Hello, good morning one more time. Let me hear you.
Oh, you've gone off again. Your audio is off.
Off.
Okay, we're back to check on.
Is it still off?
Your audio is off.
Off. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. So what could be the problem? Okay, it's gone to that funny sound, I think. It is well. Okay. Let's try it now. You called us. I think it's back. You made a plan that we live and move, and I've all I've been in. Need to cover that. So, Miss Okoye, you're muted, or it's like you're busy. Into the wisdom before time began. Let me bring up the second person. Okay, the person is gone. I think it's funny. It is now making your own voice sound a little bit electronic. Oh, I think it's okay on devices. So, man, this thing is just funny. Take this out. So this is okay. So what did you find in that scripture? Let's still continue and see what we get. Just a moment. I can't hear you myself. Let's try this. Oh, grace. These connections. Okay. Just give me a moment. Get this over with in a moment. Okay. Check. 1, 2. Check. It's still the same thing. It's the same thing. So, well, just a moment. Once we resolve this, it should be once for all. Try this. Are you still there? Okay, so let's move. Okay. Let's do it this way. Just straight out of the phone speakers. Hopefully we get something better. I don't know. It's just a kind of incompatibility situation. Okay, so please, everything is clear. It's clear now. Yes.
Okay. All right. So, do you want me to read it out? The Zechariah 14.
Yes. Have you read it before? By the way, is it something you're aware
I've
of?
seen it. Yeah, you know, when you're reading. Yeah, I've seen it initially before now. So that was why I knew that. Yeah, there is such a place in Scripture where there is such a Okay, so Zechariah 14:16. It will happen. I'm reading from the Ethiopian Bible. Okay, it will happen that everyone who is left of all the nations that came against Jerusalem will go up from year to year to worship the King, Yahweh of armies, and to keep the Feast of Booths. 17. And it will be that whoever of all the families of the earth doesn't go up to Jerusalem to worship the King, Yahweh of armies, on them there will be no rain. If the family of Egypt doesn't go up and doesn't come, neither will it rain on them. This will be the plague with which Yahweh will strike the nations that don't go up to keep the Feast of Booths. 19. Yeah. This will be the punishment of Egypt and the punishment of all the nations that don't go up to keep the Feast of Booths.
Oh yeah. So which is Feast of Tabernacles. So the thing is, are we sure that is talking about millennial reign? That's the first thing.
Well,
because
new earth, new heavens. Would there be bad people? That's another question.
I don't. No. We have asked that. We have settled that. That's in Scripture straight away. There would not be.
So if there are no bad people, then this is obviously the millennial reign.
That's about the time when there will be this global kind of situation where Yeshua or whoever, is having power over the nations like that. And by the way, that's Zechariah They're already around 500 BC, 600 BC. They are close to captivity. It's the opposite, right? So if that is the millennial reign, and with what we know, like, is potentially in the past, and what we know about sub-Saharan Africa, about the people of Yeshua, okay, even though they may not respect him as such, but they probably kept the Feast of Tabernacles, is one reason why I'm thinking maybe these other nations got kind of dried up, which again tells you that millennial reign was not super automatic holiness for everybody. There will still be rebels during that reign. You see what I'm saying?
I agree. I agree.
For those that don't understand, we just need to watch some videos that we've done. Okay, so
Because how did they assemble so fast after the millennial reign?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that means they were meeting in secret and all.
Exactly. Right. And when Satan came up, he just ruled over them like, oh, well done, my children. In fact,
Right? As if they were waiting for him. Yeah. Yeah.
that's why they said he nodded at the beginning of the New World Order. Annoit coptus novo ordo seclorum. So when they started the thing and he came released from the pit, according to Revelation 20 verse 4, then he nodded that, oh, children, well done. Things like that. For some reason, God just left those people, which I find, I don't know. But anyway, it's what we've got. So let's see if we can still cause this a little trouble. So I am thinking now there's no direct proof other than those inferences that I'm patching together more or less. I think we can have this also. Okay, but I'm thinking, by the way, there are maps of 1500s and things along those lines that will show these desert places, these Sahara desert places, very lush, very green, everything okay. I don't know if you got that, Choma. Have you seen that before? Maybe you haven't.
Well, in the old maps, really old maps.
Yeah, yeah, they're old.
Because they even say that place used to have like rivers or something like that.
Exactly my point.
They used to have rivers, right?
Yes.
But it's interesting, he mentions Egypt here, verse 18.
Yes.
So that means that maybe they didn't. So
Ma-
that's why those places were now converted, eventually turned to deserts.
Yeah, it seems so. So literally Egypt, yeah, like you said, literally Egypt is there. Okay, so people from there would not come, and maybe he was towards the north, maybe he was towards the sub-Saharan amongst his people. Either way, those that go to him wherever it would be, they will have greenery. You see. So, and it seems again, of course, they try to explain the desert in Namibia for some reason, in some way, right? That there is this breeze, when breeze blows over, and there's water just at the edge there, but yet their land is dry. You know, Namibia is kind of parched like that.
Yeah, I think they were Botswana area too.
Yeah. So, but I'm even talking about the big, like really big desert. Like it's just so big. Is it Namibia? Yes, Southwest Africa. It's significant. So that's where Germany tried to take over. Uh, just like the English, British took over South Africa, Nigeria. Germans takes over Namibia. So yeah, there's some geographical explanation which they try to make sense of it, but uh, I'm guessing maybe some people from Namibia, maybe then were just stubborn. So these things keep matching together, you know, because tell me, why did what informed this thing? Just exactly that line. Now, of course, if there's going to be a desert, it's going to happen at some point. Okay, fair enough. But why is it the same line that you have so-called Sahel? And there's always this northern Islamic kind of people and southern Christianish kind of people. And that's the same border you have between Samaria. He says it begins at Guinea and continues to Accra, Benin, Topaki. And there's also Benin here. So what is happening on that border? You see. So these guys knew what they were doing when they looped these two together and forced this one to rule over these ones in the southern Nigeria. You see, they knew what they were doing.
Ask a question about that. About when you're talking about the fact that they should never have been merged together. Yeah. So what would you say happened? Well, now we know, but then what would you say happened when the Biafra guys were trying to secede? Was that
South.
southern, if everybody southern in the southern protectorate had banded up together,
Yeah.
we could have achieved that breakaway.
Possibly, possibly, but it was intercepted. By the way, a guy confessed. This is a white man, okay? Somehow we tend to believe white men more. It's understandable why, okay? Is the volume better now? Wishes, Lord Wishes on YouTube. The volume is low. I think it's trying to complain, so now we can push it up. So I've pushed it up. We don't have to worry about feedback. So let me know what Lord Wishes if it's better. So yes, a white guy confessed. Part of the reason I would kind of believe a white man more than an African man, okay, on some matters is because they are generally neutral on some of those matters. If it's a Biafra man saying that, you say, oh, he's just angry about Biafra war. But a white man said they were paid and they would take planes, jets from Abuja and come to Biafra, well, southeastern Nigeria, and bomb the place and go back same day. They were instructed to do that. I don't know if you have heard that before.
No, I'm not surprised at anything they were doing.
Right.
I'm sure there are things that we will not find out that was happening in those things
Yeah.
much later, yeah?
Yes.
Because if you notice, not even our parents talk about this war. It's like everybody there was like a spell that was put, I don't know about everybody, but at least in my own
Circles then.
catchment, it's like the parents were kind of don't really talk about things that happened, and it looks as if there were some horrors that happened that they're either too ashamed to talk about, too afraid to talk about, or it's better let's just keep it under the rug. But unfortunately, there is a sore. It's like a.
It's not healed, right?
It's not healed. So there is a rage that they have that they can't understand.
And
There's a fury that they have that they try to mask it with other things, but there is a fury that they have not been able to articulate.
And the key might just be in just documenting or saying what really happened. And I think some people did. To be fair, I've not read one book on Biafra War, okay? But that was one of such things. I mean, like we said before, the front of the Western world is Christianish, and the back is Islam. That's it. So they connived with the Fulani here, apparently, reportedly. Even less than 3 years ago, there was this British soldier who's said to have been caught bringing arms into southern Nigeria. Of course, Britain denied the guy. Okay, I hope they detained him in Nigeria, by the way. I don't know. But they've probably exchanged money. Money has exchanged hands and he's been released or something. But it's no longer news. USAID funding, sponsoring Boko Haram, Al Qaeda, those are their boys and all that. So in the front, they are Christianish. At the back, they are Islamic. So, but they will usually empower the Islamic people, deceive these ones, make them docile. So I'm just thinking now, the PSYOP, psychological operations, the movies, they just teaching you in class and you don't know how to protect yourself. You don't know how to grow your own food, but you're so proud like an American, right? And then the toothpaste, I don't know, the vaccines, I don't know. Because these guys probably won't take all those Western poisons, they won't take it. How many times do you go on the street and you're all holding CVs and you see maybe out of 100 CVs, even 20 out of it will say, in Lagos, so that's no man's land, will say Musa Abubakar, Yusuf, something. You will not see that. It is Christian and Yoruba and Igbo names you will see looking for jobs. Right? Now, it doesn't mean people don't suffer there, but their stuff is either they have stinkingly rich or they just have that poverty mentality and all of that. And they're doing elementary, asking for money and all that. But they don't, either their poverty or their prosperity is not the Western way. That's the point. They also don't watch your movies, right? They don't take maybe they do some vaccination, but probably not as much as here. They don't eat your kind of food. All that kind of deception, they didn't take part in it. So these people, Southern, was deceived, right? They brought you their excesses, all of that, and all of a sudden the rug is taken off your feet. Then they continue to live their fake life in Western world, and then we retain with this fake life, but there was no jobs for the kind of education they were giving you to just become an employee. Those jobs were not even there. The children they kidnapped in school now, what they are learning in school, and in the secondary school and the university they are going to, the jobs that kind of curriculum is to prepare them for, those jobs were dead 30 years ago, and they're still on that curriculum now, and they're still kidnapping them in the midst of that school, and they're still going to the same school. Do you see how terribly, how hopelessly backward it is? You know. So
Just saying, because there is this. I don't know if you've come across those conversations online where there was this girl. She was trying to break down how the Northern Protectorate and the Southern Protectorate were merged together in 1914. Right?
okay.
It was never supposed to be.
Yeah.
But there was a merging that happened with some sorcery
Oh.
involved.
Yeah, there's a guy.
Especially that seal of Solomon. So it was merged with Luga, obviously, all these Freemasons and everything. They had to bring him in because he was initially there, but they sent him out. But they had to bring him in, and he was able to force that thing because I feel there was sorcery and magic involved.
It has to be.
And they used that seal. They said, that seal was taken from, and the only way they could do it was that they could, like you said, they didn't. These northern people don't necessarily play with our own Christianity thing, but they themselves too are deceived.
Yep.
Because they, even with the Islam thing, because they felt that seal, because they also have that seal in their religion.
Okay.
Because that was how they were able to allow or get the Northern Protectorate to buy into it. Because they said that seal that now eventually became the symbol on the flag was taken from one of the sultans of Sokoto or something. It's a symbol that they have on one of their seals or something like that. So that was why they said, oh, don't worry, it's your seal. So in a way, it's subterfuge. So they are laughing behind the scenes, but they are deceiving those ones from the north, saying that, oh, it's your seal, it's your thing, don't worry, it's you, it's all, And the others that are in the south that are just live and let live. We're just trying to get to school, we're just trying to get this American or British or Nigerian dream. But it was like a deception that everybody got.
Yep.
Everybody got scammed. So the Northern Protectorate is thinking that yes, it's our seal, it's our symbol and everything. But what they didn't realize was that symbol, where did you guys get it from? Right? And what is it used for? Which was why that seal was now put on the flag, put on the coin. So it was like a what do you call, how do you call
A spell
it?
that to hex to hex them.
So exactly, a hex, right? Which is why that coin that you showed the other time, that coin was only spent by the peasants.
Peasants,
the white
right?
elite were not spending money that had that seal on it. Did you know that?
Wow. That's the 1914 for the whitish people that were in Nigeria
exactly. So that money, because there was currency that was minted after that. So the white people, the shilling or whatever they were spending, didn't have that seal on it. But the money, the coins that were spent by the peasants had that seal on it.
Wow.
Which is interesting, right?
It's just
Which is why I was asking that question. Could it have been that Biafra thing was God's way of saying, this is your chance to break away?
Yeah.
Right?
Well.
And had everybody banded together, instead of going, oh, who died and made you leader? Or everybody, some people doing the subterfuge. Or we're going to join you, but later don't join, and then band with the other people. I'm thinking, was that an opportunity for us to break away?
Yeah.
And it was an opportunity that was missed.
I mean, yeah, that's by all means it is, because if you consider everything going on, I think it seems like an open plan fight. If you can, I mean, break the yoke off your neck, because now Esau is coming back to reverse that blessing. Apparently, is what is going on. Esau and Ishmael together, right? Coming back to revert that thing that God gave Jacob. You see, so they're using that to turn the thing. Apparently, it has to be. It has to be. So right now, there just needs to be, there needs to be a reverse engineering. It has to be one of those opportunities. And there's many heroes we know today that were actually villains, and many villains we know today that were heroes. I mean, the deception is too deep. I mean, for anybody to begin to conceive the possibility that Adolf Hitler was a hero in some form, that it was even dark. You understand? So so it's literally worldwide. There are people that are beginning to say, and I know there are reasons, but I don't just want to sound controversial, that even Abacha was a hero of some sort. So you be like, what's going on in this world? You understand? So it's, by the way, I was telling my wife, is it yesterday or 2 days ago, that did you know that in secondary school in Yoruba land they used to sing against Adolf Hitler?
Oh,
I'm
really?
telling you, they put it in the national, just like you have national anthem, you have things like that. They will say Omo Okunrin Buburu something something, like our parents, right? Something something Adolf Hitler. If there's anybody that confirms that, you can let me know.
Yes.
I'm telling you, they put that in songs for children to sing, you know. And the children will sing it like a nursery rhyme, that we are gonna wear. Of course, they're just kidding, like a nursery rhyme, right? That we are gonna wear our armor, we'll go fight that wicked man. Not what is your problem with Adolf Hitler? How does that concern you? But they put it in the songs, perhaps to use the
For the
energy,
indoctrination.
right? And perhaps to use the, talking about spiritual things again, to use those children to
Used to bind themselves to
yeah,
something
to
they
use their
forgot.
purity, their words, to maybe even hex the innocent man if he was really innocent. Meanwhile, it's just too deep. Now, someone telling us Adolf Hitler was even dark skinned, and the people he was trying to kick out is the Satan Yahoo people. You see, and the whitish people, by the way. So it's so all of that, First World War, Second World War. I don't think what happened is really what is happening. I don't think what happened is really what we are being told now. And again, I've noticed anything in history, any is now more or less a rule of thumb for me. Anything in history, any historical event that has been made into a Hollywood movie, go and check it. It's the opposite that happened.
Right? Yeah,
Titanic,
very possible.
World Wars, I mean, name it. It's the opposite. You know, it's the opposite that took place. So the deception is serious. But then it's like another opportunity. God is saying, okay, let me tell you who you are as a nation, as a people. Maybe that will make you wake up and do something, with yourself. So spamming, nobody answering that dumb question. Okay, okay. It's like somebody has a question, uh, and the way Satan works, he would take one legalistic something, the seal of Solomon or whatnot, and mix it. They use Bible in Freemasonry. Those they are demonic lodges. Use the King James Bible, take Psalms and mix it with something, and do spells with it. So one of the things young people in Nigeria need to begin to understand is that God did not create Nigeria. They need to understand that first. You'll be praying in church and say, God, let this God create God. You put this country together. Don't let this country scatter. Why are you praying? Do you know what you're saying? Do you understand? And they are praying with their words. And words can be powerful. I'm trying to find this person who's asking the question. Okay, someone is saying Oludumare Oduduwa. Do you agree with me that Oludumare is Prince from Sudan? I think he meant to say Oduduwa. Someone was trying to correct him. So you can come up. We're studying the Bible, but not our own history. Fragile, weak mind. You can come up. That's a funny name. So Fragile, you can come up. Let's hear you. Okay, let's hear what you've got to say. So if that's the case, I think we can charge this from here. Because that should work. Thank you, Father. All right, so I can return this to this connection. So it's just the sound that may not work the way we want. But for worship, we will need to change the setting a little bit. Okay, which will not affect anybody. Sorry, just yeah. So Fragile, can you come up? I think that should be charging now. Check, check. Chema, can you say hi, hello?
Hello, hello.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's going fine. Okay. So, people, how can I open the eyes for the truth? Can I open people's eyes? But how can I open people's eyes for the truth? You can come up. Let's know what you're saying. So, Hez, let me do this. Yep. Okay. So, Hez, can you come up? In order to sound super cool, let me see. You will stand forever. Okay, NQ, how are you doing?
How you doing? I'm good, my brother. How you doing? Good. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. How are you? So, yeah, you were saying some things. Let's hear you.
Yes,
That is Cameroon.
Yes.
Okay.
And I was in Cameroon when I was 17 years old.
You were what? You were up in Cameroon up till 17.
No, no, I was like for nationality. Like I was playing soccer and I was invited for the national team. So I was there in Cameroon when I was 17
Okay.
and met my family in Cameroon, everything. And like 2.5 years ago, I came to Christ. Like Christ came to my life.
2 years ago.
And I had, yes, 2.5 years ago, and
Okay.
I had an encounter with him. And from this day on, my life completely changed. And he gave me a lot of dreams. And I had one dream, and there was like people were saying, "Look, there's like the Hebrews coming, like the Hebrews coming." And they was telling this to me, and I was like, "I am not the Hebrew, I was thinking about it like I'm not the Hebrew. How is it possible that I'm black? Like I thought like Jews are white people. And then I started digging a little bit deeper into the Bible and came to the conclusion like, okay, like all of these curses and all of these stuff, they are not from, they are like the only people who are really fit into this category are people from West Central Africa, like West Africa. And God like told me this is true, but every time I speak to people about this, they think that I'm crazy or I'm delusional and like I'm something like you're just racist or you just want to twist history and like black supremacists and all of this stuff. But that's not how I view it. Like I just want to that people get the truth and that this lie come out and our people know who they are. I don't say that I have something against white people or that white people cannot enter the kingdom of heaven. I don't say that, but for me it's very important to know who are the true Hebrews, who are the true Israelites, who are the true chosen people from God, because the world would be completely different if we know the truth. And I see in our culture, like in our black culture, African culture, like the people, for example, who live in Europe and who are Africans, they don't even know who they really are. And if you say to them that they are like Jews or they are like Hebrews, they look at you and they like funny, and be like, "What are you talking about? Jesus Christ is a white man," and they bring Christianity to Africa, and I was like, "Bro, that's not true." And I just want to ask you guys how I can like I just ask you for some knowledge and for some guidance and advice from you guys, because I think you're more into this.
Well, yeah, we've been doing this for a long time. So, well, it's just to keep telling people. For example, we're here every day, right? 10 o'clock every day, saying the same thing, right? This topic right here. The Bible is Black African history. So that's the best we can do. And to share the video, we push it. I don't know. That's the best. We've got a movie about it. That's a movie rather about it. We have. I mean, we've done conferences about it. We talk about it every day. That's just the way to go. I don't know anyhow else you get to do it, but you're in the right place, and a community might help you. So at least they can. Have you found other communities, by the way?
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Have you found other communities because to help you and to give you more proof? Because really, it's just about learning. You know.
Like for me, like really, I don't need that much proof because I had already the dream. I get the dream from God to show me this in the dream, so I'm very 100%, like I'm very convicted in my spirit that this is 100% truth, because it's the only thing that makes sense for me. If you look at history, like for me, it makes no sense that black people are being slaved and all of this stuff, because it's like just if you see on the physics, like on the biological side of it, how is possible the black man is in any kind of way stronger than the white one without any offense to the white race or to any other race. But if you just view it in a biological way, why should God, like he used them for like the way the body is building, the way that our body is building, the way our body is formed, it's completely different. It's completely different other speech, like other races, and I just ask myself like, how? Why is this? You know, why people hate black people for what reason? You cannot tell me it's just because of the skin color. It makes no sense. You know, it makes no sense because we as human beings we are not that stupid that we just hate people based on their skin color. So there's something spiritual that is bigger than color. You know, bigger than skin color. So I view like it's we are the chosen people of God, and the devil tried to twist it, and now the hate is towards us, and we are like bad people, but in reality we are like the chosen ones, and the in America, the people, the black people who are built like for example the hub industry or the sport industry or the music industry or the film industry, the devil used the people of God, the chosen people of God, to like bring crazy sin of this world into this world, and people don't even get this how the devil is playing with God's children. It's so crazy to view this if you view it in this kind of lens. How wicked the devil is. How he tries to mock God and twist all of this. To twist the whole history. Yes.
Indeed. And he uses the gift, God given gift of music, that God gave those men, dark Americans, African Americans, to sing violence and sexual perversion and sing evil things, and that destroys their community, doesn't it? You know.
Yes, that's how I view it. And if I tell this to people, people look at me like I'm crazy, but it's like how you cannot view it like this. Like for me, please open your mind without any pride, without any. Just be like honest to yourself. Like why all these people, the black American people, why they have so big positions like the black people? Why LeBron James? You have Michael Jordan. You have all these athletes. You have all these musicians. You have all these like actors. All of these people. Why you think that they are just there for just because they are talented? No, because the devil wants black people, like especially children of God, like chosen people of God, to like spread the world with sin, to spread the world with wickedness. That the devil like hates God so much that he do stuff like this.
Exactly.
And this is so it's so sad to see.
Exactly.
Only few people are really awake, like know this stuff. Like for me, it's so sad because if everyone know his true identity in Christ, that who we are in Christ, who we are in view of the Most High's eyes, we would come together as a family. You know, we come together and help each other to be one. You know, to be one family, to be one in the spirit, and not to divide us and to be against us and to be against each other. And that's very sad because I see very in the spirit that tough times are coming ahead, like very tough times. And the plan of the devil is to spread, like to divide us, that we are not together, and that we don't speak to each other, that we don't trust each other, because it will come a time that where controlling is a big part where people get controlled. They cannot move left and right with how they want. And if we are not together in this specific in this timing, sorry for my English, I'm not
It's all right.
English speaking. If you are not together in this timing, a lot of people will like being lost. Like for example, if we are in Western Europe, like I live in Europe, in Germany, and in Europe I don't see future here. Like I see the future in Africa. We have to go back to Africa to prepare ourselves for everything that is coming. To build the farms, to build like cows and chicken and fruits and vegetables. To be together, to have a place, to have a community when like crazy stuff happens. That we are together. That we have a place to be safe, to be one, to be with God.
True.
And that's how I view it.
That's very true. So I think the main focus now, because what you're thinking about, that's the way forward eventually. But for most parts, well, not most parts, a lot of parts in Africa, you're going to need literal security to be able to do that, right? But if you can find a good place to settle, Cameroon is still relatively safe. People are moving to Kenya also. South Africa has gotten, I don't know what devil is working in that country, making them act so crazy, against their own people. Okay, and then they leave their oppressors to stay amongst them. But anyway, so you can look for a safe place to be. But right now, I think the best thing to do is just to keep pushing out information. That's where the real warfare is. Information. That's where we're pushing this, right? It's probably more powerful than guns right now. Information. That's why they try to suppress it. Okay, information. Keep pushing out on that information every day. Okay, so for me, that's it. I mean, we got to do the hard work. We got to roll up our sleeves and do the hard work. I rolled up my sleeve literally this morning. Okay, so that's it. So it will take the time. We've been doing this, by the way, for over a year, coming live every morning to tell people the same thing. It may seem like, come on, okay, yeah, and so if it is true, and so what? Yes, and so everything, you know. But at least people are beginning to shift grounds, they're beginning to understand. So this consciousness is spreading. It appears that the only banner that Africa would really eventually be able to come together under and succeed will be the banner that they are Hebrew children, that they are the Hebrews, and they're the people of God. Right? If they try it on even under Christianity, it may not work. Why? Because the Western world has got one strong foothold in Christianity. Right? They've got that strong foothold on it. And as strong as their foothold here is, you wouldn't say you're so Christian. As long as you're like this, they will still restrict you by visas and some other form. They will still discriminate against you, no matter how Christian you think you are. But if you stand and you say, hey, I am a son of God, I am the one, we are the ones that are chosen of God. We are sons of Abraham, not just by faith, but also by blood. Then that gets very, very, very scary to the enemy. And if there's anybody who is Africanish, who may not be so by blood, thank God you can enter by faith. So what that does is, if anybody wants to join that family, if you allow them at all, they have to come under that hierarchy. That's what they do. When they have the Jewish thing and the rabbis, they don't let people like this be there. They put their own people there. So just about all the time, their spirituality, they always make it after race. I don't know how they would vote and have a black man as a pope. You see, it's supposed to be just, it's just Christianity, everybody's allowed, yeah, but you will never see a black man there. At the head of Islam that they've taken hold, which is more or less a product of the Vatican, you would not see a black man at the very head of the black cube they've got there. Nah, it's not going to happen. Yet black people will go there to worship there, whatever they're doing there. You see, they'll never put you at the head. So, and I think you're really a young man of understanding, because all the Abrahamic religions, right? Yes, think about it. There is Judaism, there is the Islam, there is Christianity. There is a white man on the head of each one of them, at least not a non-African man. And guess who Abraham himself is, from whom they got the Abrahamic religion? He's an African man. So it's a switch upside down. So when you really understand it, he hurts you your head almost every day. Alright? And all the children of Abraham are at the bottom of everything. All the religious places they put them, they are always at the bottom. Right? They will never put them at the top. You cannot be more Christian and they give you a visa because you are so Christian. Or you unalive your brother in Middle Belt, Nigeria, in this Sahel. You are so Muslim that you're willing to kill for it. They won't take you into Saudi Arabia because of that. They won't even give you a visa to do their menial, the basis of their job. They would arrest you like a criminal. You see. So, it's just such a switch upside down. Check every major race you see in this world. The gods they worship look like them. But Africans don't worship gods that look like them, at least not anymore. Okay. Now, it doesn't mean you should worship gods that look like you and make graven images. The Most High God is against that. But just saying. So it is so clear. I mean, just check. All over the place, in almost every area of life, these people are fought against. Why? There has to be something about that skin color. There has to be something about it. Right? I mean, if they had oppressed the African people moderately, maybe we wouldn't have pushed this far to discover this thing. But you're like, and they are going as far as to even prove you are not even human beings. Right? Meanwhile, if we check, and say, okay, let's even check this human or no human thing. If we check, what we are saying is that it is you who is saying it's the reverse. Izokoya has typed it. You understand? So it's such a perfect substitution, subverting, perverting, switching upside down that is taking place. I mean, indeed, the the princes are walking on bare feet, and the slaves are riding on horses. You see. So the only way is by information, or at least that's the major way now. It's not by force and fight. That's not the way, because some of your own kind will fight you that way, just like you might have experienced NQ 2001. Okay, so that's what we, the way we see it. And to be fair, um, for those that feel a need to partner with what we're doing financially now, maybe you are not able to volunteer, you can't do programming, you can't do video editing, you can't do those kind of things. Okay, you can do that on our website. Okay, just search conleyministers.org/partners. I think somebody should have that link the way it is, like that, and you can go there, do something if you are able to. You understand? It makes some of these things more efficient, what we do. Okay, just makes it more efficient. But where the warfare is now is in information. It's just an information. Let me hear from Giangzi. Morning, Mr. Giang. Or did you have anything to say, or you were just cruising? Okay, maybe he's not there. Yusuf, how are you? I think before he's just coming in and out. Okay, so that's it. NQ. So, you will find a community here where a lot of people understand what we're saying and they've got it. Okay, right, and you'd even get the opportunity to understand more here. Okay, but we don't want that to make you slow down. Keep pushing the information, okay, forward there, and let's keep pushing this. And yeah, you're welcome.
Can I say something as to why the Africans are not, they don't necessarily buy into the stories, right? Like,
Okay.
especially this concept. Because remember, you know that story of how I told you that my grandfather used to tell us, my grandfather told us that, and we all laughed at him, that we were the original Hebrews. It's because, you know, in a way we are protected, whether we like it or not. I don't know about other African countries, so let me speak for Nigeria specifically, where predominantly everybody around you is black, right? So you only know about racism from movies or what people tell you about it. It's when people, like, let me speak for myself, when I came out here to the West, and I'm like, the thing, like, it just, like, you know, that the way the hate, it was I couldn't understand how you could look at me and hate somebody like that for no reason, just because of the way a person looks. I couldn't understand, I couldn't fathom it, right? Like, it's something that is better experienced than explained. It's not something that you can really, really explain to somebody who has never experienced it. So it's when I came out here that I now began to ask these questions. In fact, I had to write an apology letter to one of my friends because, you know, she was studying in the US and she was talking about this racism. And I wrote her a stinker. I told her, don't you dare talk like this. You're sounding like a loser. What do you mean? Okay. By the time I got my own N-word wake-up call, I now understood why they call the high dive. And I began to ask myself certain questions, like, you know, and it just led me down this rabbit hole. And he said something where people say you are crazy. Let me tell you how my own was. My husband was like, look, you are running mad. You need to go back home. So they literally bundled me out of there and sent me back home because, as far as they were concerned, I had run mad. Home was selling maybe, I don't know, there's usually a rage that comes when the veil is torn off your eyes and you are really seeing things for what they really are. I don't know about everybody else, for me, but there was a rage. So anybody I was talking to, like, why are you so angry? Why are you so angry. It's not that deep. Are you kidding me? You know, so right?
Yeah.
But over time, there is a mellowing that has happened, and then I'm beginning to understand certain things. Like you said, it's good for the brother to have a community so that where you are with like people, you're reassured that okay, you're not crazy, you're not overthinking this, you're not seeing things, you're not schizophrenic. This is really, and then you're reading the Bible, and all of a sudden, everything makes so much sense. It's like he's talking about us, and the Bible suddenly comes alive, and it's so real because he's talking about us. And before it's like, okay, and he begat, and they begat, and oh yes, this naughty boy, this naughty girls, oh well, whatever.
Yeah.
But now it's like these are our people.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just saying Africans won't accept that because they're not experiencing that thing.
Yeah.
That racism is better. I won't say it's better. You need to experience it to be able to understand why people are out here going, this is not natural. There is something that is not right. Because another thing was, those shootings, especially those shootings back there of police brutality, like you just look at somebody and the person's hand is up in the sky.
In US, yeah.
Exactly. And you still panel beat that person with bullets. It's unnatural. Or you enter somebody's house and you're wearing full-on armor gear or riot gear. Why are you doing? Is there something about these people that you are so afraid of that we can't even begin to explain? Something is not right.
And it's a woman is going into with armored gear, by the way, and grenades and.
Because you see the little girl that they went to her house, one tiny thundering thing, and like all these guys came into the house wearing riot gear and shot her dead for what? No, it's enough to make somebody like crazy. Like what is going on? So that when you come home and you are expecting our leaders, the Christian leaders, nobody can convince me these people don't know. I'm sorry, minister, but I am not convinced. Which is why it looks as if God has disqualified a lot of them. I'm sorry to say.
But if we go along that thought, I know, if we go along that thought, why then are they not? Is it love of money? Is it fear? I mean, I'm just trying to.
They want to ostracize their American godfathers.
Give us, okay. Oh.
You know the truth, because here is why this is important. Because there was a day somebody was asking, and if there was something you said that if we are Hebrews, what does it matter? What does it matter? It matters because we need to reverse a curse.
Yeah.
And our leaders need to be the ones to do it. Because the curse where they said, His blood be upon us and on our children. It wasn't the people who said it. It was the leaders.
Said it.
It wasn't the whole Sanhedrin, but there was a quorum that was met.
Yeah.
That was enough to place that curse on all of us.
I see.
So they have to, especially the leadership, especially the Christian leadership, because truthfully, our king is Yeshua. It cannot be anybody else. It cannot be anybody else. We can only walk when we say, Yeshua said it. He said, now you missed your time of visitation, and now your house is left to you desolate. And I will not come back to you unless you say, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. If our leaders don't get up and renounce that thing and confess and repent, the thing continues to work. I don't understand how people can understand that these other guys don't pray as much as we do. Somebody is talking inside in the comments, and it just shows the lack of understanding. Africans should focus on science and technology. Are you joking? We were the inventors of mathematics, if you will allow me to say. But how come everybody uses our techniques? They prosper, but we can't. They used our principles for self-realization. China did. All the teachings of Marcus Garvey, China then picked it up. They implemented it. They're able to build themselves. Because the Hebrew is not just the African. They are in the Jamaica, the islands. They are, like the Bible says, they were scattered all over the world, to the four corners of the world. So they are Native Americans, they are the Oceanian people, they are in India, they are in China, they are everywhere. How come a certain group, no matter what they do, they keep getting cut down? Something is wrong. And unless our leaders that should know the truth stand up and say, look, even if it's like 7 of them, we are going to stand up and we are going to make this renunciation. Because we've run this sequence. Everybody remembers Black Wall Street. Everybody remembers Roswell, Rosewood, whatever, and all these other over 70 cities where black people tried to do for themselves, and it was just one match. They came in and burnt everything to the ground.
Right. Indeed.
Even look at Gada. Okay, well, I don't know if they are, they will come in and they will destroy it. Why? I don't understand how they cannot see this. How you can only prosper in somebody else's land, and even at there, you are begging to exist, or you are apologizing to exist.
So it's quite deep. So yeah, so it's quite deep. So that's why we're saying is that information that brings about revelation, and the revelation brings about a revolution. You see, brings about a revolution. So that's how it works. That's how it works. So how it must be. Okay, let me hear from Infinite. Infinite, are you there?
Yes, Minister, I'm here.
Yeah, I'll just give you 3 minutes. Let's go.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say this. Today I was speaking about the same thing. The Bible is Black African history, and I was telling them, return the book and stop making copies. Okay. Now, I went from they were talking, and I was talking about Genesis, from Genesis 11, right? From Genesis 11, it's even say, and the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. They were building the Tower of Babel, and God created a confusion with many languages.
Okay.
Out of all the continents, only one continent has all these languages.
Okay.
One continent has all these tribal languages, every corner of the continent. Okay. When you have to be to know that actually Bible is the Black African history, as it goes, it's going to speak about Noah. Noah was instructed to get all African animals into the ark.
Okay.
When you talk about Samson, he fought with a lion. When you talk about Daniel, he was thrown in the den of lions. So all these things, and when I was talking about the Bible, the way they trying to make it fit their narratives, is what they did in the first place to manipulate African people, because we are so kind, so nice, so welcoming, and they're taking advantage of us.
Right.
I ask one person one question. You read Bible, but how many times has the Bible mentioned Ethiopia? How many times? And nobody could not even tell me, at least tell me about what he's speaking about Ethiopia.
Yeah.
Like in the book it says, can an Ethiopian change his skin? Can a leopard change his spots? He's referring to the same people, the same way the animals are until on this
bring it back.
Return back to us, try to teach their own version, and then they're gonna take all our resources.
Right.
They're gonna manipulate the leaders. So what needs to happen actually, because we are entitled to it, is we go back to our tradition.
Truly. I want to hear from Green Sahara also real quick, but the point you brought is also important because my question is if somehow the Bible mentions Ethiopia and somehow the gospel whatever got to Ethiopia, what stops it from getting to Uganda and to Kenya and to Congo and to Nigeria and to, you understand? So it's if people would just pay attention, they will just catch it. Green Sahara, you were saying something about Daniel Kowil. I've seen that on the map also. It's somewhere within the Sahel where it says Daniel's pit. It's on the maps, isn't it? Green Sahara.
Can I have something to say really quick about the Bible?
Just a moment, SBN. We're going this way upward, okay? To get to you after Shade, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. But nice to hear you. Air King, are you there also? How are you doing? Okay, I think it's still loading, booting. So let me give you your 3 minutes, but let's keep to the time because there's a lot of people requesting. Let's go, Daniel. By the way, follow this account. Join the Telegram page. Let someone paste the Telegram page there so we join that. Okay. So yeah, but even if it did that way, honestly, I think it's the other way around. Meta truth. I think the gospel came from the cause of Central Africa, from Western Africa into Ethiopia, right? Such that the Israel and the Judea, they went from Judea to Samaria. They keep mentioning in the Bible. It's talking about from Congo to Nigeria, you see, and it went to Ethiopia from there, right? So that's what I even think, meta truth. But it gets a little bit difficult to prove, except by inference and deduction in some cases. Green Sahara, you gone? Let me hear from Shadi then. 3 minutes. Let's go.
Peace, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. How are you doing?
I'm good. So I wanted to say something. I was saying something yesterday and I was corrected, right? I was
Okay.
saying I'm Aramaic.
Okay, Aramaic. Amharic is different from Aramaic. I think you said something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
But why do they look so similar?
All right.
So I decided to go down a rabbit hole.
Yesterday, right?
And today, because as you can see, I don't get work. Aramaic is written left to right using an abugida. I'm just reading off Google.
Right.
A symbolic alphabet derived from ancient Ge'ez script.
Right.
It is very, very old.
So sorry.
Aramaic,
Just a moment, dear. Amharic. You're starting with Amharic or Aramaic? Amharic.
Amharic, that's
Is-
the Ethiopian language.
Yes,
that
left-
used in Ethiopia by tens of millions.
Left to right.
Ancient. Left to, is written left to right.
Okay. Go ahead.
Then Aramaic is just over 3,000 years old. And it's written right to left. I may be wrong and I stand corrected. I think they have somehow,
Swapped something, right?
they have taken this language, swapped it in order to kind of like maybe
Take ownership of it. Really, that's what
ownership of the
happened
language and kind of like debunk the idea that Jesus may have come
from that
from
region.
that side, from that region, which is around Ethiopia. Because if you look at in fact, the Ethiopians claim to have the Ark of Covenant.
Right,
They
indeed.
claim to have some of the oldest Bibles. If you try to TikTok some of it, you see some of it they'll bring out the Bible that
Giant.
it was written in I think goatskin or something, old ones with images of Jesus, images of Mary, images of Matthew, the angels and everything. So I don't know. And I say it again. I stand corrected, right? I don't have the evidence for it.
I know.
But right here it says something about Amharic
Amharic
and Aramaic are part of the same language family.
Yeah, of course they are.
Which
They're all
means
Semitic.
They will both point. So they are both Semitic, right? And somehow there is one part of Amharic, which belongs to the Ethiopians. Somehow Jesus did not speak this language. Even if we kind of established and started to argue the fact that it is Ethiopian somehow.
And in fact,
Even if we kind of established and
and
started to argue the fact that it is Ethiopian somehow.
and in fact, I think, sorry about that. I think even when Yoruba says Gezi, I don't have proof of that either anyway. But I'm thinking it's probably from that Giz language, and they are now calling English Gezi now. You see.
So, for me, right, can you see here? There's some videos that show similarities between Amharic and Assyrian Aramaic. Do you know that at some point the Israelites fought against the Assyrians?
Of course.
Is it possible that this deception, because at this stage I can believe that the deception has gone so far.
It's very
that
far.
They tell me my name is Bola Tito, I believe it at this stage.
Right.
Because the deception is really,
It's very deep.
Secondly, I didn't really hear all of the things that Chioma said, but I heard some of the facts that, or at least I can infer by the ending. She was talking about how black people cannot seem to get a break.
Just a moment.
So black people cannot seem to get a break. And I put a statement there that I read that kind of also convinced me of some of these things that are happening. Where in the Bible, where Moses, when he said, if you don't follow God, you will be a reproach on the earth. And I do not know any other race that is more reproach than black people. But I am curious to ask the question, based on all the research we've done, the timelines and everything, is it not time that this course leaves us?
No, it's not a curse. The thing has been opened up to fire for fire. Whoever is ready, that's why we're here. If it's a curse, let's all go and sleep and take the course with tea and biscuit.
Okay.
It's fire. That's why we're pushing out this information. It's just ignorance. That's it. And one of the things that started happening to myself is that I began to wonder, whoa, it's one thing for you to understand how bad a deception has been, but then it's another thing for you to begin to consider that, okay, how deep has this gone, and how much have I, been deceived? Okay, because Mr. Gang can help with this guest thing. If you see someone blinking and saying something funny, you can please help remove them. Thank you, Mr. Gang. So, I began to understand that, okay, if Jesus has returned, for example, and this life is still like this, I mean, you don't even need physical life. Just check the book of Revelation. It says Satan was still released after the millennial reign. Then, come to think of it, Cain killed Abel and God didn't jump out of his throne necessarily because somehow he just overpowered him. That's all. Then, hey, come. It's like a lot is in my hands. Like after God in my life, in fact, this is one thing I came to understand. Just as the most important person in this life may be God, indeed, okay? God is the most important person in this life. But the most important person in your life is not God. It sounds like a blasphemy. The most important person in your life is you. You see? And that extends to a people. But people don't realize that revelation is so important. The most important person in your life is you. I think if Abel has not allowed Cain kill him, that doesn't have to be his destiny. God forgive me if it is a blasphemy. But I don't think so. So don't allow them kill you.
Just to kind of maybe also like maybe kind of argue against what you just said.
Okay.
That, it's not, we're not still under some sort of cause. Right now it's fire for fire and all that and all that. Imagine like in the beginning when God like punished Adam and Eve. He said, Adam, you are going to stress no before you get money.
Okay.
You stress very much. And he told Eve, your labor pains will be multiplied. So now that Jesus has come, that area has happened. And by now Adam is in the garden. I believe because they promised him after he said he'll be in the garden.
And there's still labor pain. Are there no ways you can even subvert the labor pain now, and God will not throw you to hell because of it?
There is no subverting not after. In fact, it is worse if you this is
How about
I
see?
never born, but I know.
I know, but maybe not fear now. Ask those who don't born. Okay, now that one day. How about the rest in God?
Talk now, just one question.
Just a moment, Shadi. I was gonna let you I give you extra 1 minute. After this, I'll get you ABN. You've been patient. SBN. And also, I want to give preference to those who are just, new guest customers, as we call them.
Okay, no worries.
So, yeah, but
That's
then,
all of yes, sir.
but that's a strong one, truly. There's still labor pain and all that. But it's labor pain. It's not supposed to be for everybody. Is Oyinbo not experiencing labor pain? Do you understand what I'm saying? Everybody's experiencing labor pain. So that one is equalizer. Do you get my point? Everybody experience, including Nephilim children, they still have labor pain too. You understand? They even have lower birth rate. Okay, so that one is across. This one, who dash on our chains, we not they put for neck. They just say, Adam, you must have chain on the neck and chain on your leg. So that general curse, you can literally do Uber Eats from your house now. You don't have to sweat to eat. Whether or not the men break the curse, but the women never break their own. Men know they sweat to eat nowadays, except eating amala. That's making him sweat. Do you understand my point? That's supposed to be a curse for everybody, not a curse for some black people somewhere. That one don't come out. But they will try to keep you there. If you say that's the cause, they will say, it's deep, it's true. In fact, the cause is worse than you. They will now give you extra. Because why? Satan would, any deception you can play along with, it would play along with it with you. That's what deception means. Let me hear from SBN. That curse is general across board. It doesn't have to be one person. So SBN, 3 minutes, let's go.
Okay, you believe in Jesus, correct?
Hi, are you a Muslim, my brother?
Yes, but I have a question.
Okay, tell me, what's your problem with Jesus Christ?
Well, I don't have problem actually. We like him even more than you.
Because he's a prophet and he's not a son of God.
We believe he is a prophet, not the son of God or God.
Okay.
Prophet.
Okay.
We believe in his miracle birth of Mary. We believe in all of what you think, but you don't believe he is God or son of God.
Okay. How do you guys, by the way, how do you obtain forgiveness of sin and eternal redemption? I mean, what happens when you die? What gives you that hope after death?
We believe we have a second life called Hayat al-Barzakh.
Okay.
It's like a life in the grave.
Okay.
That's what we believe. And then on the day of judgment, all of what will come out of the graves.
Mm-hmm.
And God described how in the Quran, he described how we will be. We will be like kids running.
Okay. You know what I think, SBN? I think we should all wait for that time. You have shown me your own gospel, if it's gospel at all. I've shown you mine. You need Jesus for forgiveness of sins. Okay?
Listen, you have over 50 Bibles. And each Bible has different things. Which one is correct and which one is not correct? The Quran is only one Quran.
Mm-hmm.
One Quran, all same words, same letters, same everything. Nothing, not one difference.
Mm-hmm.
That's, how can you believe in a book that has contradictions? If it's a book from God, how can it have contradictions?
Just a moment. It will get off the tangent. So, if I was to show you the correct Bible, it doesn't mean you would then believe in it, necessarily. Okay?
I'm not going to believe it because your Bible is very confusing. All of it's confusing.
When was the last time you read the Bible, by the way?
1 month, maybe 2 months.
What part did you read?
I don't know actually, but I read the Bible. And I saw many contradictions. How can you believe a word of God that has contradictions? The Quran, there is not one contradiction. And you have over 300 or 200.
Okay, congratulations. I mean, keep up with that. Congratulations.
Just a moment. Infinite, just a moment. So like I said, if you are looking for contradictions in the Quran, you will find. So contradictions
You will not find. Give me one.
Or you meant you will not accept. Ask your ChatGPT for contradictions and come back to tell me what it tells you.
Contradictions in what?
Ask, do you have ChatGPT?
Yes, in the Quran or in the Bible?
Contradictions in the Quran. Ask your internet.
Okay, when I read the Bible, there was something confusing. Can I tell you what?
Just a moment. I don't want to stress and take time. If we are somehow able to establish to you that, well, the explanations for the contradictions you have seen in the Bible, it still wouldn't make you believe. You have a certain heart that is fixed. And I'm trying to just stay from that fixed mind. Okay? Your mind is fixed, I can tell. Okay? But just to help you a little bit, Ask Google for contradictions in the Quran. It will show you a few very quickly. Can you try and come back? I see you are off the app, right?
Okay, wait. Before I write, I have one question about something in the Bible.
Do you understand what I asked you to do? Can you do that first, please?
Yes, wait.
I'm waiting here, but I want you to do that and come back. Just do that and come back then, because contradiction is not the way to go. To explain contradictions to a person, their mind needs to be open. But when your mind is closed like that, we can't do that. So when you find contradictions in Quran, then you start fighting those ones. Then I'll see how he would explain those contradictions to me. Maybe I flip it on him. I'll be the one who is fixed now, who is not open-minded. NQ, let's give you your 3 minutes. Let's go.
And my brothers and sisters, I was here before like 10 minutes ago.
Sorry about that.
I just want to say something or two. I forgot to mention. Maybe all of you know, maybe not. But when you read the Bible and you see like the story of the Nephilims, when the Nephilims came on the world and they had like the fallen angels came on the world and they had like intercourse with women. They had children, and these children are still among us, I believe.
Okay.
Because God was saying us in the Bible is written like the day when Jesus Christ come back is the day like it will be the same days like in Noah, like the same days in Noah.
Okay.
So in the days of Noah, like Nephilims was alive. So I believe that the Nephilims are still there, and that's the reason why white folks, I don't want to say like white people because I don't want to be like racist or if people think that I'm racist because I'm not. My mom is white, so I'm half white, so my mom is Aryan race, so blue eyes and blonde hair, so I'm not racist, just to clarify that. But it for me it's the only thing makes sense for me because how you can otherwise have all of these technologies, how you have the wisdom, how you get this knowledge from when it's not from this Nephilim blood, from this higher power or higher knowledge. You get what I'm saying? How you are able.
I hope mom is not listening.
Huh?
I hope mom is not listening right now.
No. Okay, I take it back.
Just a moment, SBN. Let him finish.
There is no contradiction.
Just a moment. Let him finish. We'll get to you. Get back to you, SBN. Okay. So NQ, yeah, go ahead. So, and I kind of partly agree with you with the thing. But apart from the technological advancement, what are the other reasons why you're thinking maybe there's some connection within the Nephilim and the Aryan race, the Caucasian race?
What I found out was like that they are like in Antarctica. There's something in Antarctica,
Okay.
and when, for example, Germany had the war, like the Second World War, they had, for example, information from this place, Antarctica, and these people was like Nephilims, and that's the reason why Adolf wanted to be like have like Aryan race, because they are the descendants of I don't know how to explain it in English. My English is not that
No,
good.
it's okay.
But in the end, the Nephilims, or my point I want to say is that the Nephilims control the world that we live in,
Okay.
and they are like blood types of like blood lineage or families, like I think 12 or 13, I don't know
13.
the number, and they control what's going on, the agenda of the world, who is in charge and who's not in charge, what kind of stuff is important right now or what not.
Okay.
And yes,
The time is up. Let me give you more to think about. Again, you're right. We're not racist here either. We're just explaining things. And like I like to tell people, we have been taught in classrooms that the Negroid race is closer to monkeys and are the most stupid of the Negroid, Mongoloid, and Caucasoid. And we all studied that in school. There was no war because of it. The world didn't end because of that, right? So if we have found things in scripture and in modern day history, we should be able to say it freely without, being gaslighted, okay? So that being said, the book of Enoch, which you're reading now, when you get to chapter 105, it tells you who potentially the first Adamic person with a whitish reddish skin and long hair was. Okay? And when he was born, are you still there, NQ?
Yes, I'm listening. I'm listening.
Have you heard that story before, by the way?
No, I never read, like, I just read a little bit of Enoch, but people say to me like, it's not biblical, you know.
No, it is. It is. I know they say that, but of course, you can imagine the people saying that are people who don't want you to find out some of these things. You see. Also matters about the shape of the earth. You find it in Enoch also. But long story short, when the first person today, if you give birth to somebody who is whitish, long hair, you say, "Oh, beautiful, cute little baby." But then the first person that was given birth to with that whitish skin, his hair was long, literally from birth, right? His father really freaked out, was so afraid, and in fact, he had to go confirm that what is wrong, and he said he is not human, right? He said it straight away that this child is not a human being. Imagine that. Because they knew. And guess, he didn't say he's not human and I don't know what it is. He didn't say he's not human, it looked like something strange. No. He said he's not human and it looks like the seed of the watchers. Exactly what you are saying about the Nephilim. In fact, he was perhaps suspecting that his wife has been raped by the watchers that you mentioned. Genesis 6. Do you see?
You finished?
No, SBN, I wasn't talking to you. Just hold on. Just be patient, okay?
No, because I have to go just.
Oh, if you have to go, you can go and come back some other time. But just be patient. I'm just with this person. I go to this person. I come to you, okay? So, NQ, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still there. I'm listening.
Yeah. So, again, it is not, by the way, I always say this because I have, based on what I've seen also, there's something that Yeshua did. This man we call Yeshua, Jesus Christ, that can let even somebody like that is whitish and long-haired, blonde eyes, blue eyes, whatnot, to be saved into truth. Okay? To be saved into light. Do you see what I'm saying? So you can tell that this is not a racist agenda. Do you get it?
100%. 100%.
Exactly.
Can I add on red eyes with
Yeah.
light skin and
Very quickly.
can I add on that?
Very quickly.
All right. In a real you like real life, real life speaking, right? You have these people already, but where can you find where they are? The majority of these people, you're gonna find somewhere in Tanzania, in most of it in Tanzania. All right, you can Google it. They have red eyes, the same way it described these people with the red eyes.
Although
They're
it's
called albinos.
oh, I
You all
see.
call them albinos.
You're
And
kind of
when you look at them, you will see the same description, but you will find where they originated and where they are, many of them. And that is in Africa, bro.
that's it. And that's another thing I didn't mention. That's because it wasn't fully defined in the book of Enoch. He said he had whitish, reddish skin, long hair, but he then called the eyes beautiful eyes. And I don't think he's talking about just beauty. I think there's something in the eyes, either bluish or albino-ish or something. I just didn't want to jump to that conclusion, but yes, you're right.
Yeah, they said red. They said red eyes.
Oh, in Enoch, in your version of Enoch, right?
Yeah, they said red eyes.
Oh.
And only people with the red eyes, majority are in Tanzania.
Right. It's interesting. Okay. Anyway, it's one of those things. So again, NQ, I'm sure you got the gist. It's not to be racist. You yourself have confirmed that, but you are kind of right. You want to watch the part 6. Let someone paste that interview here, right? You want to watch the part 6 of my interview, right? The people that are like this white skin, long hair, Caucasian, they are not Adamic. Okay? If I say they're not human, maybe somebody can come against me with, males and all that. So if I say human, that drags us into science. But if I say they are not Adamic, that keeps us within scripture, real human history. Right? They're apparently not Adamic. Now they can be mixed races, but I think the thing follows the father, okay, the haplogroup, right? So yes, I agree with you absolutely. Let's move to color skin real quick.
Minister, it's early in the morning here. I'm gonna go to sleep.
Okay.
I followed you and I'll talk to you. I'll join the live and keep on talking.
That's great. Thank you so much for coming.
And thank you so much. Thank you so much, the panelists.
Yeah. All right. So check that interview 91 podcast with Conley Ministers or Conley Ministers with 91 podcast. Check part 6. I specifically talked about that. So it's not a racist thing. It's just explaining the things we have seen. There are things that just don't make sense in human history. And we have to check it. And again, it's suspicious why it is people that look like this that constantly try to force everything to convince the world that people that look like this are more or less animals. And when we saw them in Western Africa, our ancestors, we didn't say, hey, let's check who is superior. That was not the first thought. The first thought was, have you had a water to drink? Can you come sit down? Can you have a meal? I like your skin color. It's different from mine. That was the way we saw it. But they immediately thought superiority. Immediately thought who can be less. And then when we checked to say that, okay, can we see, let's even check who is more human or who is Adamic or not. Okay, let's put this matter to rest. We discover that it's the other way around. You see. So, Mr. Gang, I wish you can help with those guys or other moderators, please. Okay, so was it SBN House? Color Skin, have I spoken with you?
No, not yet.
Let's go, 3 minutes.
Okay, I just want to throw my little sense in. I just want to give my background. First of all, I have a degree in religion.
Okay.
I've also studied theology. Let me say I've studied most of the religions in the world, and over time, this is my conclusion that religion is very different from spirituality.
Okay.
Religion is an institution that was created from Rome by the Roman Catholics. The Abrahamic religion, Christianity, Judaism, Islam were created by the same institution. Because when you look at them, you find that they have the same fathers, Abraham. And who cooked this up is the Roman Catholic Church. Its gain is to strip power of families, mostly families, because what I see here is that as Africans, we lived independently. We live in small groups. We live in, first of all, when I graduated in 2010, I came out, my thesis, I did it on remove barbarism from Christianity. You will get African religion. I said.
Wow, that was your thesis, right?
That was my thesis.
Excuse me, sir?
Wow. Just a moment. Just wait for.
Excuse me, sir?
Just
I
wait.
must go for this.
Just wait for the person to finish speaking. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, and I went further to tell everybody around me that Judaism is pure African religion.
Wow.
I said I have studied it. I have done my thesis in it. I have gone ahead and done another thesis in the Islamization of Nigeria.
Wow.
So I've looked at all of this and I've seen that, hey, at the end of the day, this is an institution built deliberately to strip Africans of their spirituality.
Wow. And a quick one. I don't think you did it outside the country, did you?
No.
Because if it was outside the country, you'd be surprised they wouldn't approve that topic. I'm just telling you. But go ahead. Let me add 2 more minutes to your time. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
These are the conclusions I came to on my own.
Wow.
Like, I went to my professor, I said, this bullshit. Christianity, Islam, Judaism, they are all fake.
Wow.
He said, why? I say, I found that they are all fake. I'm not even giving my attention to a lot of things. It's an institution. It stripped African of their spirituality.
Wow.
We are doing empty practices that has no power. The power has been stripped off.
Right.
The power is the ritual. It's your daily life, what you apply to your daily life, how you live your daily life. That is spirituality. Or religion is as dry as a forest. It has no power. It has no power to save. It has no power to deliver. It has nothing. And we'll continue to be slaves until we get back our spirituality. And
Wow.
that's what I just want to tell this group. That forget arguing about which religion is better, which one is. They are all the same. The three Abrahamic religion are the problem of the world. Go and find out. Judaism pretends to be the superior. In fact, the first time I studied Judaism, when I found out they said they don't have the curse of Adam, I was like, wow.
Really?
I was surprised that they don't have the curse of Adam. They said no. They were not born in sin. They've never known sin. That it is a construct to keep you constantly feeling below your potential. I was like, wow. When I got to know that, I just like this. I just want to tell this group, please find spirituality and live which religion is better. They are all this.
Wow. Interesting. You know, yeah, your mic went a little off. Are you still there? Just a moment. Malaikum salam. Just a moment. Just a moment. Yeah, I want you to also watch the interviews I've done. You know, that's a very strong one you've got there. You know, very strong one. So I want you to watch the interviews I've also done. My interview with 91 podcast. Okay, are you still there?
Okay.
Because I've discovered that as dangerous and poisonous as religion is, I do not think the scriptures should be discarded. There is a lot in those books of the Bible, right? There's a whole lot in them, right? So what I discovered is that they've taken African history, more or less world history, which of course starts in Africa, split it into three heads, a monster, three-headed monster called Abrahamic religions, right? And they brought all of them back to Africa and turned Africans back to each other. And guess what? The deception is so real that they are practicing these three-headed religions in their own right, but they didn't put some of the barbarisms in it. They didn't put some of the extremism in it, and they put themselves at the top of those religions. But if an African is to come into those religions from whom they took the stories, it would always be beneath. Do you understand what I'm saying, color skin?
Very well.
Exactly. So there are some things were found in the scripture. I mean, the reason why the deception is so confusing is because the truth. By the way, do you speak any African languages? What part of Africa are you from?
From the Niger Delta.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right, that's brilliant. So, we discovered, right, by our own independent research also, that from all indications, those stories were not just empty stories, the Bible stories, by the way, okay? I'm not sure what your own conclusion says about that, okay? You can help mute that person. So, but that the people that actually wrote them, of course, were not like this. They were like this. But those books were stolen early enough, misinterpreted, put skin color into it, right? Still accurate largely, and then brought back. You see, and we are beginning to see a lot of African ancestors. We're beginning to see that's a child. Just remove them. We're beginning to see African culture, African ancestors in those stories. I would like you to watch my interview with 91 Podcast, part 1 to 6. Okay? Please. But you need to copy where it is to find where it is. You just said you will. So copy the text. Someone will paste it to you, you know, to, let me see if I can. Hello, how are you?
I'm good.
Okay. I'm fine. How old are you?
What?
How old are you?
Now it's my turn.
I am
Just a
6.
moment. You're 6 years old. You shouldn't be here.
Yes, but I'm not African.
I know, that's nice. But you shouldn't be here. They wouldn't let you be here because you're not, up to the age of the discussion. Okay. All right. So Color Skin, copy that. Yes, Mr. Gang has pasted that Conley Minister's interview with 91 podcast. You will enjoy it. Okay. You will enjoy. In fact, I can imagine you will take your thesis and our video and all the maps and all the Oduifa we've got and all those things, and you would be. I think you would enjoy it. In fact, you might even do another paper from it. But just make sure you do references. But you enjoy it. SBN now. Yes, thank you. SBN, let me hear you. Let's work with 3 minutes. Yes.
So when I checked the ChatGPT, I said there is no contradictions, but there was a text in the Quran. I want to explain what it says. Okay?
Just a moment. Just a moment. You said ChatGPT told you there is no contradiction in the Quran.
Yes, they say we believe that there is no contradictions in the Quran. That's what they said.
Okay, let me show you the contradictions. The chronology of creation, Surah 41 verse 9. Okay? Surah 41 verse 9 states that Allah created the earth first and then stretched out the heavens. Okay? But in Surah 79, it says that the heavens were created first and the earth was spread out afterwards. Have you heard this before?
It was talking about the. Can you explain the first verse of the sentence? Say it again.
Surah 49 verse 9 to 12 and even verse 2, chapter 2 verse 29 states that Allah created the earth before stretching out the heavens. But in Surah 79 verse 27 it states that the heavens were created first and then the earth came afterwards. I think that's a contradiction.
This is the translations. It's not the Arabic. It's the
But you said there is only one Quran, there's no translation. Bible has many translations.
Yeah, there is one Quran in Arabic. The translations, there is different translations.
No, I think it says because like I said,
Arabic is only one. Arabic only one Quran, same word, same anything. But the translations, yes, of course, because people change and they translate it. But in Arabic, there is no contradiction.
good. Very good. So relax yourself. Now you are beginning to shift ground. When you came here, what you said was that the Bible has many translations. Which one should you believe? And that your Quran is only one, right?
Yes,
Uh-huh.
only one Quran.
Uh-huh. So that's why I'm telling you there's only one scripture, only one Jesus, only one Abraham, and the story is one. But translations can
One
do.
scripture. There is no one scripture. There is 70, more than 70 scripture.
What I mean is there is one Bible, right? It's one storyline, isn't it?
Not one storyline. Each Bible has different stories.
Okay, but the point is that people translated the Bible like they translated the Quran, and you will find contradictions there.
Yeah, is there a Bible from thousands of years? That from Aramaic? Is there a Bible from Aramaic?
Sorry, say that again.
The Bible was sent down in Aramaic.
Okay. But I hope you got my point. Like I said, your mind is fixed, but now we have confirmed that even Quran has contradictions because of translations, according to you.
It has not contradictions. It was sent down in Arabic and it's still in Arabic and it was never changed. When it never changed, it was sent down in Arabic. And there is no one single contradiction in the Quran. Translations, there is translations, but in the Quran, we have only one Quran.
Let's do it this way. Let me try it one more time. Like I said, you're not quite being sincere as such, but check the contradiction between Surah 41:9 and Surah 79:27, okay? And ask ChatGPT again, if you be sincere, to tell you if it says the same thing in the Arabic, because it probably does.
Hello.
Just a moment. We don't allow children here, but just a moment. Okay. Do you understand, SBN, what I said?
There is one verse from the Quran. Can I say it real quick?
After you get this, you can come to say that what you want to say in your Quran.
I already checked.
You already checked what?
The translation.
The translation of what?
I already checked what you want me to check. I checked. ChatGPT said there is no contradiction. That's what it said.
You are not being sincere, my brother.
Okay, can I say one thing actually first?
Okay.
You can't say anything, brother.
You have to be respectful at least to people on the panel, right? SBN. He has been removed.
Hello?
Okay, let's hear from this person. I don't know what's your name. Sorry.
Oh, my name is Donald.
Donald.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Donald. 3 minutes.
Okay. The Bible actually was plagiarized with 5 books,
Okay.
which
You're off your app. If you're off, we can't hear you. But maybe you went to check the 5 books. You're back now. So what are the 5 books? Donald. Are you there? Okay, let me quickly hear from Queen. Queen looks a little familiar. Queen, how are you?
Good. Well, it's morning my time. I am fine, thank you. How are you?
Fine. What part of the world are you calling from?
Hello?
What part of the world are you calling from? You're muted, Queen. So we believe this information is very important. Okay? So religion, spirituality,
Sorry.
it's all been messed.
Currently, I am in Ghana, but I was born in Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay. So you moved from TNT to Ghana, right?
Yeah, the phone, I don't know why it's breaking up so much, but yes, I'm in Ghana.
Yes, please. Your point, your question, especially question, very quickly, Queen.
Okay, you're back.
whoa.
Are you hearing me?
Yep.
Okay, so it's not so much a question, but it's an observation. Just based on my experience, because I have, or maybe it's just something I'd like to share. I have sat and been a part of a lot of conversations because I'm so intrigued with not necessarily religion, but to understand, what really am I supposed to be associated with, and consequently my children. One of the things I've found is that when I remember reading in my teenage years, hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Are you hearing me?
Go ahead.
Are you hearing me?
Go ahead. We can hear you.
Hear me?
We can hear you. Keep talking. Go ahead.
Yes, we can hear you. Just speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, because I wasn't hearing you. Okay, sorry. Yeah. So, in my teenage years, I remember reading, I think it was Lamentations, the book of Lamentations, and I found that I could have identified myself, and by myself I mean myself as an African, in it. Because whichever story I'm reading, I must be able to identify I am part of this world. So if I'm reading the Bible, or if I'm listening or hearing about the Quran, I must be able to identify myself in it, because we're all part of it, right? We're all part of these stories. And yes, they are, in my opinion, a collection of our stories as a people. And it so relates to us. Now, I want to say this quickly. One time I heard this lady, she was an African, I don't remember discussion of the spiritual, and that did something to me. But it also reminded me of Marcus Garvey, who said, if the white man has his God, let him have his God. If the Indian man has his God, let him have his God. But where is the black man's God? And I think that we, like, I understand why someone who would colonize, and we have to remember colonization is not just the physical, but it's very mental, why they would use our story to twist it to get us to comply. It's just easier to do. You know what I mean? And so I think we as a people, like, we really need to understand, first of all, identify ourselves in certain things. So, you know, based on what Marcus Garvey is saying, if the white man has his God, let him have his God. You know, I come from a multicultural society in Trinidad and Tobago. We have Indians and we have everybody. And so they have a book called the Bhagwan Gita, which is specific to them. Just like, in my opinion, you know, we have some Muslims here, and it's fine. But I think even the Quran is specific to the Arabs, and I feel like the Bible is specific to us as Africans. However, because we are the ones who has been, you know, who they have been trying to control for so long, it's so easy. And, you know, based on my understanding, spirituality is a very serious thing for us as a people. So what is the best way to control us than to insert themselves in our story and bring us down to a level where it's easier for them to control us, rather than for us to really understand, identify who we are in this truth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, I do. Yes, it does. Can you hear me though?
I'm hearing you now. Yes.
Okay, good. I heard everything you said, and it's largely true. So yes, I'm glad you got it, and I mean your movement, you're moving from TNT to Ghana is quite a strong one. And what made you move, by the way? Is it just just wanting to?
Well, first of all, I have 6 kids, and let me tell you this: in Trinidad and Tobago, if when you're identified, somebody, they don't just say you're a Trini. Well, people on the outside say that, but largely when we're referring to each other, you're either Afro Trini or Indo Trini. You know what I mean? You're not just a Trini. And sometimes, you know, they try to change that narrative, but it remains fact. And me understanding that I'm Afro Trini, I remember my friend asking me, are you African first or are you Trini first? And I had to sit on that for a moment, but I learned that I'm African first. And if I am African first, then I need to be in my place of origin. And
But
I
a
need to
quick
take
one.
my children there, because we need to understand our history before we can really go forward. And I see Africa as the root. And in order for, and Trinidad and all these other places in the world, they're the branches. And in order for the tree to thrive, we must first take care of the root. So that's why I'm here. I'm not saying that I could change Africa, but I feel every drop of water could make a positive contribution. You know what?
Yes, indeed. I was just wondering. Sorry, what does an indie Trini mean? A Trinidad that is indie Trinidad. What does that mean? Very briefly, please.
Sorry, what? Sorry, what's the question?
What is an indie Trinidad person as against an Afro Trinidad person? What does that mean?
Afro means African, Indo means Indian.
So
So
what's
an
the
Afro tree,
what's the
African tree.
difference? I know, but what's the difference?
Well, a lot of Trinidadians, sorry, the Indo Trinidadians, they came from India. They came to Trinidad as indentured laborers. So they are originally East Indians.
From India, like India,
And
the
the
south of
African Trini,
India, the south of Pakistan is where they came from. So they are Indianish, right?
yeah, so they're Indians, straight up Indians, and they practice their religion and everything. They have, I know about Ram and Sitaram and Lakshmi, Mother Lakshmi, and all these things, because that's their culture all the way from India. They brought that to Trinidad when they came with them.
Okay, my question is, are they now trying to put themselves in a kind of superior position compared to the Afro teen trainees? Is that the social classism they do there, or is it equal, or why did this ambiguation? Who is a Trini?
Yeah, it's they do that. It's a very serious conflict in Trinidad and Tobago when it comes to race because they see us as beneath them. I'm not saying all of them because I imagine over time people's thinking change, but for the most part, we've been considered the lower because they came as indentured laborers. They were paid for their labor. We came as slaves, according to the you know history.
Story. So what you're saying now is just confirming some things. Because look at, of which, if you go to the depth of the true history of Trinidad and Tobago, you'll be surprised that it is Africans that started that place. But now, more or less, by some form of fake racism, confused stuff, they are almost beginning to push out the indigenous people out of there and say, well, you're not really Trini, you're Afro something, and go back to Africa. You see what? So it's a worldwide thing. That's why I said that thing is not every culture you will get
Well,
into.
according to sorry,
Yeah, just
according to what we've been taught, is it okay for me to speak?
yes, please.
Okay, according to what we've been taught in school, the Caribbean, they were mainly the carrots and arawaks.
Mm-hmm.
So they were the first people in the Caribbean, much like according to what we've been taught, the Indians in America, they were the first people in America. So in Trinidad, and because we kind of span off, because Trinidad could be considered South America as part of South America, so they basically have the same people. So you would find, and as far as I'm concerned, native South Americans, North Americans, and those of us scattered in the Caribbean, Jamaica. My husband is Jamaican, by the way. Jamaica, Trinidad, Grenada, Guyana, all these people, their original or first people were considered Caribs and Arawaks. So
Right.
they were the first people.
I mean, at the end of the day, it always ṣẹ̀rí tẹ́ ẹ bá ju abẹ̀bẹ̀ lé ìgbà ibi pẹlẹbẹ ni ó máa fi balẹ̀. Do you understand what I said? I just spoke Hebrew to you. And what that means is if you throw a hand fan, right, throw it up 200 times, it's always going to land flat, right? And the point there is, after everything is said and done, they would always put people that look like this at the bottom of the barrel. I don't know if you have realized that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's it.
Yes, I have.
You see, that's what we've been trying to tell people.
I've lived in the US for 7 years. Before we came to Ghana, we had migrated to the States and we lived there for 7 years. And it's so evident, but I think, and no offense to black Americans, but I think they have become so consumed by what the benefits of being American that they don't realize that even though you're benefiting, you're still at the bottom. You know what I mean?
Let me show you. I know what you mean. Did you know that there are some well-fed slaves in America? With due respect to them, of course, there are no slaves like that, but we know what I'm talking about. That will still consider themselves African, like they are kind of still better than Africans, and say, "Hey, we're not Africans, we're Americans." I'm an whatever that means. I'm an American. You understand?
For the FBA, Foundation of Black Americans, so they don't consider themselves Africans.
Right.
But I always that we have to, and I think I heard somebody mention it. We have to look at the concentrate, right?
Yeah.
When I look at Europe, there's a concentrate of white people, just for lack of a better term to call them, right?
Yeah.
There's a concentrate of white people in Europe. Again, South America, North America, there's a concentrate of West Indian looking people, which is not fully Indian like those in India, East India, but they're almost a mix of Asian with white kind of looking, like Mexican. They all kind of look like that. Again, no offense, but when I look at where my
You're right.
So again, if they want Europe to be their motherland, I have no like. Do you? You know what I mean? If Trinidad is the motherland to people who look like the original people, then by all means. But for me and for mine, and I want to encourage my people too, that Africa is our motherland, and
Yes.
we need to come to terms
And in
with.
fact, what they're trying to do before I go to Castlese is that they are trying to even make Africa inhabitable. Look at what is happening in South Africa. South Africans are being hostile against people that look like them. But when they see their oppressors that look like this, they're kind of like an obedient slave. So that's the last place where African can be a king, literally in that sense, and be free. But it's being smoked such that they want to smoke the people out of their comfort zone. I mean, and the moment an African, maybe former African colony or any nation really in the world, but especially African nations, just bow to the white supremacy, you will see that they begin to develop faster. You see, they begin to
Yeah,
develop, and the reason is
and that's
because
what they want.
yeah, they just begin to pull back all the forces, all the jihadists, and all the things that has been used to oppress them and make them ungovernable. They begin to take that off, is what they begin to do. And you see the place begin to make progress. That's why Ethiopia will never progress in that sense. You see, their currency wouldn't have so much value ever. They will manipulate it until it does not. The moment Nigeria bows to white supremacists, they'll probably make it habitable and governable also.
And this is the thing, you see, and for me, like based on my experience, as I told you, I lived in the States just before I came here. My family and I were from Trinidad, my husband from Jamaica. And a lot of people, which to me breaks my heart so much every time, a lot of people, when they say, so you're in Africa now? Like, why do you leave America to go Africa? Like, why? And they would say it with almost like disgust and pity at the same time. And for me, I am thinking to myself, like, we're just so lost. If you talk to people about Ibrahim Traore, they see same people who say to me, oh, y'all, yeah, they don't know about Ibrahim Traore. They don't know about Haile Selassie. And even if they do, they treat it as if like that is not something that should be important to us. But they will so gladly, and just this morning my husband and I was having this conversation, so gladly grab and hold on to the Isaac Newton and all these great scientists that they think made a contribution without understanding. And this is how these people get us where we are, by keep dangling this image of them being superior in front of us. And we keep grasping at it like,
I know. It's a whole lot. And that's why we're here to sensitize people and get them. I mean, that self esteem needs to be repaired at least spiritually, physically, whatever way, mentally. Let me hear from Casolese very
but
quickly.
especially on
Especially,
the motherland.
yes, in Africa, very important. They need to understand that, you see. Casolese, let's go.
Oh, greetings, Minister.
Or did you had something to say, right?
This is Mr. Ken, everybody. I greet all of you now.
Okay.
Yeah, from what she was saying, right? The Caribbeans, they're actually Africans. And most of those black Caribbeans, and most of them were taken from West Africa, mostly. And the thing is, anywhere you find a whitey person and a black person, the white person always want to feel like he's the superior one. But now, at the end of the day, the thing will swap again.
Right.
Because knowledge and understanding, why they actually did that to black people is because black people didn't even know. Now, first of all, they didn't have access to this, they didn't have access to Book of Enoch, they didn't have access to Joshua. To also know the history and know who is who, right? If I believe that if they knew, it would be a different thing. It won't be the same. But now, trying to let them know now is beginning to be another big job because they don't even believe it, some of them, right? Sometimes when you date, like the other day, I was telling somebody that Africans are Israelites. The guy was like, are you normal? I give me reference, okay. I told him to check Genesis So it's a bit difficult to actually tell them, but at the end of the day, they will still find out the truth and we'll go back to where we were.
Right.
And once we understand this, and all these Igbo, Yoruba fights, all these Ghana, South African things that they're doing, chasing their fellow brothers away, and it's just that they don't have the knowledge, and that's why they support knowledge is powerful. Because if you don't know, you will not know how to act. It's like if you watch documentary of some human beings that grew in the forest and animal took care of them, they tend to behave like that animal because they don't know that they are human beings, right? But when they take them to hospitals, start giving them treatments in order to
Start sharing human language, you know.
when they become normal, they will realize that they are human beings. That's exactly what's happening to us as Africans.
Indeed.
Because we don't know, and we tend to behave the way they program us to behave.
I see. Let me hear. Somebody's saying something on YouTube. Those watching from YouTube, you can request. And let's connect. Let's all connect to the Telegram page. Let's connect to the Telegram page so that we can, we can have that community there. So let's all paste the Telegram link there so that we can get that working. Asado, are you here intentionally? I don't think Asado is here intentionally.
I wanted to even say something.
Okay.
Like this, I'm deciding to.
Your network is really bad, Castleze. So maybe you can disconnect and come back again. The host is in the meeting. Rufus, you're trying to join request. Let's give room for those on. Let's see. You should be able to join. Rufus trying to join from YouTube, or you can quickly come to TikTok if you're in a hurry. Okay, but it keeps saying waiting for. Try the link now, Rufus. From YouTube, there's at least 9 people listening on YouTube. On Instagram is 0. But someone has thrown comment. They are kept away from records lifestyle. Okay. So YouTube, you can also request in case you're wondering. Well, Rufus, try the link again because I'm literally there now in Zoom. I can't see you. So you should request and should be able to join. So you can send in your request if you have especially questions so that we can attend to you on any of the platforms. So you can search for Kunle Ministers on Telegram, so you can join that Telegram page. Okay. Adio, are you there?
Good morning. Good afternoon, Minister.
Yes, how are you, my brother? You are so
Very well.
good.
Thanks. And yourself?
Yes, I'm very fine.
What are we discussing about?
I should have been listening. Okay.
I actually just tuned in. Black African history, yeah?
But it's like you've been here before.
Yeah. Some times ago.
Okay. You can maybe spend time to listen a little bit more so that so that you
Okay.
so that you can get in the conversation and you're not speaking up for it.
Can you hear me now? Well, the thing is, charity they say begins at home.
Okay.
You know, um, I think we can have a lot of discussion about our origin. About we being the people of the book, and we come here and try to criticize people, the palm color people, for how they're trying to, keep us disintegrated and not helping us advance and progress the way we are supposed to have done by now. Um, yes, we do understand that things like that are happening. We know that we have those principalities that we are contending with. But the thing we always forget to put into consideration is also the principalities within. We have not actually, we have not come to an agreement or a conclusion how we should respect each other's spaces and boundaries. Like, as much as we try to talk about Africa, even in Africa in the past, we know that Africa we're not just one mass of people. There were kingdoms scattered everywhere, and the fact that we chose to have kingdoms scattered everywhere is testament to the fact that different kingdoms and domains are ruled by different ideologies. Humans are the same, naturally, but I don't think ideology is the same. So the incident in South Africa, for example, we know that we are to the palm-colored people, we are of the same race, but to them we are not. And it's not their fault because they want to maintain their ideology of what a society should look like. And if we take an example of Nigeria, where we most of us come from, we see that we all have different ideology of how a society should be, how our government should be run. And I think that's where we are having the biggest problem. I do not think the biggest problem is Africa in itself, but the individual units that is making up the whole. We have not really, really learned to understand ourselves and create meaningful boundaries, to understand and have our mutual self-respect between ourselves. Like I for one, I believe Nigeria is a coagulation of different nations. We have different ethnicities. No matter how much we try to bring the religious rhetorics into that, oh, we are all one people. Yes, we are all humans, even with the palm-colored people. We are still humans like that. But ideologically, we are not the same. I'm Yoruba, and I know that fundamentally, I don't, the Yoruba, we don't reason the same way as the Igbos, unfortunately. Even the Hausas, there are certain things that are more important to them than us. There are things that are important to us than them. So I think we need to start from ourselves.
Let me add one more minute. Let me add one more minute to your time, so that you can. Yeah, so you can.
Much,
Yeah.
Minister. So I think we need to start from within ourselves, from our house. Charity begins at home. There's an adage in Yoruba that say, "Omo ati baba o le loko koma ni ala." Like a father and a son might. Who is this person? Please, please, can you mute? A father and a son can both operate a vast amount of farmland, but they will still have their boundaries and partition. Because these things are the things that creates mutual respect, and without mutual respect, we cannot move forward as a nation, as a country, so to speak. Yoruba,
What?
We are, yes, we might have many similarities, but our ideology, our vision, our where we are going to, our targets, they're all different. And I think we need to lay emphasis on that first.
I don't think so. Let me ask you something. What do you think is the way forward at Ethiopia, using Nigeria as a, as.
So like I am saying now, you can tell the secret is in the start from our home first. We keep saying these people don't respect us, these people don't do this, but we know even within our own space in Nigeria, we see how a group of people are trying to erode other people from their ancestral lands and all that. You are not respecting those people. Why not start from yourself? Do you
Okay.
understand me? So if you can't give those people the respect that they are due, why do you expect respect from somebody outside of your own territory?
Let me.
That's quite hypocritical when you think about that.
I got you.
So what I'm suggesting is that we need, like now, I am a big advocate of regional government in Nigeria. At least if we cannot disintegrate ourselves, let us operate in regions for now. Because when we have regions, then we have our boundaries. Yes, if I am crossing over to your region, I need to respect myself and I need to respect you because that's your ancestral land. But things like that will begin to kick into our character, and that's the character we can take outside of the nation called Nigeria. So
Okay, I think I got your point.
cultivating ourselves first from our home, then it's going to flourish to the
I
other
think,
part of the world.
yeah, I think I got your point. In the African problem that we're trying to flood with light and information, I've discovered there are many paradoxes, right? And many um, um, many paradoxes, you see. Many ironies is what you discover, right? So what you said is kind of true in a certain way, but it's also not true in some other way. And let me try to show the paradox in this case. I agree with you in the sense that I think the solution lies within Africa more than it does outside, to be fair. In fact, from my approximation, the latest information I think I have from my analysis, I think 60% of the problem is inside and 40 is coming from the outside. Okay, but there are times you look at the African problem, and this is the dichotomy I'm trying to talk about, and the kind of paradox you keep seeing. It feels like Africa should unite, and they can do so much when they unite. But at the same time, you look at the same matter in some other way and think that, hey, I think that there needs to be boundaries and respecting of boundaries. So people are going to be like, hey, which one do you want? The Europeans came and divided you into countries, and now you're saying you want to divide further. And somebody else is saying, well, the same you is saying Africans need to unite. So which one is it? You see? So that's why I tell people, you see, the intellectual, the intellect and the longevity that created the African problem is not human. It's very, very, very deep. It came from a very deep place where this country was tied together from, okay, where they were bound and spelled from. It's from a very deep place, okay. It's from a very deep place because, as you might agree, it takes, in fact, a whole lot of effort to keep Africa poor than it does to keep it rich or to make it rich, because it's already rich by default. It requires a very careful plan to keep it where it is today. Very careful division. It's deep wisdom that was used in causing this confusion. Did you want to say something very quickly?
Yes, you're very correct, Minister.
I've not landed my point. You don't know if I'm correct yet.
No. What you are trying to say
Okay.
is actually, it's almost like you're echoing my thoughts. So there is something that has been the bane of, our problem in Africa is that, I always use Nigeria as a case study. Now, there's difference between unity of opportunity or unity of
Purpose.
or I can put it better. I say there's a difference between equity and equality. Just like you're saying right now that you feel we can do better if we come together. But also you need to understand that like I've mentioned, ideologically we have developed differently.
Okay, let me say what I want to say faster. You didn't get my point, my brother.
Okay.
What part of the world are you living in?
I'm currently in Scotland, United Kingdom.
There are people you work with in your workplace that are whitish. You find Indians. I have worked with Pakistanis. I've worked with Indians. I've worked with Chinese. I've worked with many people. Somehow we're able to stay in peace, even though we are very. In fact, when they cook their food, I can't even smell it. But guess what? I just take a walk and take fresh breeze and I come back. Why? There is a law that works. For all humanity, there is a base, right? A base functional thing people need. I'm telling you, my brother, people don't care if you are Igbo, if you are Mandarin. They don't care about that kind of crap. People just want to eat and watch football, right? People just want peace, for crying out loud. If these things were existing, I tell you, if you come out today and say Biafra, one Biafra, people will just pass you and snap you. Hey, I think that's a crazy guy, and they'll pass by because people have food to eat. There is protection, especially in Nigeria. It's not difficult to make people happy. It's not difficult at all. Nigeria is one of the easiest places to govern. Very, very simple. That's why they're easy to deceive every 4 years. Look at how terrible things are. People are still talking about election in 2027, and they are killing people today with blood on camera, live TikTok or whatnot. You see, so the differences are not so important. That's the part I cannot disagree with you. Yes, there are differences. Those differences are not important. They will express themselves in the way you dress, in how you do whatever, all those kind of things that are not important. You
So,
see.
Minister,
Mm-hmm.
what I'm actually talking about is I'm not talking about the food, the language, or the way we dress.
Okay.
I'm talking about ideologically. Do you understand me? Because,
Okay.
like you said, we are trying to get to the same, we are trying to achieve the same goal, but we are trying to take different routes to get to that goal. And that's why the conflict keeps persisting.
I don't think so, my brother. I don't think so. I don't know.
So, do you know why? Because if you check the history of Nigeria, Minister, check all the way from the first republic till now, it's always about the difference in ideology.
No, is
You are now someone, you are Yoruba man,
no.
don't do it this way. This is the way we are.
I don't think so.
As long as, Minister, please get me right. As long as you are not doing it the way the way I have recommended, it means I'm going to. Who's this person? Can you please mute?
Go ahead.
So, if you don't do it the way I have recommended, I am going to bring hell to this space, and the place will become ungovernable for you. If you check it, let's be honest here, Minister. Let's forget about before the palm color people got into the shores of Africa.
No, there was conflict.
Yeah, I know there was conflict. Now, conflict is always about ideology. It has nothing to do with food.
Okay.
Food cross from border to border.
Okay.
It's always about ideology. How do we do things?
Okay.
When I meet some people, I've met some friends, and I told them there are three ethnic groups in Nigeria that carries a lot of weight. And from my observation, I realized that these three ethnic groups, they are very, very different when it comes to ideology. You can see three of them, in UK or America, and you call them the same, but ideologically they are very, very different.
Okay. I want to make this conversation faster, my brother. Let's make it quicker. What ideology did everybody agree with, including the Yoruba people you meet in UK and the Scottish people and the Igbo people? What ideology are they under? And there's peace, relative peace here.
The people that are not from here, we came here to meet the ideology they already established.
That's what I'm saying.
Into it.
Which,
You don't have a choice.
which, by the way, no, well, you kind of have a choice, but maybe no, that's not the point. But you decided to leave maybe Yoruba land where you were, and somehow whatever ideology is, they were able to accommodate you into that. So what ideology is it based on?
We have an established ideology. I can't come and erode it.
What is that ideology?
Okay, I'll give you for example. We know that the United Kingdom. Excuse me. Can I finish up?
Relax, my brother. Relax. Relax. You met some people here now. Wait, you don't understand me. Wait. Just hold on. Mr. Gian, please help with this. Be relaxed. Wait, you need to be patient. Wait. My brother, relax. Wait. You met some people here. There's a reason he interjected you. And you can't just shut him down like that. You understand?
Okay.
You notice you came in and you spoke in just less than 2 minutes when you came up. Maybe less than 10.
Okay. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, no, he's even mellowed for you, really, but just relax a little bit. There's a way people come in at random and they just come with their microphone. It's just TikTok setting doing that. So just be a little more patient. Okay. But let's rephrase the question. Let's hit it straight on the head. Okay, or let me change it. What would you add to the British or the Scottish ideology or UK ideology? You as a Yoruba man, what are you going to add to it to make it much better than it is, for example? Since you said you had to comply, what would you add to it that is missing?
I'll give you an example of what I meant here. You know that the United Kingdom is a federating unit, comprises of different nations. Do you understand? About 4 different nations. nations, maybe not United Kingdom. Do you understand? From the outside to you, that you're not from here, you might say, "Oh, they're all palm color people, they're all the same." But they still hold the right to be different. When you come here, especially when I moved here, because I used to live, down in England. And when I came here, they will always let you know we are not, we are Scottish, we are not
Okay.
English. Despite the fact that to you, yeah, despite the fact that to you they are the same. But they will tell you no. I am a Scottish, but my four generation were all
I got
Scottish.
it.
They all have their monuments everywhere. Do
True.
you understand? So those are the boundaries we talk about.
Okay.
Scotland is very. Do you know?
Just a
Nigel
moment.
Farage threatening with reform. Let me just finish here.
Okay.
Please, in 30 seconds. Do you know that Nigel Farage threatening with reform? Do you know that the Scottish Parliament has also threatened that if Nigel Farage, becomes the Prime Minister, they're going to pull out of the UK because they know they are different and they have that right to do so.
Okay, I got your 30 seconds. Let me try one more time. You're talking about reform and talking about monuments are everywhere. That's normal. If, like you said with the Yoruba adage, even brothers are different in some form. So that's not what we're talking about. The reason there can be some reform and some voting and some parliament is because people are not being kidnapped on the street. My brother, that is not a Yoruba thing or an Igbo thing or Hausa thing. It is simple, basic amenities, right? That's why I narrowed the thing down to food. But you think maybe food is still ephemeral. But that difference, like, hey, I'm a Yoruba man, I wear danshiki or I wear ashoke, and this wears danshiki. You wear cloth because somebody has not stabbed you with a knife in that cloth. You see, so I think those are the basic things that need to be. And let me give you another hint, my brother. Those who are eating that country, Nigeria, they don't have race. I hope you know, they don't have tribes. This way I explain it humorously. The demon of mammon that is controlling their brain to eat money, it has cast out the demon of tribalism inside them, and even the demon of religious ethnicity, whatnot. You see, they have a common goal, which is to eat and destroy the nation. That is higher to them than their religious differences and their tribal differences. That's what we're talking about. You see, so they have a common goal that they've put their religion and race aside and their tribes aside. What that country need, don't worry. You see that diversity thing, equity, all those kind of stuff. That's when person don't chop and he can walk on the street for free. That's when you say our flag is this color. That's why it's a stupid thing to be changing national anthem. By the way, with due respect to whoever changed that. But people never. They were showing children who were singing the national anthem. Let's say that's one of the ideologies. Although that's not even a tribal thing, but they're singing that. But those children were standing inside a flooded school singing the new national anthem. You see, so I get your point. Although that is maybe because you have spent time in Scotland, my brother. We're talking about people that have not eaten. Now, when you chop and you have food, that's when you say, "I want green cloth. I want Yoruba cloth. I want Hausa cloth." So there are some basic things that a normal, sane society should have, right? We go regional, we can hold our leaders accountable better. Yeah, that's getting closer, okay? But again, I say that asking for a kind of regional government where you say, okay, let's have the 6 geopolitical zones, and we don't deal with the core things like stealing, and eating things that are not there, stealing and killing people. If you don't deal with that, all you have done is to take six thieves that are inside a common room and giving them one flat each. There's no difference. They're just stealing that one flat. There's no difference. So I understand that angle you've brought, but my brother, that's very relatively low in priority of things. The ideological difference, my ideology, PDP has, that's why I listen to people that are arguing about the ideology of PDP and APC, that the ideology of APC is that is close to the democratics, is close to the parliamentary confusion. Oga, people are eating, they gave money to build school, you chop them, you're talking about ideology. There's no connection. And somebody is saying maybe the solution is that, PDP needs to learn, they need to have an ideology that they can agree on. From there, we can build a nation. Look at the way UK is doing. In UK, they don't kill people's neck and show it on TikTok live. That's what we're talking about. So your point is very valid, my brother, and I agree with you. But those kind of things are like much lower in the scale of preference. Okay? That is respectfully, what you said is important, right? But I think it's maybe because you spent time in Scotland, maybe 5 years, maybe 3, maybe 10. Then, in the outside of the country, that's when you're talking about those kind of things. Those kind of, that's why I tell Christians too that just say things. I'm a Christian myself, but Those kind of things, and they are killing people at your backyard, and you're discussing length of skirt. That kind of doctrine. Oga, let you understand what I'm saying. So it's important what you've said. To be fair to you, actually, I think the North needs to kind of separate from the South. And what's the reason? It's not because one is Muslim, one is Christian. We like to pray standing up. This one likes to pray kneeling down, or because one wants to unalive people. That's not really the key. Is to have our own pew pew, and be able to legally, whatever that means, defend yourself with pew pew. That's the goal. Not because Christianity is a certain way, we are just different. It's not different. One is acting like a demon, and the other is acting like slightly more like a human being. You see. So we are looking for basic things, and like I said, all you need is just maybe even 1 year of good governance. All the Biafra noise will just die, because guys, young boys will have light. Now I'm not saying that's the best thing for them to do, but they will have light and they'll be playing PS5 in their. They will be sweet roads. All the Fulani mad people will be removed, with due respect to the tribe. Okay, so those kind of things, there will be no agitation. Nigeria is very, very easy to govern. Too easy. They are too happy. Those people are just too happy. They would slide people's throat. They will make fun of it. Not fun in that sense. They will feel bad, but give them 2 seconds. They'll be making joke about it. You understand? They are too easy to govern. You understand? So give them steady light. Give them security first, right? Security. Give them steady light. Let them have transportation in a way they can, move easily. Forget. You see, even Nnamdi Kanu will have people to follow him, and his course is very just. By the way, I'm not making fun of that. Okay, but there will be too many satisfied people to agitate. Too many satisfied, and that's what these Western countries are doing. Many of people like yourself that will feel uncomfortable. Your AC is going off. You can't install solar panel. You install and one thief came to remove it. You don't have light. You can't just do things. Many of such people like you and I who are fairly comfortable can control things. Not too super rich that we can create our own cocoon and have bunkers, but also not so super poor that we can still shout. They have sucked us out into the UK, into Canada, into America. You see. So those people that can revolt to change that, they have sucked most of us out, and more are still coming out looking for how to come out. You see, but when that middle class is empty like that, we are the ones that come here and start saying, what PDP needs now is restructuring. When you restructure this, you put this. When you put, people are being killed. It's not a tribal thing. You understand? So that's the kind of dichotomy we're looking at. But you're kind of right. When things is peaceful to a certain level, any beku beku. You understand? Now when you don't chop, you go and say, with that toothpick safe. And says, I don't like this color of toothpick. Now because you don't chop. So those are the kind of things we are talking about. Very basic stuff, right? And the reason why we're talking about this is because there are many people who have been stuck in this idea of religion, okay? And we're trying to show them some things to give them information, to bring about revelation, to bring about revolution if they can. Is what we are looking at. I don't know if you are still there, Ade. And talking about...
Yes, I'm here, Minister.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here, Minister.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I'm very cautious with revolution is how quickly it can be hijacked.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when we're at this crossroads, when we know the country is so tensed, we have a lot of able-bodied young men that are ready, to offer themselves on the altar of, having a change. So that's why I'm always very, very cautious when it comes to the pronouncement of revolution.
No, I've not even pronounced that. Sorry to interject. Disclaimer. I'm not asking for a revolution, but I'm saying revolution tends to lead to that kind of revolution. It may not be super violent, but hardly is any revolution not violent. But again, trust me, or you don't trust me if you don't want to. But when pressure gets to a certain point, it is natural. People will just revolt. It's natural. It cannot be stopped. That's it. When people are like, hey, we are just dead, more or less, right? They will revolt. See, take a rat or a mouse. It's this thing popping like this. A mouse is one of the most timid animals. It's always acting like a thief. But there's a point you chase a rat. Hey, look at what's this. Let me take this off. There's a point to which you chase a rat, and a rat, you back it up to a corner. A rat will stand up against you like this with both of his hands. Why? It's a natural thing. You understand? So I'm not asking for revolution. Let them watch revolution happen by itself. You see what I'm saying? So it's a natural thing. Like that Nepal. People just have different... I don't know if Nepal is the name of that country. People just have different thresholds. Okay? It takes a lot for some people to sell their lands and leave their countries and come to Western world like that. It's not as if it's so comfortable for them. So I'm not calling for a revolution, but your points are valid. I agree with them, but they are like level 4, 5 of what we are discussing. They have fairly high level conversation. Who quoting concerned Rashidi tó wà ní bẹ̀rẹ̀ tó ń gbawó kínní wọ́n ní ideology kan yàtọ̀. Once Rashid bá ti jẹun, with due respect to anybody that has that name, okay, tó wà ní junction, fún lówó, give me money, give me money. Once the guy is eating, maybe even taking some opium, whatever he wants to smoke, and he gets home, there's light, he can watch Babasuwe or whatnot they watch. With due respect, that's beautiful entertainment, right? The guy doesn't have any stress bothering anybody. The place will be naturally peaceful. Now, you will now have some people who will just be like, okay, I don't like that guy, I won't take my girlfriend. Then there's law. If you go and stab somebody because of girlfriend, they will put you in the prison cell. You work with that energy for free. Simple, basic human stuff. You don't need Republican, Brexit, all that kind of complex conversations. You understand? Now, when we don't reach that level, we now start talking about, we can even have Biafra exit. Make it come up for Brexit. Biafra wants to leave Yoruba. Now, people who don't chop, they don't talk that kind of thing. And they're not kidnapping them.
Can I ask you a question, please?
Please go ahead. Somebody has a question for you too also anyway, by the way. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, can I?
Don't worry, we'll get the guy off. He's gone off. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just asking you my question. In the light of what's happening, our passion for the country, what's your appraisal of the current government? And,
No, it's bad now.
What's your recommendation?
Yeah, go ahead. Let me let you finish.
Forward?
Yeah.
What your appraisal is?
Yeah, of course.
Was, and what's your recommendation?
No, it's
Practical recommendation.
Yeah. Thank you for that. It's been getting worse government by government, and that tells you something. That is probably not the doing of the guy who is there. Tinubu, let me just mention the man's name. At a point, he was like the Showores of his time. Do you know what I mean? In other words, he was contesting against oppression. We don't want this. We don't want that. He was that way at a point. So what happened to him to be like this? There are many of them that were in campuses, and somehow they go through this sewage of a system called political pathway or ladder, and by the time they're at the top, they become monsters. What happens to them? So there is more of a systemic thing and not an individualistic thing, okay? So definitely the system is worse than it was in the past, but it keeps getting worse. It's because there are forces from outside that is making it look like that. No matter what you do, it will always be worse because they are driving it in a certain direction. And the same kind of people are controlling even the Western world. That's why they call it left wing and right wing. It's the same bird, all right? So what I see them do in the Western world, the same thing with Nigeria, more or less, where African countries, they divide their agendas into two wings, and they share it equally between the Republican and the Democrat. They share it equally between the Labour and the Conservative. And when Labour is going on, every one of their ideology and their goal they want to do that goes with the Labour's ideology, they run that for that 4 years. And these ones are brewing up and building up. We don't want pregnancy. We don't want same sex. We don't want green flag. All those kind of foolish things. But people are very emotional about that. So they work you up for 4 years. After that, you vote against this one. And they carry on with their ambitions and their agendas that go with the Republican or with the Democrat or with the Conservative. And those ones keep pushing and this one keep brewing up. At the end of the day, what you have is a human being. How does a human being walk? It walks like this. Boom. Boom. When one leg is moving, the other leg is static. Exactly how this monster is working in the world. They divide the world into two. You think you are making progress. They are the one making progress. So it works like that, left, right. When your left leg is moving, your right leg is static. So the Republicans are angry. Whatever other wing is, they think, let's fight PDP. It's PDP, it's PDP. By the time PDP wants to leave its leg, it continues on the other side. In fact, it's worse in Africa, or Nigeria specifically. All the politicians that have been eating you on APC, by the time APC loses, they move over to PDP, they continue. So this thing becomes easy to understand where the problem is coming from if you can understand the common grounds between the so-called enemies of each other. They're not so much of an enemy to each other as such, you see. So long story short, it is just embezzlement and evil. There is always a Judas amongst us, and that's why we're pushing out information. There's always, what the Western world is looking for is just Judases, and they would always find, okay? They'll always find a Judas. But Tinubu, with due respect, and what's the name of the Yaradua? Is it Yaradua? Is it Yaradua, the bad guy that died twice? Buhari, right? And I think Amechi, and then the fourth person. They were, watch this now, Ade. They were more interested in winning their election. You can help remove this person if you're there. Okay, they were more interested in winning their elections than in bringing peace to their country. That rather than an elderly statesman, the Katsina man, Buhari, to go to Katsina and talk to those boys, don't stop killing people, this is wrong. Rather, they went to the United States, 12-hour flight, to go meet an American whatever to sponsor their elections. And they won that election, right? Something we could have solved, and they started bring back our girls. Oh, Jonathan is not performing. 2015, Jonathan is not performing. You should have gone as a statesman. That thing is not a tribal thing. There's Amechi is Igbo, at least Igbo-ish. Tinubu is Yoruba. That man is Hausa-ish, even though he's Fulani. That's the Buhari man. They should have gone to the north and speak to those boys here and say, stop this thing. That's what we're talking about. So until that happens, right, and people are always willing to go to the Western world, even the Showore, with due respect, if he has enough money, he would change some of his grounds. He would change. That's if he's even sincere right now as we speak. But maybe he is. Maybe he's not. I don't know. I've not searched him to be that much, to be fair. Okay. But if he sees enough money, US will tell him, you know what? Give us 1, 2, 3, 4 mines. And after that mines, we leave our, what's it called? Our military bases here and there. And then, what you want is subsidy, right? Don't worry. We'll give you the subsidy back or take it, whatever it is. And then we're going to sponsor your campaign. It will take money. It will take the apple from Satan, to the fruit. And he would take that, and you would think he can use Oyinbo money to sponsor his campaign to win. You see, and it's not going to work. But the people need to understand enough, right? And if possible, the leaders also understand enough that these people are not really your best people. They will always pump money into you. But when you come together and agree, okay, the Buhari come together, Peter Obi come together, and what's the name, Tinubu, which probably will never happen, and face the Western world and be like, okay, you know what? We are done with you guys. Keep your money. We don't want your dollars anymore. All right? Leave us with our resources. Let us govern this thing together. But APC will win you now. APC and PDP were now won. Okay? So we can run this by ourselves. Thank you very much. Do you know what the white man will do? I see they are they. They will go look for one guy at the back corner. In fact, they might even come to minister and say, Minister, you know what? We see what you're doing is so wonderful. We can give you, $20 million, and we want you to run against Tinubu. But I can't win Tinubu. They are coalescing together. Well, we'll make it $50 million, and you can be the president of the, and they will do everything. You see. But if I tell them no, also whoever young man also tells them no, we are staying and we're keeping this thing close. That is when they will now fight you, like Traore. I don't think you. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
That's when they will tell you there's a dictator. That whatever the name of that group is, they will not say there's a dictator group. They'll tell you it's Russia that is sponsoring this. These Africans coming together and having their sense, they will say no, it's Russia that is deceiving you people. This thing is from Russia. It's a Russia thing. Let's say Russia. Let's go and save Africa. Oh God, don't save us. We are fine. Do us a favor. Don't do us any favor. That's the favor we want you to do for us. They will say no, it's Russia. When the thing now exposes finally, I tell you that is when they will now fight West Africa war for war. It's not going to be like this anymore. So if you are doing it right in Africa, watch this. Any African leader that the Western world is not fighting face to face like Traore has not started hitting the right buttons yet. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So I think that is
I
it.
understand.
So what is needed?
What I'm trying to get, Minister, is you haven't said all this. Everything you spoke about, I do some research on them as well, especially on transnational capital. Just what you mentioned, you said some of us, we think it's only happening in Africa, but the truth is it's the whole world. The whole, even including this Western world, the Western nations. So it's the same beast that controls everything, the monetary system, the debt and everything. Yes, I understand that. But what I'm still trying to latch on is that is there a glimmer of hope for Africa, especially when we know that when it comes to warfare right now, I don't think we can stand them, and we know that they are doing these things for their own interest, for their posterity, which, for some reason, I don't know if I should blame them for doing that, because they are looking out for their next 10 generations. They want to persist, they want to be in power in perpetuity. So what I am trying to get from this discussion is that is there anything practical we could do? We know that the beast is very powerful. The beast has the whole world in a chokehold. Not not just Africa, the whole world. What can we do
Yeah, I
as
got it.
Africans,
I got it. It's
especially because we are the people with the original wealth?
Yes, indeed, it's not hopeless. And that's what they want us to think, that it's hopeless, but we know it's not hopeless, right? So what we need to do, I think, is still this. Okay? Information, right? Information, that is the main weapon. That's the main bullet we have now for our weapons. It's more important than pew pew, right? Even if there's going to be a form of unity, whatnot in Africa, it will be by common knowledge. Understand who your enemy is, right? And I used to say it as a prefix or a suffix rather to my videos then. Three things Africans need to do. Number one, love each other. Number two, well, love your own self in that sense, right? And love each other, people that look like you, right? Number two, remove your bad leaders. Okay? Remove your bad leaders. I forgot what I used to say as number three. But the bottom line is that information needs to go out. That's the key. Information. Information. The guy on the street needs to understand, in African street, need to understand that, hey, this is how this thing works. Like this, like this, like that. This money is gotten from this place and it goes to this and these people. This thing needs to stop here. So information, 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 information. When that is the case, then you would not need so much. Africa won't need so much of a saving in that sense, right? The guy on the street can look at a policeman that wants to cheat him, if the policeman wants to even do that at all, and he can boldly face him and say, no, this thing is wrong. By a corner, he will tell him in his own African language that this thing is not so. By law, I know that this and this and this should be this. That will first cut off 50% of whatever defense that policeman has got, right? So information, information. You and I would not be here discussing this today if there was no TikTok in that sense. You see, not the literal TikTok platform, but the idea that some of these things started getting out, started seeing how nations work. So it's just darkness versus light, information versus ignorance. You see, so it's that information is the way. Information, you'll be surprised how spiritual ignorance is probably worse than the worst demon you want to pick up out of hell against people. So information is the key. Information is the key, and that's why we're here every day, 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, my brother.
You said somebody has a question for me.
Yeah, Kasolisi was going to ask you something, but I think that was on that ideology matter.
Okay. Thank you. Minister, do you have a realistic time frame
For what?
that Africa can come on board to the real information of its enslavement or enchantment, so to speak?
If nothing supernatural happens, if you remove the supernatural, which is very possible and very valid and very real, because our main problem is a good problem, as against, our solution is a solution that can happen fast. I would say maybe 1 generation. It's a long time, but 1 generation. So that which is maybe 50 years, thereabout. And that's not soon. It's not close, is it?
Yeah. That's the exact reason why I'm asking that. Because when you check the temperature in Nigeria right now, some people want it soon, but they don't understand that the rot is deeper than what they're seeing on the surface. Just like you alluded, the current president used to be, an activist himself. He wanted a change, but when he went through the sewer of the system, he became, so to speak. Well, you're very, very correct. Like, people should understand that it's deeper than that.
Yeah.
It's deeper than, because now people have equated what is happening, generally in Africa and even generally in the whole world, equated it to the failures of a particular ethnicity. And that's where it's going to cause multiply between ourselves. Because when you come against me, I have to stand up for myself. Just like from your example of the rat, you spoke about some few minutes ago. If push comes to shove, I'm going to stand up for myself. So I think people should learn to understand that this road is deeper than whatever we can see,
Yes.
on the surface. It transcends the peripheral. So
Yes, it does.
deeper than that.
Yes,
Thank
it
you
does.
very much, Minister.
Yes, my brother. Thank you. Nice for having you. Thank you so much. So yeah, so that's what it is. It's just information. And guess what? It doesn't need to get even this deep. Sometimes, yeah. Just a moment, gang. Just a moment before gang and before Catholicism before gang. So I always tell people that I would rather even have you not even understand this complex, because this gets very deep. And I tell people, one of the things I'm trying to say, push out there, is that before you start opening before you start opening Bible, be sure that you have had breakfast, right? It sounds almost like, you know, it sounds almost funny, but these spiritual matters of the Bible should not be handled by somebody who is still grappling with, he's not done his personal hygiene, he's not had good breakfast, he's still somewhere, just confused. You understand? So you can mute when you come up next time. Or Mr. Gang, please help me check that person, or Casolese, or any other moderator. So um Tevi Tevi.
By force.
That's one of the.
I love kissing the white man's ass. Y'all coming over here from Africa.
Please, can you just be respectful and just keep quiet and listen?
So just remove him. He's not even. He keeps coming back. So it's just to keep removing him. He's back again.
But when you come, just hold on.
Just
We can answer. We will answer you, but just hold on when you come. Don't come and be posing your words on us. Please,
yeah.
hold it there.
Right.
Get that white man colonized.
Hold it there first. We can talk about
Let me
it,
change.
Mr. Man.
Let me
What's your problem?
let me change the settings. The way Casolese is responding is funny to me. All right. So you discover that.
Pastor Casolese is now 0/10. I'm on 3/10. I didn't remove the sheet from the source. The salt from the sheet running. Casolese remove the salt from the sheet. Me, I didn't.
Well.
I know, but then the thing is, some of these black Americans, the way they behave is just.
Wait, what has changed? So many spammers these days. I think it's settings for Lalani. It's actually partly my fault. But I think it's that setting that actually spiked up the views, to be fair. Okay? There's a little button you click that makes just about anybody just request from nowhere. Okay? So I've unchecked that button now, and it's saying her. So what we might do is, if we get the viewership we want, we'll just turn it off so people don't just keep flying in. So it's very simple. Unfortunately, we've had to dig this far, and maybe there's a reason why God allowed that. I mean, I wouldn't be my brother. Let me also tell Adi something, and everybody listening. Although there's two forms, and I'll get Casolese to speak next. There's two forms of revelation, or two things that push people into the supernatural, is what I call it roughly, or into revolution, or into the supernatural. What just makes you just go beyond the norms? Number one is desperation. When hunger flogs you, or when dangerous, you see life and death like this unaliving somebody, adrenaline pops in at that moment, you see. But for longer moments, like a whole year, a whole season of your life, hunger, right, or lack of something, or pain, or something like that, that's one. Number two is something that God just decides to put there. For me, it was more of the second. I wasn't enjoying the best of my life, but at least my people were not. Okay, I mean, I was born in Lagos. What are you talking about? It's not heaven, right? Okay. And for as far as I know, everybody wanted to go to Canada, everybody wanted to go to the United States and to the UK. Okay, so it wasn't the best. So it was a mixture of these two. But I'm saying that to say this, that if everything was super perfect, the Oyinbos that discovered this thing we are saying, they just discover it and they keep it in their shelf and they continue going to their spa and their beaches and enjoying their lives, because they don't have any reason to push it to come here every morning like I do. Do you understand? It doesn't affect them. It doesn't connect to them. But I mean, you are not the one who is doing the racism. Somehow you're a beneficiary, but yeah, it's not me doing it. So there we go. Do you get it? So they're not going to come here, you see. So it is one of those things that it's when that thing pushes that much. But you don't need to go this complex. Again, the bottom line is, if people get the basic amenities, get things done, I mean, they get just about what they want for life. People don't care if Nigeria is called Biafra, or it's called Cambodia, or if it's called Burundi. Who cares? Give me food, make a chop. I mean, let me have light, drive nice car, whatever they are lusting after, you know. Okay, if they can have that, nobody will be on the street. You understand? How many Africans do you see here? You hear somebody rape somebody in UK, Nigerian man, for where? I've not seen that village juju that will follow him, that will make say, hey, we don't want to make it. If they're doing that, it's just joking. You understand? The guy's got basic thing he needs, he's fine. He just needs to sleep, get his family food. But this next generation, okay, that's why I said there needs to be a little bit of mix. Someone who has not really seen suffering. For some of us who were born in Lagos, not as if Lagos is that bad, by the way, but who are seeing you, you just get satisfied with just once breeze touch you, you walk a little bit, you can go to Spain once in 2 years. I mean, you're pretty much happy. But when you now have children you gave birth to in this, they will now be asking more important questions other than food. That's why I say one generation at least. Let me hear from Kasolese. Let's go.
I wanted to ask him some questions that because of what he said, the differences and all that. But the first question I wanted to ask him if he actually believes that this Bible story here, as Black African story, if he actually has any iota of belief that it might be our story and all.
Okay, that's a long route.
Yeah, because that's the basic of our this because this is where we pass our information. So when we know who we're actually fighting. Because when we are fighting, like Bible says, not kind of those the people that came to divide Africa, they didn't do it because they have sense too much. Something was backing them up. Something gave them information. Right? Something told them, go, this is the main place. Go and divide it. Look, this is what you're supposed to do. Do it this way and do it this way. They didn't just come up with that idea. That idea was deeper than what that Berlin conference. If you check it well, the leader of that is the person that led that conference is not a natural human being.
Right.
You understand? So when we know the exact person
what we're dealing with. Yes,
and
and
you see, like you said, to make Africa better is no difficult.
at all.
Leave it alone.
Exactly.
Just leave it. Leave us. Like South Africans say, leave us.
Leave us.
Leave us.
you are doing drugs. Nigerians are doing drugs. Leave us.
Just leave us with our leaders. When
Yes.
they come to borrow money,
Don't give them.
When they come to buy ammunition, don't give them. Let
Yeah.
them even develop by themselves. If they want to unalive us,
Yes.
let them develop it.
I'm
by
telling you.
themselves.
I'm telling you. Even the Fulani, the bullet is using will finish one day, and there will be nobody giving him bullet because that crazy beast-looking human being who has turned himself to a beast cannot make a bullet. Somebody is supplying it to him. That bullet will finish one day, and we figure out bullet don't finish. They are fighting with gun. Or rush the guy. Just give it 3-5 years. The thing will finish, but somebody is supplying it.
Don't give them ammunition. Just Shebi we want to fight each other. Africans want to fight each other now. Just leave us to do that.
You understand? You understand?
Don't bring your guns and bullets. Don't do anything. Just leave us to handle our affair.
Exactly.
If the continent 5 years, everything will just change.
I'm telling you, as short as 5 years.
You'll be shocked.
Indeed.
Don't even allow us import cars.
Right?
Don't allow us
People go trek.
just shut down on us.
Just shut down. That's why.
Nothing will come in, nothing will go out.
And that's very important what Kasolese is saying. But let me let you learn so I can add something. Yeah.
Yeah. So you will see that we'll go deeper and solve our problem by ourselves. The only reason is as if we are not getting better is because of the interferences.
Yeah.
And plus the greedy people who are lazy, who don't want to do anything, they just want to borrow money and collect and eat.
Yep.
Because that's the idea they put in their head. And guess what? Before you even get to that level, so they made this thing difficult to the point. Before you even become a politician, you have to swear an oath.
Many.
If you go deeper in Nigeria, you want to be part of this politics. It's either you swear an oath to be on the side of the ones that are not too wicked. You still swear an oath.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about all of them.
The day I saw Sheyi Makinde, sorry, Kasolese, the day I saw Sheyi Makinde, I consider him a generally good person, and what's the word? Just generally good politician, like maybe like Ifeanyi Okowa kind of person. Because I think Ifeanyi Okowa is, I almost know somebody that knows him, that's met him and all of that. like a kind of good-hearted man, right? Is what I would call Sheyi Makinde of Oyo State, right? But the day I saw him and Atiku on the same poster, I just gave up. I'm like, no. Like, but he has to do that because he's in so-called PDP. So before the man gets there, he would have been tied down in many different ways, many different allegiances he cannot say no to. Let the article now say, leave those boys in that corner. I'm not saying you shouldn't protect your people, but don't just close your eye for that side. Oh yeah, now Sheyi Makinde, just close your eye. How do you want him to respond? He will have to say, so until truth is exalted beyond and above fraternity, we are not going anywhere. Go ahead, my brother.
So that's the thing. For you to even be part of this people, see, I grew up in Port Harcourt. I was when this man, the former governor before this recent one in Rivers State, was there. When he was not even the governor yet, they were giving people 2 million to join Ogoni, which some of my childhood friends joined.
Can you imagine? Oh, wait, is it Wike? Wait, is it Wike?
Become the politicians.
The person before Wike.
Grassroots. They about grassroots. That is the grassroots.
The person before Wike, right? Or after Wike? Was Wike governor?
Wike himself.
Oh, was he the one giving the money?
Yes.
Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine that? So you see, at that kind of level,
One of my childhood friend, he collected 2 million to join.
yeah, sold his soul like that. I mean, Is it that kind of person now? Is it that kind of person now you will tell, don't worry. Grandmaster say don't worry. Grandmaster say don't touch that Fulani, not eat something. He will obey, right? So someone will say his uncle joined.
How are you going to deal with that? You start from there. They start indoctrinating you into the system. Then you now get to the level where you want to be chairman. They will pick you, put you there. This is what you're supposed to do. You will do that because chairman in Nigeria is not even autonomous.
That's local government chairman, right? Local government chairman, right?
Yes, they're not. They don't operate by themselves. They have to everything they have to do it through the governor and the rest of them. Now, who is going to take care of the streets? It's the job of councillor and chairman.
So his loyalty, and what Catholicism is saying is very
It's from the governor.
exactly. And watch this. By the way, the same way the local government chairman and the House of Assembly, House of Rep, local House of Assembly, whatnot, is towards the governor and the senators. All of that is towards the president. And guess who the loyalty of the president is to? Is to the Western world. They listen to them more than they listen to their people. So it goes like that.
So now, local government chairman does not have access to money. So even if you're complaining your gutter is full, the place is getting flooded, he has to get to the governor. But who do you see? Who is closer to you? Chairman and councillor. Right? Now, all these things, they are all in this right up here. This is one of the solution.
He's not even against you, by the way. He's just saying his perspective.
Can I just if the question is for you, sir. Do you believe this African story?
I think it does.
I'll get to that. But before I get to that, can I just make a little clarification? You talked about Ogboni. So Ogboni is actually very very it's a traditional practice of the Yorubas.
It's been messed up.
You have to understand that Ogboni in itself is not actually evil, but I think the utility right now might have actually been used for something that's not beneficial.
Of course.
Like from the word itself, Ogboni, it means Ogboeni, somebody very very.
Let me add.
Somebody older.
Let me add something.
That has a lot of secrets and wisdom of
Ade,
society.
we are the same. Let me show you something. You see that Ogboni you said? Ogbo, it's the same thing as Ngbo in Igbo. It means ancient. What you call Eni, which is Eniyo, a person in Yoruba, is what they call Onye in Igbo. So this is where it's still coming back to. But go ahead, it's the same thing. It's the usage, like you said.
Yes. Yeah, like I'm saying, I'm just trying to, because you said that like that Ogboni now, that person might have joined because they want power, they want to be close to power. But in the original sense and utility, it was never about lust for power.
Right.
It was about preservation of secrets. The old person in the society
Right.
that knows a lot of secrets of how the society functions. And let me now go to your question. Yes, I have known that for a very, very long time. We know, the Bible we have today that we read is a compendium of a lot of manuscripts that originated from Africa. We know they never originated from Europe. I know that, some of them might have been modified, they might have been changed, the sequence might have been changed, but all those stories, most of them, even including the ones that are not there, a lot of those stories originated from Africa. And we know that.
Yeah.
I know that for a long time.
So he has answered you, Kasolese. He knows. So it's just one of those things. But I don't want Gang to wait for so long. Mr. Gang has been waiting. But again, just 30 seconds again. Just based on Ade's question to myself, like, how long? Another way that can happen is that ground up or from up down. Okay, the ground up is what I explained. That will take one generation. But if God wants to interfere, I don't know if you understand what I said, Ade. Right? The enemies that are choking these nations and tempting all of the Judases, even if you are not a Judas, they will make you a Judas and give you dollars, because that's where the dollars come from. Check even the Obas, right? They are still subject to the governors at the end of the day. So until something happens to that Western world, maybe a war, I'm not hoping for war, and they don't see Africa matter for like 10 years, you see Africa will naturally become good the way it naturally became bad.
Yes.
Gangzi,
I
let me hear.
believe you, Minister. I agree with you on that as well.
Yeah, Gangzi, let me hear from you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you to everyone who has been on the panel. I've listened keenly and carefully as well. I've listened to Ade what he was trying to say. I heard the background about ideology and all of that. The truth about it is that our Nigerian politicians don't have ideology. The ideology is what can benefit their pocket.
Right.
And I'm saying this as someone who is close to some.
Yeah.
Right? My younger brother is the chairman of my local government, so I know exactly what I'm saying. I know the struggles. I know some of the conversations we have with him with respect to and just like Kasolese said, they are still under the governors. It's what the governor decide to do with you that they do with you. There's nothing you could say that changes it, and that is just it. I think that they need to understand that the formation of Nigeria was a plan to keep us down. And the earlier we understand that, the better for us. Whether we're going to regional government or not, much as I also advocate for regional governance, I still feel that if the players and then the drum beater remains the same, the dance will not be different. So long as the West is beating the drums, whether we are regional or not regional, all people there their allegiance will be to those people, and they will dance the same dance. We will not see any more difference. We need people who have a different mindset, a different understanding, a different ideology to come into the system to be able to church. But the bad thing about it is that they made the system in such a way that those people who have the desire to see the change come are not given the opportunity to even get to the place where they can effect the change. And that is where I have supported Peter Obi right from 2023, and you can see everything they are doing, because he's part of them, but he has a different kind of a more humane, a more empathic kind of approach to things. They are doing everything they can not to get in there, because they know that the moment he goes there, he's going to disrupt a lot of things. You get it? So nobody will work for the good of the people. The best bet they have is to keep impoverishing the people, so that every time election comes, they dangle stuff at them, and people just follow them and then re-elect them, and then they continue. To be frank, and I know this, we can deny it, we can argue to any point, Tinubu didn't win this election. He has won, he has not won. Forget that fact that he had come from the trenches. He has forgotten the ideas of the trenches. He's about himself, he's about his family, he's about
maybe even ego, right?
It's not even about the Euphrates.
Of course.
He has his own allies that he's picking from within the Yorubas that he's dealing. It's about himself and the Lagos agenda and everything. So there's not going to be any change. That we were thinking that when he comes to power, he was going to do something different. No. How did he come to power? What was his ideology? What was the mindset that brought him to power? You need a revolutionist to be able to come to bring the change. You get it? And they are having the field day because Nigerians are not ready. We are not tired.
Yeah.
You know, I remember when Esau came back to Jacob, and he discovered that Jacob has taken his right. You know, he cried to the father and said, "Is there no other thing I could get from you?" The father still blessed him a bit, but he said, "You continue this way until you get restless." He says, "When you become restless, you get the yoke off your neck. His yoke off your neck. You get it. So until Nigerians get to the point of we are restless, this thing cannot continue, and we take our destinies into our hands and begin to fight and make sure that these guys understand that we are more in number than they are. Because see, they are the same. Today is APC, they move to our ADC. All of them just decamp and move to that party. It's all about sharing the national cake amongst themselves. So they spread themselves across different parties. The moment a particular party wins, we now start seeing them defecting and coming back to fill that party when they have had their field day there. So we cannot have any continuation until we get to a point of understanding. I like what Minister has said earlier. Information is what is information that bears revelation. Revelation bears revolution. Revolution now bears liberation. So it is when you revolve that you can be liberated. Bob Marley would say, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. No one but yourself can free your own life, your own mind. There's no, you have no fear for atomic energy because none of them can change the tide. How long will they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? You know, so he said it. If you listen to that redemption song, that's exactly what we're looking at. Until we get to the point where our mental capacity, we liberate our minds from this slavery we have imposed ourselves to, and what we've been sold over the time, and embracing this truth that we are the real, the Bible is our history, and we embrace it and begin to work towards that. We will continue to blame, we continue to shift blames. You know, we continue to shift blames, just like Adam. Where Adam, he said, okay, why did you do this? No, it's the woman he gave me. He asked the woman, why did you do this? No, it's the serpent. We keep shifting the blame. Rather than take responsibility and then look for a way out to correct it, we keep shifting the blame we keep apportioning the responsibility to others. We don't want to take responsibility for our downfall. We just keep apportioning it to others to say, no, it's these people. No. Until we come to our senses, like the prodigal son, to say, let me return. You know, how many of my father's hired servants are living the kind of life I'm living? Let me just go back and tell my father, I'm not even worthy. Just make me a servant in the house. Let me just be a servant in the house. I don't even want to be anything. And when he got to me, he noticed that the father had been waiting for him all this while. And when he came, the father celebrated his return. You get it? So we have to, get informed. That's what we're doing here. Keep talking about these things until we embrace it. And the people that are even fighting this thing the more are even our people. The white people who heard this information got it, pushed it aside because it has nothing to do with them. What is their business? We are the ones that need to understand this truth and embrace it. But when we talk this truth, you begin to discuss this truth even amongst us. They look at you as if you are mad, you don't know what you're saying. You want to be, you are a wannabe. You just want to belong. You just want to call yourself an Israelite for what? All of that. That's how they just laugh at you. Again, this is your claim that you want to be an Israelite. What do you know? But we have refused to get it. So the point about it is that much as I agree that we need to have regional governance, if it's the same crop of people that are going to lead the flow, there's not going to be any difference. It's still squandermania. It's still borrowing and kleptocracy.
Kleptocracy. Yeah. So indeed.
Kleptocracy has not happened. They are just about themselves. The more they become rich, the more they dominate you. That's the mindset.
Yes.
The more they get money into their pocket, the more they dominate you. So long as you can come to knocking on their doors in the morning, and then they will queue up, they'll give you stipends, you go outside there, go and fight for them, come back tomorrow, they give you stipends again. They've got you where they want you to be.
Yes.
They've gotten you where they want you to be.
And
you can imagine even what is happening. I'm in the country. Sorry, you are not here. The primaries of the parties that happen. Okay, people defected to your party. You promised them, no, we are going to give you direct ticket. By the time people did the election, when people even voted and said, okay, this is the person we want, you went to the headquarters and said, no, there's a consensus that these are the people that we want. So what the people even want, we don't agree with them. You decide on who you want to be in position. So all of these kind of things still cannot really help us. So for me, much as we are talking about these things, our people just need to understand, get this information, get this knowledge, and begin to understand it and begin to run with it.
Yes, very important.
In Habakkuk, we say, write the vision, make it plain. So we will keep writing the vision and making it plain as we are doing here. We'll keep making it plain. We believe that someday truth and revelation will come to people, and they can now see the truth of this, what we have been saying, and embrace it and begin to run with it.
Yes.
But if we are looking at this, we'll just look at it. This guy, very dark man, whom I'm not really a fan of. Well, recently he just yesterday or day before yesterday, he released an purported audio that Tinubu did about the fact that he even called Peter Obi to talk for him and all of stuff. People didn't even pay attention to what he said. They were paying attention to the voice note. He said, I have a video. Watch the video. But he didn't even give a video. It was a voice recording he gave. He's talking about the video. People are not even looking at the video. They are looking at the voice recording. And then they are attacking him with the voice recording. They don't even know what video he has. Because I know that he didn't bring out a video. He just brought out a voice recording. And he has responded. They are now threatening him that he should be arrested and whatever. He's in China. So they are saying when he comes back, they should arrest him and deal with him. He's treason. He's speaking about. See, this is it. We are the same people that are talking that this person should be picked up. Right? We are the same people that are complaining that the person should be picked up when the person is speaking out. But school children were taken a few days ago. These same people who are in government have not said anything about it. Tinubu has not said any word about it. When they asked him about the security, he says it's about love. Where he was talking about the video was talking about it completely away from even the discussion that is happening. They are asking him about the security in the country and saying it's about love. This is a sacrifice of humanity. Animals are sacrificed in place for humans. What are you saying? You are the commander-in-chief of the country. Your country is on fire. It has moved. Initially, it was in the north. We in the north were worrying. You heard them call us from the southwest and the east and the south side. See how you guys faring in the north. But the thing has gotten close to them. It's in Ibadan. It's a stone throw to Lagos. Very soon you will attack Lagos, and then you understand the truth about what is happening. You get it? So all of this stuff that we are talking about is not it. Let them decisively deal with this thing. Face this evil head on. And give us security. The primary purpose of government is security and welfare.
Yep.
That is all. That's what the constitution is. Welfare and security is what you are. So that's your primary responsibility. It's not building roads and everything. It's security, because if you build the roads and then the people are not secure, who will apply the road now? So these are the things that we're talking about. It's not beyond. It's not just this. Come and assure people that okay, we can have what to eat for 3 meals, morning, afternoon, and evening. Let us know that we can sleep in our homes with our eyes closed, without us being agitated for anything. People will forget about what you are doing. Nobody cares about how you want to impress it. Give us the basic amenities that we want. That's what we're saying.
That's it.
So but we'll keep talking about these things and we keep postulating and keep talking about we need to have this. No, the people that are there are not willing to do it.
Exactly.
We have asked for constitutional review how many times? Every government will say they are going to review the constitution. And what have they done about the constitution? Was the constitution a constitution? No.
And again, even on constitutional review, like I've said, as much as I still, advocate for that to some extent, but is it not the constitution you follow that was going to take effect? The one, even this bad one, they don't follow and finish. They have not. So, but it's getting better, right? Even the bad one, they have not followed it. So it's getting better gradually. By information keeps pushing. Information is pushing on one end. On the other end, there's also suffering and pressure. For example, if, God forbid, there's Fulani invasion into Lagos, right? Something like that, begin to touch some of these people's investment, then they will clash. You understand? When they start touching some people's investment, then there will be a clear clash. And that's when you will see they will take mercenaries from the US to come start protecting oil. You see oil rig, no Fulani can enter, but it can enter people's houses. That's when you will know that there's money. Just check. So people will now start staying close to oil rig, just like electricity. Do you know people used to charge at mast? Mast no dey carry light. I was a telecom engineer. There will be light there, fuel 24 hours. Why? People have money to sponsor that thing. The diesel will not fail. Sometimes it does, but a good telecom company that if you work with one, there will always be diesel on that site. It will not go down. So what do people do? They come near the site and charge their phones. That's the same way, God forbid, the time is coming. You will see telecom mats protected like this with godo people. People will now start spreading mats in front of telecom mats because there's police there. Just check. It's so simple. You understand? So when that suffering gets to a point, people will revolt. Now, people know that there's a man called Yaya Bello. I've not even checked him, but I think he embezzled funds. He's more or less should be in prison or something. But there are some people that are still putting him into primaries or something like that. I've not checked. Okay.
No, he won a ticket for APC to contest senator.
And has he been
Against Natasha that has been doing things for our people. They want to remove her so that they can bring an oppressor.
Wow. And has he been exonerated from those charges, even in the messed up legal system?
The EFCC boss had sworn that if he doesn't get into do, that he will leave his office. Where is he talking about today?
Right.
He got the Senate ticket to come into the Senate next year.
Can you imagine that? You see.
That's
So.
It's just a mouth. It's the same class of people.
You see.
Same class of people.
So that's what I've been saying. That even this messed up legal system and the messed up constitution they're working with, follow that constitution as a day like that. I know it contains Sharia, which is mad, and all of that confusion and what they call it now, contradictions you have there. Follow Nigerian constitution as it is today. Nigeria will almost become a paradise next week. Just follow it as it is. Now there's confusions there, contradictions, but it says if you carry this such and such money, this is the punishment. Let them follow just that. I'm telling you, we will not even need a review yet. You understand? So those are the.
Has gotten ticket. The EFCC boss is still there. He has not resigned. He has not left the office after as promised. You know, the stories.
I better leave those people. All of them, they are the same. There's nothing anybody is telling me. They are all the same kind of people.
You see?
And that which is why I believe, this is my own personal opinion.
Yeah.
Right? Which is why I believe that Khan is also part of them. And I will
Eventually, and his money, because people are hungry.
They are part of them. Because Khan has the capacity. Once a country is not doing what they are supposed to do, right? First, at least major thing, protect lives and properties. Okay, protect lives, leave properties first.
We don't select now. Go ahead. Oh my God.
The people that are alive will protect their own properties.
It's only sorry, Casolete.
Oh my
In Nigeria, that life doesn't mean anything.
Kai.
Life has become a statistics.
Kai.
When there's an attack, how many were unalive? They will not argue. No, it's 50. No, it's 70. No, it's 100. No, it's 20. You understand? Human
Kai.
beings, we're catching it like granite in the market.
Kai.
So asking, okay, we're arguing about how many were unalive or whatever. These things are still ongoing.
Like I said,
There's not a day in Nigeria that people are not being unalive. There's no day passes in Nigeria that somebody's not unalive, being unalive.
On something that is avoidable, completely avoidable.
yeah.
It is well.
No, they want to win election.
Like I said,
They want
right?
to win election.
Like, leave the property, protect life first. Khan could not even drag this government to court. Not even Nigerian court, though. They have the capacity to drag men to ICC.
This thing is deep. Oh. Let me add one more.
These Oyinbo people.
Oyinbo.
They don't want you to disgrace them.
Yes.
They don't want you to disgrace them.
They don't like disgrace.
Once you drag
It is
Oyinbo
their
there,
agenda. It is their agenda that is being done. What they want is what they have seen. So they will not fight it. It's what they
Yes.
want that they have seen.
Yes.
You get it? If it's favors them, it's not clear. If you like to unalive yourself, unalive yourself. So long as okay, continue. Sorry, sir.
I'm going somewhere like what I wanted to say is that you see these Oyinbo people, they are highly legalistic.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And they don't want you to drag them into mud.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Yes.
And if you link them in their own court.
Yes.
So what is happening in Nigeria
ICJ.
will end.
Is the ICJ they call it?
It will end.
That's true.
The ICJ, International Criminal Court.
Hmm.
If you, the International Court of Justice, I mean, whatever they call it.
Yeah.
If you drag them and leave these British people, blink everything, carry them, drag
They will
them
respond.
inside
They have to respond. At worst, they will try to assassinate you in a way, but if you're able to go through, they have to respond. They are that legalistic. You understand? They will leave the people. But yes, the moment you want to say it, Pam, they will pack dollar, give your mouth. After is it negotiation, intimidation before they move to elimination. So they will first give you money, like that man they gave bomb. That one I said in that video. So that's the way they do it. That's the way they do it. You know.
Because somebody I know during that Buhari's term in UK almost punched. They carry him into court to go and to jail him. As soon as this guy mentioned, they asked me if he's guilty. Say I'm not guilty. The British government is guilty. You are guilty. You the judge. This person is guilty. This person is guilty. You're the one that gave us this man. You know that they adjourned the case.
Hey.
Today they let the guy alone.
Wow. Can you imagine?
They left him.
So
Because they
this.
know that if they go further, this guy will disgrace them in their courts. A lot of things will be open.
So they are very legalistic, and if you understand your enemy, I understand the curse, but curse sounds like a rhetoric thing to be saying all this while Africans go say na curse, do good road, you are saying it's curse. They won't understand. So Wala Olani is correct. It's like a cursish kind of thing. But before we touch spiritual matter, I say abeg, even this black African, no worry, leave that one. Oga, Yaya Bello don't steal money. How come he's getting a senatorial seat? And now my brother now where the problem dey? You understand? It's difficult to tell your brother truth. Tell him truth. Oga, go sit down first. If you don't even enter prison, just go sit down. You are now taking senatorial seat. You understand?
Not even brother things, so
you understand? Money.
all in the same court. Everything that is happening. Why it's coming back is because they leave him. He will mention things that they don't want people to
You understand? So it's information. Information is very important. Information, truth. So what I see is that in the coming years, it will become clear who and who in this country don't chop, don't chop, and they no fit talk again. You know, the person where they chop, no they talk. Understand? Well, it's table manners. When you're eating, you don't talk. So those that are chopping, it will now start to expose them. And if you don't chop too, begin to vomit them and say, okay, I don't chop this one, no, but I know they chop again. We are repent. No be the Bible repent. I mean, fake Christianese repent. Where you go finish now, a lot house they go after you leave altar. Repent, stop the chopping and start to expose the others. Once we start having that, everything go clear. When somebody tell Tinubu that, can you help me? The woman, I think she says she's a widow and stuff like that. Ask Tinubu in London or something. What can you do for my people? It was even in the north then. Can you help us stop this insecurity problem? He said, you know, his response. He said, if I do that, according to the woman at least, if I do that, I'll step on many toes. Can you imagine that? So they know. So let us keep pushing out the information so that we know. A person that does not know now will say, can't they fly drones? When they fly drones, they will take it to the Ogbomoso village and they can tell who is who. You don't need drones, is not the problem. They know who they do this thing. They know them. They don't make bullets out of cow cannot urinate. You turn cow urine to bullet. No, person they give them something. And that thing passes the border. It passes Niger. It passes boat water. You understand? It passes your port. So let's keep pushing out the information. It will now become clear that you are dealing with a full devil. So it gets clear. We now know who is who. That this man a devil. This one this one true. That's where we're going. You understand?
Minister, I want to, you know, everything that is happening. You know, history repeats itself.
Yep.
Right? Everything that is happening in Nigeria now is exact the things that you will see in Ezekiel. You will see in Kings, First and Second Kings. You will see all these things. They are all lined up.
Yes.
The same way.
Yes. One prophet will speak the truth, and that one will say na lie.
People say their life don't mean anything. You're doing this and you're worshiping idols, and God allowed these things to happen to you. Right? So at the end of the day, the major thing is as if God is
senses.
Then he would turn the thing again. Because at the end of the day, that's what happened. He said these people have to come to me and realize that I am their God and they are my special people. So I need them to understand that. Once they understand that, I can turn things around
very easily. I mean, just one battle, God forbid, though. I'm not for those na UK I dey. Just one war, make Iran or with Russia just fight US. All of those you ask for money from IMF for last one, they just block your line. No more money. So the local government chairman would naturally begin to revolt because money is not coming from the top again. Anything he gets, but now the one way I see I go chop. This governor, I don't know the thing. He will gather the thing. By the time he knows that there's no bulletproof car that is coming again, if you walk on that street, no car to carry you, they go hold your neck. You understand? No fake dollars to what's the word? To bribe people with. You're good. People will start resigning naturally, not because they are righteous, because money no dey there again. These are simple things. It's so simple. Let me hear from Esau. He's been here for about 3 minutes. Esau, let's go, my brother.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. I have a very different point of view on this whole matter.
Yeah.
And it's quite simple. Now, because I think somebody spoke about what happened in the book of Kings and how it is relatable to what's happening now. It's very correct. But I want to pick up one story, and that is the story of those lepers. When I think the kings of other nations were worried, they were planning to war against the Israelite nation, and they had a camp. In that camp, they were there one night when some lepers, like about 2 lepers, I think, they told themselves, "Are we going to stay here and die? It's not better we go look for food." And that decision they took made them make the move that they made towards that camp where they get food, because they believe they will get food there. But on their approach towards the camp, when they were going, the enemies were hearing the sounds of horses that were more than their own, and that was God backing up the movement of those people. So that thing sent fear into that camp, and they all took rage. They ran for their life, and that was how food was in abundance, because those guys, they had supplies there. So what I'm saying in essence now is that this nation, Nigeria, and in the state we find ourselves, in as much as we expect that God will do something, in as much as we've prayed, I think more than just speaking, we need actions. We are lagging in actions completely. We are lagging in actions totally. We are. And if we expect that God should come in his full might, wow, there is something called the act of God. And if it happens, I think both the innocent and the guilty may be affected if the act of God happens. God does his things in ways that if it is being experienced on earth here, it becomes disastrous. The story of Sodom and Gomorrah is an obvious example. So there are certain things that he would do in his actions as God, and both the innocent and the guilty will start suffering for it. So I think the best way we should see to it that these things are taken care of is talk less. I know we have good intentions to make sure that these things work, and eventually we start addressing the things that are happening in the land. We start addressing them. Yes, we are trying to motivate people to see to it that these people see what is happening in the land that are not good and see them exactly the way they are. But beyond, in fact, when we're even doing that, let's also know that we are not driving fear in the heart of so many people. Talking like words, they are spells. They are spells. So if we don't use that, certain times we use them and they become they become toxic on us. You speak grammar and you feel good with it, even in a situation that is not palatable. And that is where we found out the reason why we are now into condemnation culture. Anything that happens that we know we cannot control already, because we are lagging in action, we start condemning them. Everybody will post, everybody will raise their voice, and at the end of the day, after 2 weeks, it's all gone. We need actions. Then the last point I want to raise is the point of how we love guilty indulgence. I'm not innocent in this, but I have seen it as a big problem. Lust in Africa as a whole is a major problem, and you can even testify to that. The way other women, especially in Nigeria, they talk about Nigerian men a lot, how they do this, they prefer Nigerian men and all that. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Even within Nigeria, it is a thing. The hookup culture, the night clubbing and all what drives him to the mode where he can actually stand and have a strong willpower over self. A lot of us are depleted. We have depleting testosterone these days. Are we even thinking of that area? No. They look like minor things, but collectively, if there is a way, I don't know how it will happen, but if there is a way, these things are being addressed effectively, and we start making moves towards the positive side of making sure we regain all that we are losing. Before long, you find that these small efforts will eventually build up to something that will now become a movement that would even lead to a positive change. Because even as we pray, it is still men that God needs to fulfill His purpose here on earth. Even as we do our prayers, it is still men that God will need to fulfill His purpose here on earth. Because if we are expecting Him to come on His own, the blast of His nostril alone would wreak so much havoc on the land. And that's my simple submission. Thank you.
Yeah, you're actually right in the things you said, right? And that's why we keep saying, if you can protect yourself, self-defense is a right to everybody, and that's one of the reasons I keep attacking the can for not doing what they're supposed to do to protect at least the ones who worship with them and the rest. Because I know that when can protect themselves, the Muslim culture too will do the same thing for their own people, right? And there's no other way rather than as a can, you're not preaching violence. So the only way you can do it is take them outside the shores of Nigeria, sue them to court, sue the president himself, because he swore an oath. He said, I'm taking this oath to protect lives and properties, which is opposite of what is happening. By the time they do that, the people will also join. Now, you don't expect these people now, you don't expect people who don't have access to all these things to start fighting. They will use you saw what happened in NSAS, right? They will use their army. They will use all these things against you. But if you have people like those religious leaders, those pastors, everybody come together, this thing has to end. Yeah? If you have them come together and say, no, what is happening now is not persecution of the last days. What is happening is actually they are unaliving people. And we have to do our part by protecting people, right? Then all these things is to start dying down. See, like I said, these Oyibo people, they don't like you to drag them in the mud. Even if they even take UK to court, some of these things will stop. Because as far as I'm concerned, this Nigeria, both the name and the creation is UK product. And no matter how we try to pretend, it's not. See, whatever name you give your dog is what he's going to answer. And I'm sure none of us has gone to UK to gather some people and gather some people and tell them, from today now you're Scotland, or from today now this is your name. They will chase you away. You understand? Now, for them to do that to us means partially Nigeria is their property. You don't even know if they sign any agreement with that name. As long as that name still remains, this is what is going to be. Because if name is not important, God will not change Jacob's name. God will not change Abraham's name. All these things, we need a lot of. That's why I say this thing is deeper than what we think. It's not from natural human thinking. It came from the devil himself. No, you can say what you want to say.
It's like he's not coming on. Brother Iso. Okay, it's like he's gone up. I agree, but I have a feeling that I may be wrong, and I stand corrected. I a feeling we don't need the Nigerian government. The Nigerian government is corrupt through and through. Down from the local to the federal, we don't need them anymore. We don't. They really are not going to help us. Because here's what I think is happening. Maybe there are some good ones among them, but whenever but maybe when they show them, yeah. So maybe when they show them pictures of what they did to Patrice Lumumba and Sankore, it's a case of, do you want to toe the line or do you want to end up like this too? And many other revolutionaries who wanted to stand against the beast system. So if you're not trying to stand a beast system, then if you can't beat them, join them. This is what is happening. This is why I feel that they are contaminated through and through. We don't need them. Here is why we need our religious leaders. And I'll repeat it again. Pastor may not agree with me. This is why we need them to come together. We don't need too much. We just need a quorum. Pastor may not agree, but I know that there is a curse. Why? The leader said he is not our king. Our king is Caesar. There was a pronouncement that was made. Caesar is that is why we need their permission to do anything. Pastor says we can do free for all. Okay, go ahead and start the Google. Let me see you do Google and let me see it thrive. The powers that shouldn't be will pull it down. Because you have put yourself with your mouth under their authority. There is a renunciation that our leaders need to make. This is why it's very important that this need, from my own point of view, that this message go across so that we can call these so-called Christian leaders to order and say, you guys need to, with your own mouth, renounce this thing that was said over us so that we can move and then leave this Nigerian government. Now, let us now begin to work within ourselves. Have a community where we have lawyers, we have doctors, we have security. We are doing our thing ourselves. Because if you remember, before Israel had kings, this is what they were doing. They were protecting their own turf. The government is gone. So I'm not even looking at them. Anybody that is still looking at them and expecting them to help, you have missed it. They use their mouth to say, so they are, as far as they are concerned, they are under Caesar and Caesar's and his descendants to date, who are walking around in the scope of whatever these Western nations are. So that's what I think we should do for ourselves. This is what we should do. We need to do it for ourselves. They can't help us. They can't help, because Judas and Ananias and Sapphira will start coming inside. Thank you.
It's true. You know, this situation calls for a hard reboot, like overhauling of the entire system. That's what the situation calls for. And what is happening in South Africa, though being frowned at, I'm looking at it as the genesis of that move, honestly. Because by the time everyone moves back to his own homeland, where you're running from that fire and all that, you start asking questions that matter. Because if you check from the genesis of this whole brain drain situation, you find out that the people still orchestrating it are these same people that are controlling our government. They are the one that orchestrating the reason why people are living from their own town, that is their own country in Africa, to other places for brain pasture. They are the same people. But the plan now is that they will look for the bright minds, bring them over, give them jobs through free visa lottery, and you start paying tax to them. The same system. So by the time these other people now that are being asked to return back, when they go back and start asking the right questions to their government had better get ready to give them the needed answer. Else, probably something will just start from there, which I'm praying for you, honestly.
Yeah, we'll ask questions, we'll ask government questions, true. But you know how the Roman Empire ruled, right? When the people start asking them questions, what do? They put them in arena, call Spartans, what do they call them? Gladiators to come and fight and appease the people. It's like getting them drunk, you know. Now, in the case of Nigeria, they use a lot of things. They use religion, they use tribal, they use a lot of things. But we now, that's what I'm talking to. We who still go to church, who still believe in God, who still know that there is God. those prophets, even Jeremiah was in prison because he kept telling them, don't do this, right? But you can't find any pastor right now or any religious leader that is in prison because of what he said to the government. Do you understand? Now, we can't find anybody. So we that are Christian, we need to hold them. When they are preaching, yeah, they are preaching, they are praying, causing those people, fine. I know you're causing them to the roots, which will happen. But, okay, also do something, right? You see this government, the only way I did not say you should go and fight or go there and drag a president by their shirts. No. At least do something that people will see and say, oh, the church is doing something about this thing. Not calling us every Sunday to sit down and pray, which is very important. But you have to also do something.
At this point,
we need to hold our religious leaders accountable in churches because they are the ones calming us down. Do you understand? They are the ones calming us down. They are the ones calming the people down. They are preaching, everything is bringing us, like keeping us docile. Imagine you tell your church members, right? If anybody comes to unalive them immediately, and all the churches say the same thing to their church members, what do you think will happen? People will build vigilantes in their villages and everywhere and protect themselves.
That's true.
Do you understand? But just preaching and telling us good things, at this point, you have God blesses you, but you're not even sure if as you're driving, if you'll be safe, because you might get kidnapped. That money that you have, you carry it and bail yourself, and sometimes you don't even come out. Look at children that are going to school. Look at they are flogging them. If you see their backs, you weep. And churches, yes, they are causing those people, but no, that's not enough. To me, it's not enough. Causing them and causing their sponsors is not enough. You have to do something extra because you've been causing them since 2015.
Just like speaking alone is not enough now. Okay, in that case, why don't we just boycott Sunday services? People just come together. The major roads that leads to those big churches, they block it on Sundays. Go back home. These your people are not talking for you. Why don't we just send the message?
But we need to also bring it, at least since maybe they pretend as if it's not, maybe they are pretending. We need to tell them, sir, you guys are not doing enough, please. Not when it happens, you will not see pastors go there and try to give them things, try to help. No, prevent it by taking action.
Most of these big GOs, they have direct connection to the presidency. They do. If they want to see the president today, or within the shortest time.
And tell him, see, if you don't, at least start from somewhere, do something. Don't keep quiet, just do something. Call him. If you have to call them by their names, call them out. Go and meet them. All of you, go there and meet them and tell them, see, if you don't do this is what we are going to do. Let them even come for you people. Let's see.
Yes. But no, we won't.
We are going to tell our members to buy PPU. Everybody should buy PPU and protect themselves. At this point, that's what we need. Because to think about it, right? If those people that kidnap those children, if they know that the villagers, they are armed, they have PPU, everybody, they won't come out because you that have PPU, now first way first release it on line go win. So you'll be afraid as well.
In fact, if they know you have it, they will caution themselves.
Won't come. I know how this Fulani bandits, I understand them. See, if you give them fire for fire, they will run. They will never come there again. If they know that. So started attacking people, it's vulnerable people that were attacking. They will never go to a place. They will. Have you seen them go to where Niger Delta militants are to fight them?
No, they attempted it and saw the result now.
Never. When they wanted to attempt it, they stopped them.
They will not go. The attempt is that they went to village to go and unalive vulnerable people, and Niger Delta militants were there and gave them equal response. If they knew that they were there, they would not go. I'm telling you, that's how they operate. And if we see the unaliving is the same way. They come, they use machetes on the people. You will see it. That's their signature from day one. Even when they were not even attacking Nigerians. If you're traveling to Niger those days, right, in the late middle 90s, what they do is to unalive everybody, machete them, then pick the money they have in their pocket and move when they are robbing people. I'm telling you what was happening in Niger those days. So it's the same pattern. So when they come to village, they unalive everybody. They use machete and cut them into pieces sometimes. Because those people. Yeah, of course.
Sorry to interject you, sir. What I came up to just say is just that if you want to stop the bully, you have to fight back, and that is what everybody, including you, sir, respectfully, always say that don't fight back, just defend yourself. Don't stand on the defense. If you know this is the bully and it's doing it consistently, one day you will do it and we'll all come at you and finish you. Then you know that these people are serious. Then you will never raise your hand against another person. That's my own submission about this whole thing. You mentioned the religious leader. They are sinning. They are taking contracts in as much we are rich. These people we are protected. They won't come near us. And every other person have been affected. So I don't understand why we still. It's not about Madam Chioma said. Like what? Why are they not stepping forward to speak for other people? And this is what I used to say before we moved. But I discovered that no one will step out to say this is what is going on. We are loyal to personality, to system,
Right.
than being loyal to the truth, including all of us. And some of us, no, let me say, but we will hear some things. We will not. This is what is going on. This is what you should do. This is how I feel. We'll modify and say, choose your choice. This is how I have seen this, and that I think will keep going. If we can tell ourselves, see, you are my brother, you are a thief. If they come, I will tell everybody. So we know that I don't have the loyalty of my brother when it comes to telling. Thank you.
I don't know if anybody heard about this recent sermon by Pastor Paul Euphrates recently. You heard what he said? He says
Thank
even
you.
exaggerating.
I was about to bring that one up. Thank you very much. I heard it all.
He was exonerating the president. How like you can tell from that statement where he belongs, where he stands, and what has been going on from the Bible. You can just tell.
I actually supported him to come in. He said Samuel must come before David. But not what he said.
The same one must come.
No, he said that Saul must come before David.
Yes, the Saul must come before David. He said, well, let's say by the reality, like by the realities we see, even in the Bible, when Saul came, people rejected him. Then David took over. So what is it about that statement he made on last Sunday? How does it correlate with Saul coming before David?
Let me explain why I mean that. Let me explain one of the reasons why they are even doing what they are doing, right? At least to some level. You see, the location of that church, that land, they got it from the man sitting in power now. If he
Can we
saying.
start forgiving people today?
That's what I'm
Can we
saying.
start forgiving
Because
people?
they know all these things. See, if they do anyhow, it will push them down to Ekpe. They will go there and build. They will tell that this land belongs to government, something, blah blah blah. Those are, so it shows that these people are not, they are not for Christians, to be honest.
I think it's time to dismantle mega churches. I think it's time to burn down that whole lie that is mega church. Because if the fear is that they will relocate you, meanwhile, your people are in darkness, bondage, and in fear of their lives. But you're more interested in your church, your cathedral. I can talk like that because Pastor Paul was my pastor. I was attending House of the Rock. I was a diehard House of the Rock member. So I know what I'm saying. If your fear, if what Castellese is saying is true, if the fear is that that they will relocate you, then you are not on our side. This is part of what I'm saying. I did so. When I heard that statement, that was why I said, look, we don't need them anymore. We need to do it for ourselves. We don't need, because they are contaminated. We can now see that Khan too is contaminated. If he, of all people, he started out as a rebel against the organized religion, but now we've seen that he has joined. I see the nonsense, God forgive me, he was saying Nigeria is anyway.
Just imagine that. That's pure gaslighting, honestly.
We need to burn down these things and really do what the Most High. Go back to what the Bible says. We don't need mega churches. Small house fellowship is fine. And if we can organize ourselves in that whole street, if we can all organize, we can find out who is a military somebody who can get us boys who will organize our own protection, get our own, pool money together, get land, do our own light, do our own water, do our own hospital. We don't need this. I'm telling you, we don't need these people. We'll do it ourselves. We are that resourceful. We don't need mega churches. Burn that thing down. Let's do real church, because what they're doing there is not church. How can you stand there and be saying those kind of pronouncing death on a nation, and you say you're a man of God? God forgive me. Did God, how can God put that kind of mouth in word in your mouth?
It's a party house. I'm so sorry to say this. Every organized church, I have said it, that was why I stopped. Every organized church is a social gathering. People come to socialize. House fellowship and two families joining or three families joining together is where you find koinonia. That is when you can speak together. I'm not saying koinonia as a church, as Joshua Salmon. I'm saying this is what I've done for 3 years before I left Nigeria. That was what I was doing. I stopped going to my big church, and this is why I'm being fought here as well. I a big church, and they broke everything, and I'm still waiting on God to do something great, and I'm still going to stand by what I stand for. I don't want to go to any big church. I want 3 families to just pray together and read the word together and share together. That is the only way. You are the temple of the Most High. You carry power. You are a life-giving spirit. AI, most of them are using AI to preach. They now read scholarly. They are teaching psychology, inspirational books. Imagine a pastor standing in front and saying doctrine is important than the gospel. It's about doctrine.
What?
Good news is what is called gospel. Now, if I now say my pattern of training you is more important than what the word says, is that person not a familiar spirit? Sorry, I'm
You
so
can
sorry.
see that God does not like a mega church. Remember, see what happened to the great community of Acts in the book of Acts. Did you see what happened? After they killed what's his name? Stephen. You saw that their mighty commune. You know what happened? Remember what happened? Everybody scattered to the winds. Why did God allow it?
They went into their own homes, gathering in private.
Exactly.
houses.
Not just now. You are even saying home. They scattered into the 4 winds. It was, remember what the Bible says, that the only people who
nobody else left. So that lets you know that God is not interested in this cathedral that they are all doing. Because in truth, people can hide, sin can hide. That was how, and if the Holy Spirit had not apprehended Ananias and Sapphira, you can imagine the kind of filth that started to come in. I mean, how many eyes can the apostles possibly have? Maybe they are like pastor, who all they are doing is praying and reading Bible. How are they going to be monitoring who is sleeping with who is talking about who is stealing from who is Stephen that was supposed to be doing that? What was his business having conversations with people on the outside? God forgive me, and got himself killed. What was his business having those your business is to attend to the people. You're a deacon, attend to the people inside the church. You are having conversation with these people outside. And you brought the snakes inside and the thing scattered. Oh yeah, and God let it scatter so that the gospel can go round. Oh yes.
Coming back to that predestination, coming back to it, from my own perspective, I feel that being at home, raising your children with God's standard is the number one thing that every man and woman is called to do. Nurture your own. If you have trained them the way of God, they are rooted in the word of God. The power of God is in his word. They will rub on another family. So we are 3 families, another secret 3 families. So we are getting stronger. You don't know, these different families are strong in the Lord and his power of his and the power of his might. Now if they come out into the community, they meet in school, you don't know what power I carry, witchcraft they did, babalawo son they did. But if 3 of us are praying in the Holy Ghost, the person will come around and will fall, manifest immediately. Nobody talked. That was what happened when the cloak of fire dropped on them, because they are in one spirit. They have prayed enough. They have made power available enough that once you come around me, I told them in church one day, I said you should pray. Someone said it's not about prayer. So what is it about? This is a church. Stop talking to me like this. They said I'm too rude, I'm too blunt. And I said, why would someone with witchcraft come into church and sit comfortably and be causing people to sleep while you are preaching? Because power is not here. If power is here, you enter, you fall. You enter, you fall again. That was what you said. And then husband enter, fell. Then if wife chance, say the truth. You know, this is the print of those people that took your husband out. See, my own, they will say it's too hot, but sorry, I'm just sorry. I'm not supposed to be talking like this, so I feel like I want to be talking like Mr. Cassidy said. I feel like we should just be serious with making power available for us first. So when you sleep in the house, even if you are not talking, something must not cross the line. And the edge of fire is around that place. Radius of 100 miles, you must not come near. And if you come near, all of you will pop immediately. Pa, pa, pa. So you break it, pa. You break it, pa. So next person that will come near, you know, say, that's no go area if you must go. Behave. It is well.
That's the thing, we really need to hold our religious leaders to account and be accountable for whatever it is that is. See, this whole thing is becoming once you start attacking children, that's the end of it. That particular community, the country is gone, because children are the future. They are attacking the future already. One thing these people don't understand, one thing this government don't understand, that these people that are ruling and calling themselves whatever they call themselves, including religious leaders and all of them. See, among those children is an inventor. Among those children is someone that can bring up an idea that will save a whole country. Okay, let's just imagine for a minute, right? This lady that gave her life during Ebola, that stopped that man, that said that man is not going anywhere, you must be here and we must check you, right? Imagine that woman had on her life long time ago. What will happen to us? That man would have spread that Ebola and everybody would be, a lot of people would be affected. these children, like back when she was a baby or a child, right? Let's imagine it for a bit. It was among these children that is being flogged right now, that is being beaten. Some of them, they will even unalive them and take their organs at the spot, because that's what those people are doing. All this kidnap that you're seeing, there is organ harvest. That's why most of the time, the people that come out from these things are when you're elderly, or when your this thing is damaged, they will let you go. But if you're not, if you're still young and all that, they will, at the end of the day, scatter the person's organ and send to whoever they are sending it to, right? Let's imagine that woman was among these people that time, and that man from Liberia enters Nigeria with Ebola, and then enters the conference, and then on a live shared it in among everybody. What would have happened? That's what these people don't think. Children are very important to every nation. That's why Bible said anybody that has children in their, this is like a wall. It's a protection. And these people, these religious leaders, yes, I understand they are praying. I understand that. It's very important. But Oga, SARS, you guys are not doing enough. What you're doing, you've been doing it since 2015. Since 2012 that this thing started, and it has not stopped till today. So you can't keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result all the time. Change your approach. Not when it happens, you go there and help them, give them whatever you feel that is good for them, give them money to start up again. No. Those people that have been unalive, they can't come back again. Don't you get it? They cannot. It's not possible. They are gone. And no justice. And Bible has if you're reading the Bible, you know that one thing that gets God very angry is injustice. He kept mentioning it. You people are becoming, you're not giving justice to the poor. You are unaliving your children. It's the same. It's there in the Bible. We read it every day and we see it every day. And yet, we allow this kind of thing to happen. And the whole nation, everybody is like going about their business. Everybody is just like that. You know that in a same country, one person, if anything happened to one person unjustly, is enough to cause serious wahala in that country. But here, thousands have gone, no justice, nothing. And we are here. We'll go to church and they will preach, which is good. But you're making us docile with those your preachings, okay? We need to fight back. We need to fight. If fighting is not part of it, 12 disciples will not have sword they will not have sword that they are holding. At least during that time, that was their own pupil, right? They will not have sword, but they had it.
It's very simple. At least if they were on our side, actually, one of those Sundays where people gather, because I know this Redeemed Christian Church of God man.
Pastor said gave a strong instruction. Don't mention churches. Just don't mention churches, please. Let's keep to that.
One of the top that the Jew, I think the number one. Whenever he announces, there's this monthly program they usually have. Whenever he announces that program, you need to see the kind of traffic they cause along that road where they are situated. You need to see the kind of traffic. Just imagine that this man reasons the way majority of the average Nigerians that have been affected by these things reasons, or he has been affected directly, and he made a call for his people to come demand for that which is their right already on the road in demonstration. Don't you think that alone would even create a lot of effect and pass a serious message across? But no, they know
to himself is a politician. Do you think you stayed that relevant for that long at that spot for a long time like that without having bureaucracy?
Okay,
That
I accept.
is a politician. I remember there was a time when what's the name of this other president, Obasanjo, was about to run another term. He was the one that went to meet Obasanjo and told him, do not do it. And he explained why. Something about him being directed by God and watch a movie. You know, he normally doesn't go to any CD shop. God directed him to watch a movie and he saw this Hotel Rwanda movie, right? Basically, and God told him that that's exactly what Nigeria would be like if he comes back again. So you want to tell me God is not talking to him? Maybe God is even the one telling him to stay neutral, don't say anything. I want to flog these people. It's possible. But you can't tell me that he does not know and he cannot see these things. Right? So this when you're talking about people at that level, they're also very political. They are extremely political, in fact.
I saw
I
it.
believe politics are almost everything in Nigeria now. Let me mute myself.
I saw.
Yes, but the followers, they are not sharing the same political ideology with them. In that case, those that have because I believe a lot of them have platforms. I'm just making suggestions. I don't know who is listening. Let's boycott the Sunday services. It's important. Their Sunday services should be boycotted because that is the major day when they make their major gains. At least, even if it is for one, it should be boycotted. Honestly.
Even if you say boycott, the average Nigerian believes that the church is a building. Hope you know that.
Yes.
People believe that the church is a building. They don't believe that the church is them themselves, like what God has put in their heart. They even quote Peter. Jesus said, "This is my rock on which I will build my church, and something will not happen to it." So that is why they go to church. They don't believe that church can be had in them. They don't believe that online church is even church.
Okay. I saw.
But the thing is, my issue is that people in church should push and tell their leaders, please, you guys are not doing enough. Even if you go to that church, all of you, then, pastor, you guys are not doing enough. Please talk to, how your hierarchy from can leader, from whatever, you guys are not doing enough.
Yeah, except you want to hear a question. I'm just asking a question. How many of you did NYS?
Most people have.
So let's say, do you do NYS?
Now by force.
Yeah. So the question I'm asking that, and I've said this thing before here. If you understand what NYC is meant to be for, and how it is not, functioning the way it should be functioning, and you still attended it with your full chest and were at Mami Market at some point, right? Honestly, you're part of the problem. So a lot of the things that you've spoken about here is defend yourself. Do you know a lot of people are even afraid to look at a gun? South Africa, that they sell gun for five rand, bullets for 2 rand 50. Maybe because of our background. But here in Nigeria, people have been, how do you say, they're even afraid to even defend themselves. Somebody wants to stab you, he's about to rape you. You're telling yourself that God
But I saw something. Yeah, I saw something on YouTube like, okay, let Daniel in the house arise. Daniel's in the house arise. Stop the cursing. I hope there was no cursing when I was away. Cursing, bless instead.
No. I don't think anybody cursed.
Okay.
Not at all. I
But
didn't hear any curse from anyone.
But anyway, we'll be trying this kind of open session so that I don't restrict too much. Depending on how well the moderators are able to help. So that after we read God's word, we pray and read God's word, we discuss the core matters. Then I allow maybe 1 or 2 hours so that people can and always cut short. Then I'll come back to end the live later. Is it a good idea? So that so everybody's time doesn't have to be clipped to mine. Especially if there is good viewership. Maybe we'll try that in the future. So we'll try that so that, and also with this backup, at least the topic is there. Although for okay, still doable even for other platforms. For example, yeah, we'll just change the, because for them what they were seeing was an empty chair like that. Okay, right? For us, it's still better. So I'll find a way to put this in landscape mode on their platforms also, so they can see that instead of just an empty chair when someone is away, and there's free whatever open air version session, whatever we'll call it. Okay. Okay. So I think we don't try today now. Oh no, not tire.
Pastor, I think one little minuscule thing. Since we are talking to about church, you know the church is a very influential place.
Esau.
If the church announced that they were, I mean, church generally.
I mean, Esau was bringing some. You know what my idea about church? Number one, like I said, I just wouldn't mention names, but you know what I thought. Many of the churches we kind of try to mention their names and say, oh, they should do this. Many of them do those things in one lifetime. So rather than saying, why can't they do this? Me, I try to do what they should be doing. I don't know if you get my point, because I really like.
I'm thinking about organizing a rebel vigilante to the church. I'm sure you want to do that which I am suggesting right here.
I probably.
Where they will train people on how to shoot and defend themselves.
It's to be fair.
That's what is coming to.
No, to be fair.
I mean, how can you enter a church, rape people, then burn it down?
It's crazy, isn't it? To be fair, that's
this same Christianity that is based on this same God that created a David who was a bloodletter. David was a bloodletter. People don't understand what bloodletting is. If you sit down and understand the way David was, the kind of blood that was on David, even God had to say
was much.
blood on your hand.
It was much. So I agree with that actually. To be fair, there are a lot of things, ideas I will have, but what I tell myself is maybe I'm a minister too, right? You two build their platform, can't see as easy. You understand? That's what I tell myself. It's true. I mean, if you like say, they get money every Sunday, they are getting this. Build church now and see how they gather people. They will cook jollof rice. They will give the MTN recharge card. They will push this thing for 30 years. I'm now sitting here telling them what to do. For my personal value system, for me, it doesn't click. I'm like, you know what? You say go run within they run and see how easy to tell. Just tell people you have built for 10 years. Tell them to go and face gun. Or you want to scatter it in 2 weeks because of stupid Nigerian government. You know, it's tempting. They want to retain their, you can even call it business. They will not even argue with you. You understand? Who scatters his business because of this government? In the sense of business. It shouldn't be a business. But hey, my own conscience, I will not judge them as such. If I now have my own, maybe I now say, okay, let's go and do this. I have some members here in Sheffield, Doncaster, let's now protest. Then we'll see how far you will go. Because don't be surprised.
I wouldn't say that
I have a
there's
question for you.
really I mean, there's really big judgment of people judging these categories or these calibers of people. But and I've said it a lot before, these people are aware of this thing. It's impossible for them not to see this thing or know these things. Even these things that we're speaking about, they might even know more.
They might,
right?
but
Because they have that sort of access, right? Right?
But
And
it's our duty.
The Bible saying, but someone said that the deepest and hottest and darkest place of hell is left for those people that see evil and keep quiet.
And keep quiet, right?
Do you understand?
I
So
see.
what do we say about these categories of people? Are they not keeping quiet?
My own point is, you see, what I do is, I challenge myself to reach that level and do what they're not doing. That's why we go here. Yeah, Mr. Sheye.
Sir, my question is, so are you loyal to the truth or you are loyal to circumstances or people?
I'm loyal to the truth or to the truth. Those are the two options we have.
Sir, are you sure you are loyal to the truth or you are loyal to the system or friendship?
Right. Very brilliant question. There's something called group thinking, and I'm always fighting against that thing on this platform. For those that have thought deep, they will notice. Group thinking is, let me show you where I wrote it down, if I can find it. Because we are trying our best, and I tell you, it's easier for me to shout at Esau. Esau is just joining us today, although I wouldn't do that. Mr. Shea asked a very important question, and that thing is very, very difficult to keep. Let me see where I wrote it down. Right? It's easier for me to shout at Esau because Esau just joined us than it is to shout at Shade. Because Shade, Shade has been here for a while. Okay, let's not. But it's very difficult. Hey, this thing will not let you see it all. But you,
all the time that you've been shouting at me, say I come.
she have I shouted, yeah. But it's hard to see. But Sheye is very right. Olusheye Akomi is very right. I know.
You don't shout.
Right?
You don't
Group,
even shout.
group,
Not at all.
group.
My father doesn't shout.
Yeah, group thinking is when, and it's gradual, right? Is when a group of people, Christians, denominations, they begin to get more comfortable with getting their conversations and their fellowship and their relationship and their friendship going than they are in challenging what brings them together. It's very difficult to keep that balance.
Group dynamics. Sorry to save time, sir. Now you are saying, I used to say it. The truth is easier said when you are the one telling the truth about somebody. If you are saying the truth about yourself,
It's hard.
is it easy for you to say it? That is why I kept saying we are not meant to have big churches, big organization. You can do it here. Still have a unit. God put solitary in family. But that thing always tell you, take care of your unit first. Face your family. Reach to them. Reach to yourself. Win yourself before you can win another person. If you don't define yourself to yourself, many people will keep telling you who you are. So if you make power available for yourself, for your family, then into another family, then make it 3 family. The moment you start to say us in group dynamics, that's it. For me, normie, you will be normalizing bad things.
Yes,
That's what you have said now.
that's it.
So
And it's
you will not be able to say the truth against another
member, right?
member, but you know this person has done wrong. But nevertheless, the Bible says if you want to correct people that are older, Bible is perfect. Be modest with it. It's not saying don't say it. Call them in.
Yes.
Another jiwa. Don't shame them. If you want to, if women want to wash their children's bum, they will carry the baby, open it in the bathroom and clean them. The baby has messed up. You have cleaned the baby.
Yes.
Why is it that if your husband mess up, you call it out publicly? It is wrong.
I see.
Because your husband is not a baby.
He's not a baby, but I'm saying that I'm saying it literally. How do I put it?
But sometimes,
Not cleaning the bomb.
I know.
I'm
Analogy.
saying you can correct your child. You don't want to embarrass the child to kill the self-esteem. But you can say you have matured enough now. Why don't you do it with love?
And on a serious note, really,
More you spread
the
it,
people
the more
who,
you spread it, the more public it becomes. So
yes,
call yourself in. Win yourself before you can win others.
true. And on a serious note, on what Olusheye Akomi is saying also, the person who rather embarrass his wife outside, embarrass his husband, her husband outside, they would keep their own fault because it gets easy. You can say baby is a baby, but when it gets to one's own, right? So, but if I apply that to the church thing, I would say 2 things are holding me, because you mentioned of fathers now, which is important. Correct an older woman like a mother, an elder man like a father, the younger men, like that, and the women with all purity and all that, younger women. So if I apply that, I think what I'm waiting for is to be able to meet some of them in person, and I'll try to bring these things up. Because most times I like it when I've reached people. There are some I've reached, some are not responding, some are. So from there it gets easier. I think from that time I may begin to become, more clear.
That the Holy Spirit guide you to say what is right.
Right.
Help you to be able to say it right.
Indeed. Amen. Thank you. Prayer is important. So it's because I'm usually careful, because I don't like it when, in fact, to be fair, nobody likes it When okay something is wrong, you just feel because okay, just say it. You discover you just make a fool of yourself and you are wrong. You understand? But the ones we are seeing, we are saying it. You understand? The one we are seeing, we are saying it.
I want to shake table small before we leave.
Oh yeah, now let's do it this way from bottom up. Last words for the day, so that we can close. Tomorrow we'll try this again for the open section. Go ahead.
Minister, do you know that some of them have read the book of Joshua, Enoch, and Jubilees,
Mm-hmm.
and yet they didn't still bring it to the public.
Mm-hmm.
They still make us to see it as it's not like it's not part of the
Scriptures, but they weren't hired to read it.
right? But yet they've seen it. They've seen that these books are look at what they are saying, and if these people know that this thing that I say, they will know the answer to a lot of things. But they kept the status quo, right? They left it the way it is. Let's keep preaching what we're preaching, and we'll be okay.
I get it. I have two answers. Go ahead.
And for them to do that means a lot of them are not those. If any pastor has read those 3 books and see that there's nothing danger there for him, for people, for his audience to come to, and also find a way to teach them, let them understand. Because the only reason why some of us are here, right, is because when you started reading the book of Enoch, those places that were a bit difficult for us to understand, you gave us reference and to check Genesis. Which character in Genesis is this?
Yes, I remember those times. Yeah.
Now, we by ourselves will not think and say, this is the way land behaves, and this is the way this guy behaved in Genesis, right? Now we link it. Now, when we are reading the book of Adam and Eve, right? When it was time, because that one we figured it out ourselves, nobody told us.
Yeah.
When it was time, because of what we are seeing, we now figured, the people that these angels we are doing all these things with, manufacturing, making makeups and producing stuff with, they're actually the Canaanites, children of Cain. You see? Now it's helping us to think and figure out the pieces where they belong and put them together.
Yes.
Right? And if any of them has read this book and they didn't find a way, at least use wisdom to teach, even if it's their leaders. First of all,
True.
then move it down to audience and let them understand. So that we know exactly what's going on.
I have 2 answers or 3. I have 3 answers. Thank you for that, Kasuleze. We'll move to Kiang next for 1 minute. So I have 3 answers to that. The first answer that most of us want to hear is that they know it and they want to hide it because they are eating money. Okay, that's a possibility. Okay, and I think that's the least of the percentages. But guess what? I think, the next to that is also not so good is that they want to retain that information. I can tell you things. Imagine how many things I can tell and I will sound like a don, as if one angel. Well, I've not mentioned supernatural stuff like that, but there are many things we've studied here. I can just say it and you say, you just know the thing is deep and it's true, but I'll keep it. So many of them want to stay like that. They don't want to free people. You understand? Not you would. Many preachers wouldn't do this. Okay, for whatever reason. Okay, maybe money, wanting to remain on the top. People also can be funny. Some people are just like that. They feel they know a little bit of something, and from there they will just start scattering stuff. Okay, maybe they too have been hurt. They say lie. This one where I know I go keep am. Nǹkan tó mọdé fi jọ àgbà lọ abẹ́wé ló ń fi ṣe wálé sọ nǹkan tó yẹ àgbàlagbà fi ń jẹ̀kọ ṣàdé báwa lọ ṣe pòwe yẹn Mr. Ṣẹ́gun. So people have been hurt. Abẹ́wé ló wà nǹkan tó àgbàlagbà fi ń jẹ̀kọ abẹ́wé ló wà. What it means literally is that what an old man, the elder uses to eat eko. Eko is something you eat on the leaf, right? That thing is under the leaf. That's to just tell you it's an enigma. So they would rather keep it confused like that so that they can stay as your top. as a leader, which is understandable. Some of them have been hurt sincerely, and that's the little revelation they have. They will keep it like that. They will not for where. Go and check ministers that minister, people that minister in the word, that minister in prophecy. How many people amongst them can minister like that? Go and check. He's just one man. You understand? He won't let other people come up. It's a natural thing. You understand? It takes an extra thing to be a way where you just show people things. It's not very common. So number one, full blown just liking money and just wanting to be the devil. Okay. Number two is that the little that they kind of have and they've known, they rather tell you. They just say, well, I haven't heard one speak, and I think he's a good man. That I don't encourage you to read the book, but I've read it, and it tells them 1, 2, 3 things. You understand? So because they want to stay at the top, which is understandable. Maybe I've not been hurt enough or whatever, but that's what they do. Okay. Number 3, which many of you have not considered, is maybe they just don't know, in the sense that not as if they have not read the books, but God didn't show them. You understand? These things that God has revealed to us, it's not. The book of Enoch has been for a long time now. Check, these books have been there, but why didn't anybody bring it out? God reveals some things and says, okay, for this time, for this person, and He reveals it. Many of them have not gotten this thing. They just hear and they'll go and preach it in their pulpit. And I know they are usually hearing. They'll just come and sneak and hear, and they'll grab it. That's how they do. You see. So that's my 3 answers. But what then is the solution? This thing. That's why I don't criticize big things. This thing is going to go very big. Okay. So I don't criticize things just because they are big. It's inevitable. Okay. What do you do when you just say, let's do small conference now, just 1,000 capacity hall, and 5,000 people show up, and they say we want to come next week? You understand? So do you send them away, or how do you do it? You'll be forced to kind of, okay, now the worst thing you can do is now to begin to preach conquer message. But the conquer you go, the more they come. What you go do? You go start to slap them.
Jesus used to walk away. That's the example.
Okay. Yes, and I noticed he spoke.
Bible stated it clearly that Jesus, after they started gathering again, Jesus moved out of the town.
But then Mr. Shegun, he didn't move away just because there were many. That wasn't his reason. He moved away because of the reason there were many. I know Ms. Okoye, I think I hear something mega church when I was passing, right? He didn't move away because there were many. Otherwise,
You mentioned it too. You are saying it now.
yes, indeed.
He didn't move away because, well, why did they come? And
Right.
That's the same reason why many people come around now.
True. Very, very true. So, but then, as long as the intentions are right, I mean, some things just grow big, and you just can't do much about it. You just have to,
No, sir. Intentions are right. Proverbs 16:2.
Okay.
Proverbs 51 as well.
Right.
In every man's heart, whatever he's doing is right. But it's
Okay.
God who knows
The intentions.
and can tell what motive.
Right. Okay. All right. We'll see. You have been heard, but not enough. That's true. So, let me hear from Mr. Gang, so that we do 1 minute each. Mr. Gang, any last words for the day before we close?
Minister, I don't have much to say. I think
Okay.
as all I need to say, we just need to keep pushing this information out. Have time to talk more after we read, because what we're discussing here has a lot to do with Africa and a lot to do with our country. And for us who are Nigerians, sorry for other countries that are here. Nigeria is like the heartbeat of Africa. So the moment Nigeria gets it right, the entire Africa gets it right. That's what I mean.
True.
So we will keep advocating and speaking so that our leaders can get to take us to where we ought to be. Take the lead. Prophecies, words have come off to see, and even the positioning of Nigeria on the African map still looks like the trigger of God. So we look forward to when we will take our place and then become the people that we are. We are there, just that we've not been galvanized, because there's no part of the world you go to and you don't get Nigeria doing their best. But within the country itself is where we have the issue. So the moment we are able to get it right here on our soil, then we'll take our position across Committee of Nations and everything will work out as it ought to be.
Yeah, thank you.
That's much I can say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Gang, for that. Okay, Esau, can I hear from you? 1 minute.
Thank you so much, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what I just want to say is that in everything we consider, especially on this matter, we should always tilt towards the Lord's side. There's always the Lord's side in every matter. And God has made us to understand that He honors His words more than His name. That's the things that He has actually asked us to consider right. And there are so many stories that reflect what I'm saying. Even in this particular situation where one will not be, saddled with the options of considering the number of efforts being put together to make sure that these big mega churches stand. You want to, maybe the person wants to consider that and say, for that reason, let me just leave these people. They have tried. Considering the Lord's side in such a situation, is that the right decision to take? And there's so many situations like that where you really have to consider the Lord's side.
At the other group, it's time to unlock it.
Mrs. Okoye.
You know this by now. This is why the people did the locks because of all this
Mr. Okoye.
nonsense you do.
Miss Okoye, are you? I don't think she's. I think she's muted herself intentionally. Somebody's pissing her off. It's to wrap up, Esau.
Yeah, so the Lord's side is always very important, regardless of the effort of man, whether it is looking beautiful or not.
Right.
I will just cite two situations in the Bible. There was a time God was sending a smaller prophet on an errand, and he was talking about his superior. And God was like, come on, tell him you want to go and do something like this and that. Then make your move so that he won't resist you if he knows the exact thing you want to go and do.
Older
That's the
prophet
Lord's side
and young
in
prophet.
line. That's the Lord's side in line.
True.
Then another one is when the Gibeonites came to the Israelites and made a deal out of deceit with them. You will get to realize that eventually Saul attacked the Gibeonites. And God was not pleased with that, even when that deal was out of deceit. Because at the end of the day, you should stand by your word. You have already made a deal with them, stand by your word. And they got to pay for it eventually. Because it's that Lord's side of being upright, based on what you have promised, you swore by your words, you swore by the position that I have placed you on. It still has to stand. So now, if we consider this thing, discover that the efforts of men, regardless, by the time they are not on the Lord's side, then they are wrong. And that's my conclusion.
All right. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Mrs. Okoye, are you there?
Sorry, Jerry, these children will not pour somebody into a bridge. Anyway, in the name of God.
Go ahead. Yeah. Although we didn't hear the full gist anyway, we just heard a little bit of stop that nonsense or something like that. So, which is understandable. Go ahead.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I'm just saying, there was something you were saying that I was like, okay, what's it called? By the time your ministry eventually explodes, it's very important to start having key people around you that will tell you the truth. That would not be afraid to tell you the truth. I know that because I grew up in church. I saw churches that started from the very beginning, how it started, and when it exploded, and how things happened, and what caused the implosion eventually. So I know that in my experience, church hurt is normal, but that is because somebody began to take their eyes off Yeshua, the author and the finisher of your faith. When you begin to look at another human being as the source of this, then hurt is inevitable. But when you understand that we are all co-laborers in this vineyard, yes, you are the person, and you should keep your distance. I don't know. There are ways to stay away from church, truth be told. So, what I'm just trying to say is that for people like you need to have people like that who will tell you the truth, who will not be afraid to say, you are veering off, you are allowing pride to come in, you are allowing self to come in. Because it's just a matter of time. By the time this thing starts to grow really big and people are, because the truth of the matter is that people are really hungry for the truth. When the truth now becomes, and this thing becomes this behemoth, all these little Ananias and Sapphira will start coming inside. But we need to have you will need to have the people around you who will be telling you the truth. Because it's just a matter, because like you said, most of this ministry started good. They started with good intentions.
when somebody's bowing down to you, people are kneeling, you come inside and people are kneeling down to you. It's just a matter of time before you're like, it's me like this, like that. And then you begin to start getting carried away and stuff like that. But you need somebody who will be busting your bubbles. Look at you. You that you are still, come on, better self, those kind of things. So you need those
You said something about mega church. Can I hear that again? I heard that when I was passing by. Let me hear. What's it with the?
It's time to burn the mega churches down.
But how do you know this is not a mega online church already?
I just love this woman.
we already. Someone would think, Chioma, what if somebody says that we need to burn down this? How do you do a live? 100 people are coming. How do you do that? We need to burn that down. 100 is too much. 22, 50,000 followers.
Nothing is too much for God to get.
You know why I'm saying burn it down? I'm
Okay.
sorry, it's just going to be a short story time. I don't know if I've told you about the church that I was a member of in Saudi Arabia, of all places,
You said so.
where other churches were hiding. This church was headed by a Nigerian Yoruba guy, right? And there was no nationality in Saudi Arabia that was Christian that was not in that church. You had it felt every time you come to church, it was like, this is what heaven is going to be like. There were all sorts of people in that church. Americans, British, everybody that was Christian in Saudi Arabia was attending that church.
Yes.
It was such a beautiful community. Beautiful community. Powerful community. We were so much in line with God that we found favor even with the king. The king so loved us, he was even ready to give us land to build a church. That was how much we were in.
What now happened?
But then these Americans came in and they were telling us how we can make it bigger, how we can make it bolder, how we can take over Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
And by the time they came in with their beautiful suggestions of this and that,
The king cancelled them.
burn it down.
The king
I was
cancelled.
like, what? He said, burn it down. And for real, that church was
Closed.
incinerated. Everybody's flinging to their different.
But on it, let's use this case, which is very important. Let's use this case, which is very important. What did the Americanish suggestion say to build or to change the nation's religion, something along those lines? They went too far, right? Sorry?
Because later it was the wife who wrote the book, and we now knew what the mandate was. That was why that church was that powerful and that effective. The mandate is, this place is for Christians, so that when they come to this country, they don't start because what happened was that a lot of Christians, because they didn't have that community, they started falling away. They didn't have a place where the word of God was being preached to them. They were not growing. And eventually, because of the pressure of how Saudi Arabia is, if you convert to Islam, we'll give you more money. If you convert to Islam, we will give you more prosperity. So there were all these temptations that were happening because there was no community. And that was the mandate of that church, to provide that community. There was nothing else they were supposed to be doing. But when these Americans started to come in, and they were talking about how we can do.
But were they American or American ideology?
Americans, they started inviting us. In fact, we were even big on TDM. Oh, yes. So when it's Americans, that's whenever you talk about that American, it resonates so deeply with me. Because you know that thing where the Nigerian Christianity really is tied to the American word of faith. I'm not
I know.
disrespecting
It is really.
and all this wonderful
I know it is.
right? But it's tied to them.
Yeah.
One way or the- so that when these guys started showing interest, it just became, it was like sign of approval from above. That's how it looked like. So that all their ideas began to look like the word of God himself. It was coming from the throne itself. And of course that thing started. And God did not care that it
But
happened.
again, a quick one. Sorry, I'm staying so long on Mr. Koya. I'll also move 1 more minute to the others. What I'm trying to see if it is not that God wanted to do something extra, and maybe, for lack of a better phrase, Satan won and they failed, right? Because someone could have come and said, well, rather than letting the church be this big, let's keep it this big. And they made it this big and it was good, you see. So, what was the actual step that made the king of Saudi Arabia shut them down? Exactly, if you
It
can get.
wasn't even the king. They just waited for the king to die because, like I said, they had the favor of the king. It
Oh,
was now when his nephews, that whole Saudi Arabia thing is by family stuff. So they began to notice things that they had not noticed before. These Americans started to give them ideas like, oh, and it's always, always tied to money.
okay.
Let's start having more community or committee of building of one religious center where everybody can come inside, whether you are Catholic, whether you are this Muslim, everybody is a communal center, and somehow, but it was always like, okay, you need to give more. We need to give. Oh, there's one inner caucus group where we are giving to this thing, and money, money, money. It was tied to this money. And
Okay.
business luncheon, business conference, business is tied to that
Money.
money. That was not
Okay.
demanded. That
Let
was
me
not the reason you
let
were
me
there.
let me do this. Uh, I'll take this conversation off of TikTok to the other platform. So there is a platform where we do this. I'll take it there so that we do it there so that we don't go too far. But thank you for that. That's quite a because I understand these things and I eventually it is usually the set man that will use his own hand to destroy what God sent him to do, God forbid, right? Or to continue. And there's some things he will do that will look like this guy you are cooked. And you discover that it's God that sent him. And there's something that will do that will be like, of course, that's you can do that now. And he has missed something and thing crashes. So at the end of the day, it's that's why the best thing is when you see a ministry doing something that is funny, just leave. Right? Yeah, it's correct a little bit. You can't, just leave. I've found that that's why I've been to many ministries, but I don't think I've been that rebellious person. I'll just suggest a little bit. Once they're not getting it, I stay for a little while. In fact, most times God Himself that just moves me. You understand? But we'll take that conversation to a deeper, to another platform, to the kind of inner, a moderator platform that we do once a month thereabout. Mr. Shaye, let me hear from you 1 minute.
I don't have anything much to say.
You have 60 seconds.
Somebody said in the comments that I still wish to understand Christian practice.
Horimolade.
Moses Orimolade philosopher, and what that 1930 people.
Yeah, that is not. It's not easy. It's not easy. But go ahead.
The usual Christianity that is now about money. What she mentioned, she mentioned it one time like that here, that this happened for you to hear God to do something thriving. That place is a safe place. God has I used to say something to people, but if God is following you and He employ you, He will give you house, give you everything. He's the only one that will sack you, that He will not take anything from you.
The salary, you will still be paying salary.
Your salary is still steady. Your
Yeah.
car is still there. Official car is still there. The house is still there. Office is still intact. He's following you. You are not hearing footsteps. If he goes back, you will not hear footsteps.
Okay.
So it's better you stay put until you let everybody tell you expand, do this, remain there. People abuse me for it. They said I'm weird. Until I hear him, Moses said, I will not set out.
Yeah,
except you go with me. The pillar of cloud by day or night. Let the door swing. If you are supposed to go, let it wait. Let the door swing open or let the door be broken before I wait. It might be late though, but be sure that God is there with you, following you. Because the moment He take off His face, according to that psalm, you go hear when
I see.
God is good. Is not good if God is not in it. It will be so beautiful, very good. In fact, MK will love it. All of us will love it. But if it is not God's, it is still good.
Thank you, Mr. Sheko. Let me hear from Effortlessly. 1 minute. Let's go. Shade, are you there? This is like 1 a.m. and she's going to work tomorrow, which is now today. but she's already on Friday, isn't it?
I'm right here. So
Yeah.
what did I want to say? I wanted to talk about the idea that, like, there's this saying in the Bible about how, you can't serve God and serve mammon, right? You've said a lot around. Some people don't know. Some people is this. Some people is that. Me, I believe that they know. But there is idolatry in the church, especially with the leaders. People can tell that the people that follow them in church actually worship them, and they embrace this worship. They live.
That's true.
For
They
this worship.
they don't. I notice you're right, because sometimes they don't ask for it literally, but you can stop it if you don't like it, right?
You can
You're
stop
right.
it if you don't like it. That's why some church leaders have women throwing themselves at them left side and center. It's not because these church leaders do not know that these people idolize them in a sense. They see them as this great. Once you even climb on stage, if you just like you, Pastor Kunle, the fact that you're even on YouTube, some people think you're a celebrity. They want your autograph.
Right.
What do you mean?
Truly, I've seen some
So
things like
little
that.
things, so little things make people, and just like Chioma said, people get carried away. Men of God get carried away. And I remember something that someone was saying. They were trying to describe Winston Churchill, right? Winston Churchill said, I think he told somebody, how do you say it? He told somebody that they should oppose him. He told another person to contend with him. Well, just before he became that big figure, that prime minister,
Okay.
he had two people around him that would serve as an opposer and as someone to contend with him. Right? Reason being, he didn't want to get carried away. He needed a buffer. He needed somebody that would look at him in spite of his Winston Churchillness and tell him, Oga, go and sit down. This one you're doing is you're about to just mess up colossally. You understand what I mean? But people get carried away, right? And it's going to come to a time. You're going to have 1,000 followers. You're probably not even going to have time to be sitting here. You're going to be on stage. You're going to be here. You're going to be there. You're going to have multiple opportunities, right? You're going to be this big celebrity, because what we have in the church right now, the status quo of the church right now, if you're not a pastor that owns a private jet, you're not flying anywhere. Your obligations are not like the president of the United States. You're
Right.
not Obama busy, but you need a private jet to show off like a successful pastor.
Right.
And you
I see.
need a Rolls Royce, because why not?
I see.
Why shouldn't you have a Rolls Royce? Rolls Royce is what God sent you here to do. I'm not saying that God is not a God of prosperity, or God is not a God that, how do you say it? That is the source of good things and prosperity. And Rolls Royce is a sign that you have money and all that. But I find that the church, to a great extent, is a show off. It's Instagram. As Instagram as you can possibly be. There are some churches that I've seen, though, with the kinds of funding that comes into the church. They support people. You find them say, we'll give, if you're a business owner, we're ready to give you 200,000 naira. If you can tell us what you are doing and stuff. So they try to, you see them actually actively trying to support people's business, support people's this, support people that, find them jobs, do this and do that. I've seen that, right? But I've also seen a lot of marketing. I've also seen gimmicks. I've also seen things. I feel there's more Christianese. There's more Christianly people, real Christians in this space, as small as it is. And in most churches I've been, I've seen pastors with $250,000 wristwatches. Why? Because they must show everybody that they to their, now.
I see.
We're in the league.
Well, it
We're in the
is
league of extraordinary gentlemen.
indeed.
And so on and so forth. So I believe there's idolatry in the church. Mammon has a serious hold on the church. A serious one.
Well, thanks.
And Mammon being the god. So yeah, that's my submission.
Yeah, thanks for that. Like I said, what I usually do, there are many things I look at it now that it doesn't look like it's going to happen, but you know what I do? I understand that A man of God is a man at the end of the day, most times, if not all the time. So I usually pray, whatever happened. That's why somebody see one minister in US is saying, well, God, Jesus is not really the only way. Those kind of things he started doing after a while. I rather me come like the Puritan preacher. This is not so. Jesus is the only way, and that's true. I still say that, but I just say, God, whatever this man will happen to him, don't let it happen to me. You understand? I just pray that prayer and I mean it, and it's very, very powerful. And I think eventually, no matter how much you advise a man, you are this, you are that, you are a small boy, you are not a big man. Now what do you want to go do? By the time he start having bodyguard, where even his mama cannot, his mother cannot come to him. Now you want come. So eventually, this thing is prayers, and the person that will allow God's grace to work in him. You advise a man. You don't know that mad and money don't go well together. Eh? If person the verse, he can't get money. It's not easy. That's what I'm saying. Many of the positions you see many ministers at, put some of us there. You may not be able to stay that humble, right? You may not be able to stay that humble. And sometimes it's not just the money. For example, I can afford many things that I want today, okay? But sometimes it's the influence. I can just say Jack, and then 5 million people just say Robinson or whatnot. You understand? So those things, they affect people. And Satan also fights them. But anyway, maybe I'm speaking from my own experience that some of these things are not. You require constant daily fight and battle. But it is well. Thanks for all that have come. So I will continue this conversation in a little bit of the groups we have. So those that are, I'll take it to the group 2, the TikTok area. So I'll pop those that are there will know, and they can join so that I can clarify some things, so that just to see. But I have checked these things, not to say that I'm immune to them. Okay, Telegram link. Someone can put a Telegram link there. So not that one is immune to them, but that thing is not easy. I remember, without mentioning names, very wonderful minister that is in charge, more or less like if there is a principality in Europe in Christianity, in the things of God, maybe it's going to be that man. And it's always coming from the Hebrews, without mentioning name, the biggest church in Europe at a point. But that church was so important to Satan, to God, and by influence to Satan, that there has to be a war to subvert that church and destroy it. So it's a deep spiritual walk, which I think to some extent I'm aware of, right? So it is well. So thanks for those who have been on the group today. Let's be very slow to. That's why I'm very, very slow to criticize. You don't know this thing. So Apostle Ezekiel, thanks for coming. Vessi Josh, Deborah, everything. Thanks for coming. Who else is there? Ina, Joba, Paul, Ancient Hebrew, Effortless, Gideon, Engineer Ola, Olani, Olushaya Kombi, Chemakoye, Iso, Kasolese. Thank you for coming. So we'll come again tomorrow. So we'll try this tomorrow. Yeah, thank you for that, Vessi Josh. Actually, I mean, kind of like conversation with him, okay, but not directly, So there's little communication, but it's a little bit slow. But then, like I said, these things are not easy. You can make one mistake, although it's God that helps, but you can make one mistake in ministry, and you'll be surprised the way the thing will just crash down. It's easy to say, hey, let them just carry people outside and protest. What if one life is lost in that protest? Can you imagine what will happen? I don't know if you have driven a trailer before. It's different from driving a bicycle. So, but it's well. God will help us. We'll keep going. So there are some things we can do just one little tiny thing. In fact, good in every sense. Then it crashes. You say, what if? What if people just go? Let them go. It's not like that. What if you have missed something by that mistake? You understand? It's not easy to just bring people off. By the way, just consider just TikTok. We've never reached 5,000 here on TikTok live. If you don't coordinate it well in just 30 minutes, sometimes it gets to become something else. You understand? So it takes you got to be given that grace. So God bless you. Thank you everybody for coming. God bless you. See you tomorrow. Love you all. Bye bye bye. Those watching on other platforms, thank you. We'll transition now to dismiss that transition now. So I think we're beginning to get a flow of this and how these things work and how we can make things work. Okay. So see you next time. See you tomorrow, same time. God bless you. Bye bye. You stand forever. Stand forever. Real difficult. Okay. Actually, to be fair, most of the church is not even talking about Jesus' return right now. Everybody's thinking about expansion, growing the church, which is nice. Someone will return. No, it's only you that will return. There is no returning again. You have to take the kingdom by force. That's what you should be doing now. It's not any return. There's no returning. The person that will return has returned. And that would make many things just dawn on you like, my God. You see, like I used to say, the coming of Jesus to this world is coming a second time or coming into your life. You see, you'll be surprised how many things, those three things, do not change. In fact, I'm talking about someone who has received him, yeah? Right? You received him into your life, right? Jesus has come to this world, you have received him into your life, or even he came for rapture in the past. Many things are still same. When the Bible is telling you there was war in heaven, so he's on earth, he wants one, what do they call that thing? I forgot what they call it. Just one utopia, somewhere where everything just be okay, that thing does not exist, except in movies. Yes, Judgment Day is coming. Exactly. White throne judgment. No, some people are trying. They're taking it by force. Those unjust, they're supposed to take it by force. If there is any physical kingdom of God on this earth, it is sub-Saharan Africa. And I'm not saying that with any figurative confusion. That's the place where the seat of David must have been. That's where Jesus must have been born. That's where they crossed the Red Sea from the east to the west. Abraham, when he left Egypt in Genesis, he went south. It's there in the Bible. He went southward. They crossed with an east wind, crossing the Red Sea into southwestern Africa. You see. So that's where the kingdom of God is. Right? Anybody that controls Africa controls the world. This is more or less public knowledge. Right? So we're just inviting the church to gradually begin to show them these things. Yeah, I'm talking about the people in Jos that they need to. I'm talking about the unalivings. It's not just Jos. I don't know, my mind keeps going to Jos. Maybe because the more recent one. Okay? Maybe because, the whole place is the whole region. The whole sub-Saharan Africa. Okay? So, anyway, we pray that God helps us. We do our own bit and pray God helps us. So thank you everybody for coming around. God bless you. We'll see you tomorrow again, 10 o'clock. We do this every day, steady. Every day. Ile Ife has portals. Hey, Baba portal. Write your book on portals, I beg. Let's read. TY. All right. So, we do this every day by God's grace. So we'll see you again. Okay, by then. All right. God bless you. Love you all. See you tomorrow, 10 o'clock, same time. Bye bye. God bless you. All right. Good morning, everybody. Morning, everyone. Okay. Okay, we're about to start the YouTube also. Okay, so let's start tapping to hit 1,000 likes. Okay. Should we? So how is this? It's a little bit of change in lighting. It's a little bit of change in lighting. Yeah. Good morning, Gideon. So let's start tapping so we move the lights up. All right. Okay, let's see. Okay. So reading the Book of Jubilees. Okay, so let's get that going. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Okay. So I think we're ready to get started now on Instagram. So wherever you're watching us from, you can just if there's somebody who can please help us paste on the Telegram that we're live, or you can copy the share button and paste on our Telegram page, if you get what I mean. So you need to be a part of the Telegram page to be able to do that. So but you need to use the share button if you don't mind. And if you have done so, you can let me know so I know that is sorted. So help us paste it on the Telegram page. And please let us know if you've helped with that. Otherwise, I may need to try to. Oh, it's not permitting you to share. If you click share, you can click copy link somewhere. Then you can paste on Telegram if that's what you are talking about. Or for share, you can click share and repost. That should be possible. I can see Chioma Okoye shared the live that was just here right now. Okay. So maybe okay, we are live on all platforms now. Let's get the lights better, see how it looks now. See if this changes anything. Not very much, but not too bad. Okay. So let's push it to 3,000. You're not allowed to put anything there as well. I don't know. Let me try. Copy. Okay, I get what you mean now. I think maybe the settings over there needs to be changed, but we'll work on that later. Right, let's move forward. So let's hit our 3,000 likes and we'll get started. Hey, Eagle Prince, how are you doing? Only you are holy. Let's see what we have as feedback, if it's good. Only you are holy. Only you. Excuse me. Check 1, 2. Wonderful. Yes, good to have you, my brother. For there's no one else. Check 1, 2. Like you. Check. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. How's the sound like on check on TikTok especially? Check 1, 2. Noise like rain. Has it stopped now? You can hear. But has that check? Has that noise stopped now? I don't think this is the best one to use for feedback. Okay, we have our 3,000. Let's get started. Check 1, 2. Oh, that's quite loud. Well, check 1, 2. Let me see. So how's that rain noise now? For the person hearing the rain. Hear the sound of an abundance of rain. It's gone. Okay. It's just like I said, that the mixer we had to get we literally get just about the best you can use for this, the best in the world, right? So if there's anything, maybe it's myself not knowing how to. It's gone down a bit, yeah. So check. Master volume. Check. All right. One Zoom mixer like that. Excuse me. So one Zoom mixer, whatever. And the one that that just decided to stop working, thank God we're able to dispose it at least at some amount for repairs, so it's not too much of a loss at the end of the day. This white light is revealing too much. Well, it's just to show. So just a little bit of touch of some things here and there. Oh, nice. Very nice. Okay, so let's see. Let me see. Yes, charging. All right. So that's working. Okay, so we quickly pushed our shares this morning, which is good. So we have posted it on Telegram, and everybody should be aware that we're live. Who is faithful, ever true? Oh, my love, my heart. Okay, so Instagram is going on fine. Okay, so then Facebook is also going on fine. All right, let's begin our reading. Let's pray and get started. Oh, from Telegram, that's good. Okay. Eagle Prince, did you mean you saw the share? That was what, like, reminded you to come around. Is that what you mean? Who else came from the Telegram share? Good. So who else came from the Telegram share? So are the people that are waiting for us to remind them specially. Okay, let's pray. Let's read. So is this going to be Jubilees 20? We're moving real fast. So Jubilees chapter 20. Who is faithful? Another special Joshua Kibera. Okay, another special guest. These are the people that are waiting for us to invite them specially. Was it Joshua I spoke with yesterday? One of the newest partners, I think. I don't think any partners has joined since he did about 3 days ago. Was it Joshua I spoke with yesterday? Oh, great. So I just, okay, so let's begin. Let's get started. Jubilees, chapter 20. Oh, great. Good to have you here. Right. Muthoni, you're welcome. So Muthoni, Joshua is one of your brothers from Kenya also. Right, only that he has upgraded, is now partnering. So he joined partnership maybe 2 days ago or last week, I can't remember. Which is great. Okay. So, Jubilees 20. Let's do that and let's pray and we start the book of Jubilees. Who is faithful ever true? Oh, my love, my heart, my life is a testimony of nations. Okay, so come here, close that. Jubilees 20. Thank you, Father. So let's pray and we start. So Joshua Muthoni is saying hi. Muthoni is a very busy member of parliament, by the way. Or is the House of Assembly, I should call it. Or the White House cabinet. I don't understand. She's always busy. So I decided to assume that she must be working with Donald Trump. Who is faithful, ever true. So let's pray. Jubilees 20. Thank you, Father, for this day. We give you thanks. We bless your name for your presence, for your grace. We decree that we are gathered in your name. We ask that your presence be with us. We are opening our hearts to hear from you as we read these precious scriptures, that you teach us by your own spirit, by yourself. We open up our hearts to hear from you. We humble our hearts, we open our minds. We give you thanks, our Father, in the name of your precious Son, Jesus Christ. We've prayed. Amen. Jubilees 20. Busy indeed. Trump's PA. Right. So she doesn't like to come live, especially as a guest. So let's go 20. So, and in the 42nd Jubilee, in the first year of the 7th week, Abraham called Ishmael. He says that's 20:52 a.m. thereabout. And his 12 sons, and Isaac and his 2 sons, and the 6 sons of Keturah and their sons. And he commanded them that they should observe the way of Yahweh. Okay, he was beginning to command his family after God, the way that the Most High said he was sure that Abraham was going to do. So, and he commanded them that they should observe the way of Yahweh, that they should work righteousness and to love each his neighbor and to act on this manner amongst all men, that they should each so walk with regard to them as to do just judgment and righteousness on the earth. Can we have somebody that can, first it has to be somebody that even comes here regularly, but I'm being careful so that we don't overload people with tasks, okay? Right? We don't want to overload people with tasks, but if you are able to commit to pasting on, it's a very simple task to be fair, so that you can, once we're live, you click the share button and you paste it on Telegram. The WhatsApp page is a little quiet, but let's say Telegram and WhatsApp. Okay, so just let me know so we can know that somebody's committed, because sometimes everybody's work can become nobody's work. Okay? A job that is for everyone can very easily become no one's work. So let me know, just let me know now if you can, so that, but I might be able to do that myself, only that I would need to just crisscross a little bit. And talking of which, let me quickly post on the WhatsApp, just a moment. Well, okay, someone is listening from work. Yeah. So Joshua, sorry about that. I was just trying to get that, but eventually I was not able to get it done. Okay. But anyway, we'll figure out how to do that quicker next time. Because I noticed that we should be able to... Okay, I can, but I'm not sure I'm on the WhatsApp. Okay, I'll see how I can see Mr. Gang help with that. Okay. So, he told them to do righteousness, that they should circumcise their sons. Right? And I think this is why these people are circumcised. He called all the children, all the 8 children, and the 8 sons particularly, and then the sons of those 8. So it is from this literal instruction that this circumcision more or less spread through Africa today. And it's all over the place. So that they should circumcise their sons according to the covenant which he had made with them. Okay, and not to deviate to the right or to the left of the paths which Yahweh had commanded us. And that we should keep ourselves from all fornication and uncleanness, and renounce from amongst us all fornication and uncleanness. This is why when those missionaries from, what's that place? From missionaries to Congo from Belgium came, they said these guys know God already, right? They know how not to take another person's wife. They know those kind of things. You're not about to teach them. And if any woman or maid commit fornication among you, burn her with fire, and let them not commit fornication with her after their eyes and their heart. And let them not take to themselves wives from the daughters of Canaan, for the seed of Canaan will be rooted out of the land. So that's quite intense. The punishment for, I think, fornication, adultery, right? Usually used interchangeably, is quite intense. Okay? It says to be burned with fire. I'm not even sure if it is Moses saying this, or Abraham saying this, or Moses. Okay? Just burning people with fire. So that way, and that is harsh, okay? But when that is the norm, most times people would, they will back off of it. I mean, people would drive carefully, do all what they ought to do just because of £100 fine. Okay? So how much more being literally burned with fire? That's a serious one. See? And if the government or the leadership of a nation, which we don't have that Israel nation really today, except the fake one you've got there, right? They could put these things in laws, and it wouldn't even need to be that harsh. If people could be this civilized in that sense, in this age, in this world, right, without anybody being burned with fire necessarily, then, I mean, more or less it could be done. It's very possible to do with just simple laws, simple fines or stuff like that. Okay? And he told them of the judgment of the giants and the judgment of the Sodomites, so that they had been judged. Hey, good morning, Beatrice. How are you doing? From Spain, I guess. So, to be judged according to their wickedness, and had died on account of their fornication and uncleanness and mutual corruption through fornication. So it's quite a serious one, you see. It's quite a serious one that God is quite concerned about, all the way from Genesis. Yes, you're welcome, Beatrice. All the way from Genesis till Jesus' message to the churches. Fornication was just a complete no-no. But thank God we are allowed to get married, which is good. In fact, we're expected to get married. In fact, it's a commandment to multiply and a blessing, you see. So I don't think it's harsh. I think it's just right. That's the way it is. So, and if you found that you've been in such things, you're supposed to, ask for forgiveness, ask God to help you, bring you out of that, to strengthen you by His grace. That should be your direction. Okay? That should be your direction. Be like, God, I need your help. This thing is wrong. I need to get out of this. Okay? I need to get out of this. Right? So, verse 6, and guard yourselves from all fornication and uncleanness. Repeating it again. Okay. And from all pollution of sin, lest you make our name a curse and your whole life a hissing. Okay. And all your sons to be destroyed by the sword, and you become accursed like Sodom, and all your remnant as the sons of Gomorrah. I implore you, my sons, love Yahweh of heaven, and cleave you to all his commandments, and walk not after their idols, and after their uncleanness, and make not for yourselves molten or graven gods. So, like I said, yes, there's a lot of African culture that is Hebrew culture originally, but the moment you start seeing graven images and figurines, then you know that, no, that's a red flag straight away. Okay, walk after not idols, do not make molten graven gods, for they are vanity, and there is no spirit in them. But later, I think demons got smart and started living in those things. Because Paul says they are demons. And you will indeed see that those things sometimes reply. Okay? Okay? So there's no spirit in them. I learned that we are actually at the Middle East, modern Israel, but we were driven out. I've heard that also before, but I don't think it's very accurate. I think what happened, which I think what you're referring to is 135 AD, which I'm suspecting is just as same as 70 AD, only that they copied that event and pasted it, and 135 did not happen. But either way, 135 or 70, it's like when I was discussing with Dinano, something nice with Dinano, right? There's a guy who was holding that opinion too, that we were created, how did he even put it? We were created in Middle East, that's where the world began, and then somehow they chased people out of there to Africa, and then later God wants to send us back to Africa to go to Middle East to go occupy the place. But I told him that I don't think it is so. I think creation started in Africa. People were chased out and they dispersed further to the lands of Edom, further south, to some other lands further away, to Saudi Arabia, to the lands of Aram, far into Egypt. They just went away from that Western Central Africa. And then when there was peace, somehow, some time later, they came back to their own land. It's what it is. Right? So you will see it in books, truly. We were sent away from such and such place, but the question is, what's the name of that place? You see, the name of that place has been pasted somewhere else, so you think it's referring to there. So the history is accurate, but the location has been duplicated. Do you know that most of the things in Jerusalem are now hidden in the Vatican? There's a lot of things hidden in the Vatican, you're right. But then, like I've said, let's not forget our tapping app. Go on the Telegram and get your tapping app if you don't have it. We have this app with Power Tap with. So go to Telegram, grab that app, download it either on Apple Store, Google Store, or Google Play Store, and App Store or Google Play Store, and use it to Power Tap so that we push these likes up. When you do that, he just recommends it more to people. Okay. Now, where were we? Yeah, so I've said to people that, hey, you go to some of the graves. Did you know, are you aware that the graves that are in the Middle East, there has never been a proof that there's anybody in there? That's one. Then number two, you are forbidden and banned to ever test if there's anybody there. I mean, to even test, okay, let's say there's even one Joe Blow guy in the grave thing, right? You're not allowed to. Not to talk of testing who it is or checking the DNA of the body. Say, no, it's a holy site, so you can't touch it. The same thing with the so-called grave of Peter in Vatican, that they said, on this rock shall I build my church. So they said Peter was buried in Rome and they built a church on top of his grave. No, it's just a joke. It's not true. It's not true. So those things are not proven and they're not allowed to prove them. You see. So there's truly that link between Vatican and the Middle East, Israel, that way. So he says, serve them not. Okay, they do not have spirit in them, for they are work of men's hands. Okay, deception is huge, it is. They are works of men's hands, and all who trust in them trust in nothing. All who trust in them trust in nothing. So the deception is really bad. But right now, the deception is becoming more like a mockery than a deception. Like I said, the first moon landing was a deception. At least they gave you the decency and the respect to get real prison escapees, ex-convicts from a prison, and they got those ones out. They changed their names. This is mainstream stuff, or rather available in public domain. All right, I'm not even sure if the government acknowledges that or not, but it's more or less public knowledge. First moon landing were 3 prisoners rather, and they changed their names from whatever to this, Aldrin, and then of course the deal, from what we gathered, was that, if they play along with the drama, then they will get pardoned for all the things they've done. And it's a win-win. I mean, come on. So they were released from prison. They went to that stuff. But this time, they didn't even change names. They got out of the four. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Yes, that Africa doesn't have any history. It just doesn't make sense. So out of the 4 so-called astronauts that flew past the moon in this last moon landing or moon flying, 2 of them were actors. They didn't even change their names, right? They didn't bother to, because you understand people have been dumbed down to that extent. Okay? They've been dumbed down to that extent, okay? So that's it. So yes. So indeed, Joshua Kibera, just like we've said many times, especially in part 15 of this world history series we did, that when they tell you the Bible is there, of course, they cannot do anything about it. They've unalive people, burned them at the stake for translating the Bible, by the way. And of course, it was Vatican doing that, generally. Okay? And when you see that history that doesn't have a people or a land, the people and the land, they are just Eastern Europeans, and the British gave them one tiny strip of whatever. Okay? So, Mutoni, I think you are requesting, but I'm sure it was in error. I'm not sure Donald Trump has given you the permission to go on break. But if it's intentional, you can let me know in the comments. So when you see that history and there's no people and land to show for it, and then you have this, like you said, Joshua, this vast land and these people, and somehow they're telling us they don't have history, and we're telling you it's just one and same. So that history that doesn't have a people and land to show for it is the history of the people and land, right, that is said to have no history. And we'll discover that that's it. That solves the puzzle, and that's why we're here. You see, to let people see that. So he's saying those that trust in those idols, they trust in nothing. Serve them not, nor worship them, but serve you, the Most High Yahweh, and worship him continually, and hope for his countenance always, and work uprightness and righteousness before him, that he may have pleasure in you and grant you his mercy, and send rain upon you morning and evening, and bless all your works which you have wrought upon the earth, and bless your bread and your water. Bless your bread and your water, and bless the fruit of your womb, and the fruit of your land, and the herds of your cattle, and the flocks of your sheep. And you will be for a blessing, right? And you will be for a blessing on the earth, and all nations of the earth will desire you, and bless your sons in my name, that they may be blessed as I am. And he gave to Ishmael and to his sons and to the sons of Keturah gifts, and sent them away from Ishak, Isaac his son. And he gave everything to Isaac his son. Why? Because he gave him the blessing. Thank you, sir, for all you do for the kingdom. God bless you richly. Amen. Thank you, Beatrice. So, and Ishmael and his sons and the sons of Keturah and their sons went together and dwelt from Paran to the entering in of Babylon. So Paran is somewhere around what I would call South Sudan or Sudan, into Babylon. Babylon is the same place as present-day Egypt, from what we've seen. All right, Beatrice, nice to have you already. Thank you. So, and they went to that Babylon in the land which is towards the east, facing the desert. Okay? So, and these mingled with each other, right? And their names was called Arabs and Ishmaelites. So, is like that's where the real Arabs came from, right? And they're all dark skinned, right? So I think Arabs are Ishmaelites and But those are the real ones. So just like they have a fake Yasharel, they made a fake Arab too. So what you have there now is Saudi Arabians, right? They're not quite the real Arab people, or white Arabic people. So and they replace them, the people in Egypt, with these whitish guys, okay, with the white Arabs. So they replaced the people in Egypt. Egypt used to be dark-skinned, but systematic replacement and the way the media portray those in Egypt is whitish. So that was systematically done. In some other places, it was more aggressive. Okay, like in Argentina, right? It was more aggressive in Argentina. When they would have wars, they would send the dark-skinned people to go for those wars. In America, also something similar. And when everybody came back from war, other people of other races will have gratuities and they will have houses ready. But for the African Americans, as it were, they will have nothing. Okay? Or not as much as they've been promised to have. Okay? So that was really bad. Okay? So, and in the 6th year of the 7th week, in this Jubilee, okay, Abraham called Isaac his son and commanded him, saying, I am become old, and know that the day of my death, I know not the day of my death, and am full of days, and am full of my days. And behold, I am 175 years old. Oh, that was the year I was going to pass on. I'm 175 years old. Let's click more shares and repost. We can push it more than this. Okay? And throughout all the days of my life, I have remembered Yahweh and sought with all my heart to do his will and to walk uprightly in all his ways. My soul has hated idols. Indeed, it did hate idols. And I have given my heart and spirit that I might observe to do the will of him who created me. Wow. This is righteousness. And we are supposed to be doing even better than this now that Yeshua has bought us with his blood. That is righteousness, not just confessing something and living anyhow. He said, my soul has hated idols. Yeshua still talked about idols in the book of Revelation. And I have given my heart and spirit that I might observe to do the will of him that created me, of him who created me. For he is living, he is the living Yahweh. For he is holy, he is Kodesh and faithful. Right? And he is righteous beyond all. And there is with him no acceptance of men's persons and no accepting of gifts. What it means is that no bribery with him. For Yahweh is righteous and executes judgment on all those who transgress his commandment and despise his covenant. And do you, my son, observe his commandments and his ordinances and his judgments, and walk not after the commandment, the abomination rather, and after the graven images and after molten images, and eat no blood at all of animals or cattle or of any bird which flies in the heaven. And if you do slay a victim as an acceptable, I think it means something you get from the game, from hunting. If you slay a victim as an acceptable shalom peace offering, slay you it and pour out its blood upon the altar, and all the fat of the offering offer on the altar with fine flour, and the meat offering mingled with oil, and it with its drink offering, offer them all together on the altar of burnt offering. It is a sweet savor before Yahweh. And you will offer the fat of the sacrifice of thank offering on the fire which is upon the altar, and the fat which is on the belly, and all the fat on the inwards, and the 2 kidneys, and all the fat that is upon them, and upon the loins and liver you shall remove, together with the kidney, and offer all these for a sweet savor acceptable before Yahweh, when its meat offerings and with its meat offerings and with its drink offerings for a sweet savor. The bread of the offering unto Yahweh, and eat its meat. So oftentimes they usually eat the sacrifices, they sacrifice unto God. So eat its meat on that day, and on the second day, let not the sun on the second day go down upon it till it is eaten, and let nothing be left over for the third day, for it is not acceptable, for it is not approved, and let it no longer be eaten. And all who eat thereof will bring sin upon themselves. For thus I have found it written in the books of my forefathers, as Abraham still speaking, and in the words of Enoch, and in the words of Noah. So he's got that book. So Abraham, of course, must have read the books of Enoch. Remember, they taught him the Hebrew language again, and he learned the books written by his ancestors. And on all your oblations you shall strew salt, and let not the salt of the covenant be lacking in all your oblations before Yahweh. And as regards the wood of the sacrifices, beware lest you bring other wood for the altar in addition to these: cypress, bay, almond, fir, pine, cedar, savin, fig, olive, myrrh, laurel, aspalathus. It's at 12 now. And of these kinds of wood lay upon the altar under the sacrifice, such as have been tested as to their appearance. By the way, this was the same Isaac he was going to offer up as an offering, right? Before God stopped him. And Isaac was consenting to it. Okay, Isaac was consenting to it. So, and of these kinds of wood lay on the altar under the sacrifice, such as have been tested as to their appearance. Okay, and do not lay down any split or dark wood, but hard and clean, without fault, a sound and new growth. And do not lay thereon old wood, for its fragrance is gone, for there is no longer fragrance in it as before. So, beside these kind of wood, there is none other that you shall place on the altar. Look at that detail. For the fragrance is dispersed, and the smell of the fragrance does not go up to heaven. Observe the commandment and do it, my son, that you may be upright in all your deeds, and that at all times be clean in your body, and wash yourselves or yourself with water before you approach to offer on the altar. It's almost looking like mosaic details. And wash your hands and your feet before you draw near to the altar. And when you are done sacrificing, wash again yourselves, your hands and your feet. Sounding almost like familiar with the COVID protocol. And let not blood appear on you, nor on your clothes. Okay? Be on your guard, my son, against blood. Be on your guard exceedingly. Cover it with dust. And do not eat any blood, for it is the soul. Eat not the blood whatever. And take no gift for the blood of man, lest it be shed in impunity without judgment. For it is the blood that is shed that causes the earth to sin. And the earth cannot be cleansed from the blood of man, save the blood of him who shed it. And take no presents or gifts for the blood of man, blood for blood, that you may be acceptable before the Almighty. Okay, the Most High Yahweh, for he is the defense of the good. Okay, and that you may be preserved from all evil, that he may save you from every kind of death. I see, my son, that all the works of the children of men are sin and wickedness, and all their deeds are uncleanness and an abomination. Right? And the pollution. And there is no righteousness with them. Beware lest you should walk in their ways, okay, and tread in their paths, and sin is sin unto death before the Most High Yahweh. So there's a sin unto death from the time of Abraham. Else he will hide his face from you and give you back into the hands of your transgression, and root you out of the land, and your seed likewise from under heaven. And your name and your seed shall perish from the whole earth. Turn away from all their deeds and all their uncleanness, and observe the ordinance of the Most High Yahweh, and do his will and be upright in all things, and he will bless you in all your deeds, and will I will raise up from you a plant of righteousness throughout all the earth, throughout all generations generations of the earth. And my name and your name shall not be forgotten under heaven forever. And indeed, we still say it till today. The God of Abraham, the God of Isaac and Jacob. Go, my son, in shalom. May the Most High Yahweh be my sovereign ruler, and your sovereign ruler strengthen you to do his will. And may he bless all your seed and the residue of your seed from generation to generation forever, with all righteousness blessing, or with all righteous blessings, that you may be a blessing on all the earth. And it went out from him rejoicing. Okay, so let's take guests. Time for guests. So that we can. Muthoni, you've not removed your guest request. So you've been brought up. So if anybody has questions, you can please ask, so that we can have some discussions. People have perspectives they want to give, but especially questions, because it gets faster, quicker when we have questions. But if there is none, we'll still take 1 or 2 more chapters, so we can do a little bit more of the dosage for the day, or the ration. I think ration sounds better for the day. Check 1, 2. So if there is none, let's push further. Jubilees 22. Jubilees 22. And it came to pass in the first week of the 44th Jubilee, in the second year, that is the year in which Abraham died, Isaac and Ishmael came from the well of oath to celebrate the Feast of Weeks, that is the Feast of the First Fruits. That will be around September or October. And of the harvest to Abraham their father. And Abraham rejoiced because his 2 sons had come. Okay? For Isaac had many possessions in Beersheba, and Isaac was wont to go and see his possessions and to return to his father. And in those days Ishmael came to see his father, and they both came together, Isaac offered a sacrifice for a burnt offering, and presented it on the altar of his father, which he had made in Hebron. And he offered a thank offering and made a feast of joy before Ishmael, his brother. And Rebekah made new cakes from the new grain and gave them to Jacob, her son, to take them to Abraham. So that's now the grandson to give something to Abraham. So to Abraham, his father, I think that should be his grandfather of Jacob. From the first fruit of the land, that he may eat and bless the Creator of all things before he died. And Isaac too sent by the hand of Jacob to Abraham a best thank offering, that he might eat and drink. And he ate and drank and blessed the Most High Yahweh, who had created heaven and earth, who has made all the fat things of the earth, and given them to the children of men, that they might eat and drink and bless their Creator. Do you see simple things they were thanking God for? Right? Simple basic things they were thanking God for. So you can imagine somebody as rich as Abraham was thanking God for food. Right? Somebody as rich as Abraham was thanking God for food. Okay? But now when people are not as rich as Abraham, and they even do less effort to get food, in other words, you can just order it, you can just order chicken or something and all that, they still we don't get to thank God as this much. And now I give thanks unto you, I think that's Abraham speaking, unto you, my sovereign ruler, because you have caused me to see this day. Behold, I am 175 years, an old man and full of days. And all my days have been unto me shalom, or peace. The sword of the adversary has not overcome me in all that you have given me, and my children all the days of my life until this day. My sovereign ruler, may your mercy and your peace be upon your servant and upon the seed of his sons, that they may be unto you a chosen nation and an inheritance from among all the nations of the earth, from henceforth unto all the days of the generations of the earth, unto all ages. And he called Jacob and said, my son Jacob, which is his grandson really, may Yahweh the sovereign ruler of all bless you and strengthen you to do righteousness and his will before him, and may he choose you and your seed, that you may become a people of his inheritance according to his will always. Verse 11. And do you, my son Jacob, draw near and kiss me. And he drew near and kissed him, and he said, blessed be my son Jacob, and all the sons of Yahweh Most High. And unto all ages may Yahweh give unto you a seed of righteousness, and some of your sons may he sanctify in the midst of the whole earth. May nations serve you, and all the nations bow themselves before you, or before your seed. It's almost like what was happening to the Moors, but not Sub-Saharan Africans today. It's like it's been switched. So be strong in the presence of men, and exercise authority over all the seed of Seth. Hi. It's like the kind of blessing that Isaac was blessing Jacob, this same Jacob again. When he said he should rule over his brother, thinking it was Esau, by the way. And exercise authority over all the seed of Seth. Abraham knew there's no way you are escaping Seth. Seth is the third person from Adam. The Canaanites, the children of Canaan, are probably all wiped out. Then your ways and the ways of your sons will be justified, so that they shall become a Kodesh nation, a holy nation. May the Most High Yahweh give you all the blessings wherewith he has blessed me, and wherewith he has blessed Noah and Adam. So this is the 20th speaking to the 22nd. That all the blessings that I, the 20th Abraham, has will come to you. The same thing with the blessings coming from Noah, the 10th, and Adam, the 1st. So may they rest on the sacred head of your seed from generation to generation forever. And may he cleanse you from all unrighteousness and impurity, and may you be forgiven of all your transgressions. Amen. And which you have committed ignorantly. Amen. And may he strengthen you and bless you. Amen. Look, these blessings are so heavy. They are so heavy. And may you inherit the whole earth, and may he renew his covenant with you, and may that you may be to him a nation of his inheritance for all the ages, and that he may be to you and to your seed almighty in truth and righteousness throughout all the days of the earth. And do you, my son Jacob, remember my words and observe the commandments of Abraham your father. Separate yourselves from the nations, right, and eat not with them. And do not according to their works, and be not their associate, for their works are unclean. That's the reason, right? And all their ways are a pollution and an abomination and uncleanness. They offer their sacrifices to the dead, and they worship evil spirits. That's it. They worship evil spirit, and they eat over the graves, and all their works are vanity and nothingness. They have no heart to understand, and their eyes, they do not see. Their works are. And their eyes do not see what their works are, and how they err in saving or saying to a piece of wood, you are my sovereign ruler, and to a stone, you are my sovereign ruler and you are my deliverer. And they have no heart. And as for you, my son Jacob, may the Most High Yahweh help you. Amen. And the Almighty of heavens bless you and remove you from their uncleanness and from all their error. Amen. So be you aware, my son Jacob, of taking a wife from any of the seed of the daughters of Canaan. By the way, Esau was alive all this time. For all his seed is to be rooted out from the earth. For owing to the transgression of Ham, Canaan erred. Okay. So beware, don't take any seed from the daughters of Canaan, because they were in that land of Canaan, which Canaan stole from Shem. Okay, for all his seed is to be rooted out of the earth. Why? For owing to the transgression of Ham, Canaan erred, and all his seed shall be destroyed from the earth, and all the residue thereof, and none springing from him shall be saved on the day of judgment. And they have several days of judgment here. So, what is the transgression of Ham that Canaan erred because of? To me, this is a little bit of extra, maybe kind of indicator or suggestion that what Ham did when he said that he saw his father's nakedness was not just that he saw his father undressed, but it's that he had relations, very gross relations with his own mother. Okay, some people have suggested that, and if based on 2-3 points, is almost counting like a possibility. Okay, and that Canaan was a child that came from that relationship. That's gross. Anyway, so he's looking at here that it says that taking a wife from the city for owing rather to the transgression of Ham, Canaan erred, and all his seed shall be rooted from off the earth. So those kind of children that is born from those kind of relationships usually Yahweh usually commands for them to be wiped off. The same thing when Lot's daughters had relations with their father, Lot. Ammonite and Moabite, they are supposed to be wiped out. And I think they were. So, and as for all the worshippers of idols and the profane, there shall be no hope for them, okay, in the land of the living, and there shall be no and there shall be no resemblance of them in the earth, for they shall descend into Sheol. That's the worship of idols. And into the place of condemnation shall they go. As the children of Sodom were taken away from the earth, so will all those who worship idols be taken away. Fear not, my son Jacob, and be not dismayed, O son of Abraham. Meanwhile, his grandson. May the Most High Yahweh preserve you from destruction and from the paths of error. May he deliver you. This house have I built for myself, that I might put my name upon it in the earth. It is given to you and to your seed forever. So he gave him real estate. Okay? For you will build my house and establish my name before Yahweh forever. Your seed and your name will stand throughout all generations and the earth. All generations of the earth. And he ceased commanding him and blessed him. So he must have written these things down. So blessing Jacob just like that, instructing him, yes, commanding him and blessing him. And the two lay together on the bed. So they slept off. From talking all late into the night, Jacob slept And look at this, literal terms. Jacob slept in the bosom of Abraham. So he was the first person to literally sleep in the bosom of Abraham. So people that are unalive in today, or well, in that days of Yeshua, he said they sleep and they go to the bosom of Abraham. So Jacob slept in the bosom of Abraham, his father, and he kissed him 7 times. And his affection and his heart rejoiced over him. You see. So Abraham really loved Jacob, his grandson. And he blessed him with all his heart and said, the Most High Yahweh. And I think at this point, Jacob was sleeping already and he was blessing. You know how cute people look when they are asleep? When babies look. Even if you and your husband has been fighting for a long time, when you just see him sleeping, you just look at him like this. Look at him now. Oh, your wife. You say, oh, your while now. See now, you're not sleeping. They just look cute at that time. So, the Most High Yahweh, the sovereign ruler of all, the creator of all, okay, who brought me from the Ur of the Chaldees, from the hand of Nimrod, that he might give me this land to inherit it forever, and that I might establish a holy seed blessed. The holy seed, blessed be the Most High forever. And he blessed Jacob. Jacob was about 15 years old here, by the way. And he blessed Jacob and said, my son, over whom with all my heart and my affection I rejoice. May your free unmerited favor, that's your grace, and your mercy, that's God's grace and mercy, be lifted up upon him. Oh my God, and upon his seed always. You should pray for your children. You should pray for your children. You should pray for your children. I remember one time I was outside of the country, outside of UK, and what you might call, I was just on a trip. But something came up in my heart and I was praying for my son very deeply. And some things were happening in the house. My wife was telling me at a point in time, I think maybe he was just saying some things. And at that time, he couldn't really, he wasn't that old enough to say those kind of things. But then it was, when I checked the time, it was just about the time I was praying for him where I was. I could tell that I was praying from a deep place. And do not forsake him. Still asking Yahweh, do not forsake him. Right? Just like the kind of prayer that was coming in my heart then. Nor set him at naught from henceforth unto the days of eternity. And may your eyes be upon him and upon his seed, and that you may preserve him and bless him, and may make him holy as a nation of your inheritance. Okay? And bless him with all your blessings from henceforth unto all the days of eternity, and renew your covenant and your free unmerited favor, your grace, with him and with his seed according to all your good pleasure, unto all the generations of the earth. Hi. Wow. Wow. That's powerful. So let's end there today. But let's see if we have some guests and some questions. And let's do something to bring up people who have not spoken before. Okay? Just so we can increase and push up the interaction. So I'm inviting Hokto. Somebody there whose name is Hokto. Joshua, is a good time to ask your questions. Okay. Ram, you can come up. Who else? So if you've not been here before, you can come up. In Elicious, you can come up just to say hi. Okay. Toby, I don't think we've spoken before. Right. Who else is there? Justice in the belly. You can come up. There's a lot of people I'm seeing here. Not seen before. Okay, Devon, then Hiba, then Justice, Aizal, Fatima. I don't know where it is. Anyway, so let's hear from, is it Joshua? Okay, Joshua has come up.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, but just before Joshua, can I hear Hokto? Hokto, how are you doing?
I'm okay. I'm doing fine. And you?
Yeah, I'm doing fine also. Where are you calling from?
From Nigeria.
Nigeria, great. It's good to have you around. I want to try something here. I wish somebody can confirm on what's that place called? On either YouTube, YouTube, Instagram, if they can hear those speaking on TikTok. Okay. I need somebody to quickly help us with that. Let's see if we can. Okay. Check. I just hope it's not feeding back. Check. Doesn't seem to be. Check 1 2. Can you say hello, Joshua, or somebody?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello.
So let somebody check on those other platforms if they can hear back those who are speaking on TikTok. Okay, so Mr. Giang is there on Instagram. So can you see check 1 2 again, Joshua?
1 2. Check.
So Giang, can you reply if you can hear? But be sure that you're hearing from the other device that is on Instagram. Okay. So what we want to test is not if you're hearing me. We want to test if you're hearing. Okay, you did hear Joshua. Okay, good.
Yeah.
So now let me confirm something. Mr. Giang, can you see if you can still hear Joshua? So
Okay.
Joshua, you can see check 1 2.
Check 1 2.
So can you still hear Joshua, Mr. Giang, on Instagram? Oh, you didn't hear him was what he said at first.
Check
Oh,
1
he
2.
said he said he didn't hear you at first even altogether. So yeah, so that's a little work we'll do. We'll see how. Ooh, check. So there's a little bit of echo. Can you see check 1 2,
Check.
Joshua?
Check. Check 1.
Check.
You have.
Hokto, can you check if you're able to?
Check. Mic check.
It's not hearing. How about now, Mr. Gang?
Check.
Check 1.
If you still can't hear, then I'll just we'll just repeat whatever they're trying to say, or we go on speaker. But except we bring monitors, which is possible. But it's going to cause echo if there's monitors. All right, so let's go ahead. Joshua, you can go ahead with your question.
Well, no, thanks for this. I have a number of questions, but I think this has been a wonderful session. My first session. God bless you for what you're doing. I've followed your work, and because I had interest in history as well, I had a number of questions related to the current version of history that we've been taught, including the location of the Roman Empire, the dates of the Roman Empire when it existed, the roads that they built, some of the roads they built here in the UK, and all of that. And then, of course, the location that you were saying you suspect where the true Jerusalem is. And if the Romans were there, just the distance they would have had to cover, but also the...
Your voice is a little low, though. Is that right, Hokto? I think his voice is low.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Your voice is low.
Is it
But even
loud?
oh, this is getting too loud.
Okay.
Even yours is also low, Hokto. For me, anyways.
I see. Did you get what I was saying earlier?
Yes, I got everything.
You got
everything, but but it was just low. Just if you could just move closer a little bit.
Okay, I can try and shout. There's no one else in the house. My wife will just have to listen, I guess.
All right.
Yeah. So what I was saying is that my question is.
I got it.
This,
the timeline and the location of the Roman Empire.
Exactly, and the true Jerusalem, and if so, the infrastructure that the Romans are supposed to have built across Europe to transport their troops and to transport the people. We probably should be seeing some of that infrastructure across Africa as well.
Yes.
And where is it? Was it destroyed? I just have questions around that. Yeah.
Yes, we can start with that. So I don't have a very strong evidence to show Roman buildings, except for the ones you would call Tartarian buildings. You know what Tartaria?
Yes.
What they call Tartaria, right? So there's some of them in Africa. You're aware. There's a few in Africa.
Yes, I think there's some even in Nairobi that are suspicious. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yes, indeed. So, and there's some in Lagos. There's quite some even in South Africa. In fact, did you know, although they are not Roman, they are more millennial is what I call them. But did you know the biggest basilica in the world? And you know where it is?
Mm-hmm.
It's in Africa, right?
Yes, I remember you covered that. Yes.
Right, in Yamoussoukro. So, so those are not Roman, but mainstream will call it Roman. So talking about Roman, there you go. Okay, but what I have regarding the Romans is like a reverse engineering or a flip logic, in the sense that what stopped the Roman Empire from going beyond Egypt and Ethiopia? And they'd like to say it's malaria, right? Based on what you've learned on history, what did they say?
Yeah, it's just that you had this huge natural barrier, which was the desert.
Desert?
Yes,
the Sahara.
The Sahara, yes.
But the gospel, which they're trying to tell us, is Roman, from the Middle East, from wherever Paul was in Rome, etc. Right? Let me mute Octo. Saying Paul was in Rome, etc. The gospel got to, what's it called? It got to Ethiopia, I remember.
Mm-hmm.
So what stopped it from getting to Uganda?
Yeah,
Kenya?
But it's not said. I mean, now those are there are some variations of before I came across your channel and before I came across what you were saying, the variations of what you had said through a slightly different route, but the gospel was not brought about. I mean, the Romans did not interact in from what I knew, didn't interact with. They didn't go beyond Egypt.
I understand. Yeah. No, that's the point. That's the question in the first place. But I am superimposing the Romans and the gospel generally, and I'm saying if the Romans, and of course even the gospel, there's this Septimius, it's a Roman emperor supposed to be African. If this thing got to Ethiopia, right, why and how didn't it go to Kenya? Do Ethiopia and Kenya share borders? Yes or no? Yes, right?
Yes,
I think
they share northern border,
north south. So why have you thought about it, why the gospel didn't go beyond Ethiopia?
But it wasn't brought by the Romans.
I know. Have you heard of Ezana of Aksum?
No.
Ezana of Aksum is somebody that he was a king of Aksum. You know the Aksum Empire, though?
Yes. I've heard of the Aksum Empire, yes.
Yes, so you can Google Ezana of Aksum. He also made Christianity the religion of his state. He was also converted. He changed the laws of his land. He established Sabbath day as a way of worship, or maybe Sunday, whichever it is. And he did very many things very similar to Constantine, right? And in fact, he was even a contemporary of Constantine, the same time. And the impression, the narrative we have is they never spoke to each other, right? And so my question is, why did the gospel, and they said it traded as far as India, right from Ethiopia, went through whatever desert, whatever rivers. So I just get to ask, why didn't it cross, like I said? Why, this is mainstream history, by the way, why didn't Ezana of Aksum cross to Kenya? What stopped him from getting to Kenya, to Uganda, to Central African Republic, present-day Cameroon? You see? And I think they shrunk the Roman Empire. Let me show you something. Right. So like I said, I don't have a very direct proof, but because like you said, you're academic and oh, do we have that? Okay, let's try Drive. So like said, you're academic, so I will show you questions that I want you to also help me search, and we'll see what's going on.
Yeah. As you're searching that, my understanding is that Rome, by the time Rome had extended its boundaries into Egypt, they overextended themselves at that time, and the generals who were interested in going into Egypt, I'm trying to remember some history, I'd have to go back to the actual details, but from my old memory, there was conflict in Rome that made the general who was and the emperor who was very keen on Egypt and going beyond that, he had to withdraw to focus more on domestic things in the empire in Rome. And so they kind of gave up on pursuing further colonization beyond Egypt because of overextension of their empire and political problems back in Rome. That's what I remember. So the cost.
Do you know where that is?
Yes, I can try and look for it, but that's history that I remember from way back.
Okay.
And so the idea that actually they went all the way up to, beyond that was a new thing to me, and I thought we probably I'd like to learn more about how you look at it. Yeah.
I understand. Now, let me show you another thing. Maybe you can also show me or let me know. This is what's the easiest way to do this? Okay. I don't know how bright that is for you.
Yeah, I can see that.
Right. Do you know this is the official map of the Roman Empire and what they covered? Can you tell me from your history, mainstream history, whatever point of view, why they stayed just at the tip of Africa like that? Why is it just such at the tip and it's so spread abroad?
Yeah. Again, it's it's all about that was as far as they could go. That was that was the extent of being able to hold a cohesive empire and sending people out, armies out. It costs a lot of money, etc., etc. It's hard to. I don't know. I couldn't. I would have to go back.
Yeah, I was hoping you were going to come a little bit more prepared, but of course you're at work right now and all. Yes. But if we can get those texts, then we can work with them and see. Because have you read the book of Josephus?
Bits and pieces, yes.
Bits and pieces, yeah.
Yes.
So Josephus talks about, you will find, especially Jasher, but then people might want to consider, which is a terrible gaslighting that the mainstream world does. The book of Jasher is not any inferior to the book of Josephus, but they want to kind of embrace Josephus, right, as a kind of formal or rather secular text in that case. You understand what I'm saying? And they will say, well, book of Jasher is biased. But the book of Jasher, for example, I think even in Josephus, it mentions Italia, it mentions Italy, it mentions Germans, right? And this is around 60 AD. It was mentioning Germans and mentioning all that. I mean, and you want to question where then would Congo be, Where would the Congo be? It's bewildering. There is no way that the whole place is just locked up. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. There is no way, like you and I were discussing this morning, there's no way that whole place is just locked up. Like I said, I don't have a direct evidence and say, hey, see, apart from the Tartarian buildings, and say, hey, see, this Roman Empire in Africa, right? I don't have very much of that. I have bits and pieces, but they're not strong enough like this receipt I'm showing you. But why did the army stop just at the tip? It's expensive to send army. Okay, now you're on the continent and you keep staying at the tips of it. It's somehow it doesn't quite follow. Doesn't quite follow why they have to stay at the tip like this. Let me show you some other statistics, some numbers, so we see. So like I said, I don't have a full direct one, but I have the one that suggests that if this is so, then why is this not so? Right. Okay. So let's see one more, so that if possible, if you're free again tomorrow, we can check with your text, we cross-check with what I've got, and we see what's going on. Okay. This one is talking about numbers. Okay, so now this is about the battle between Rome and Judea. Okay. There is the regular 70 AD. There is this 135. There is even one at 115 AD, which they like to call CE. Okay. And there is one at 135. So although I think, again, because of what I would call Jesus' millennial reign, I feel as though anything from 70 AD beyond there, they are beginning to duplicate history and to just copy and paste it, right? And it extends all through. It sounds ridiculous, sounds like, come on, but then you look at who is telling you human history, and they've got a lot of secrets buried right there under the earth, aka the Vatican, right? So it's saying Hadrian at a point had to give up the Euphrates River, okay? So at this year, around 115, so the Jews revolted, okay? And, well, it lasted 66 years. There was another war, lasted 66 years. So this is 135, 136 AD you're talking about. And he had to negotiate with Osrose the first. Is this the pulling? How does it pull off? So he had to negotiate with Osrose the first and all that. Now, let me see. So the Roman Empire, the total of it, based on mainstream, what we know, covers 4.4 million square kilometers, okay, and was constantly being resisted by just the southern kingdom of the Judeo-Samarian people, which is a total of less than 6,000 kilometers if we had to use the Middle East Israel map. Okay, so that's almost 1 to 8,000. This is just me putting things in perspective. I think this was in chapter, maybe I think part 12 of the World History series. So that's ratio 1 to 1,000. They constantly resist you, that you have to negotiate some of your territories with them, right? Again, Rome at this time was the largest city in the world, okay? And it is estimated estimates of its peak population ranges from 450,000 to 3.5 million people. So I don't know if you're still there. I think you're checking references yourself, Joshua. If you're off the app, we can hear you. Are you back?
Yep. Yes, I'm back. I have another meeting I was supposed to be at.
I see.
At this time, but I've just asked to give me 10 minutes so that I can wind this up, and then I.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. So when you have time, we'll bring more details. But let's just go through this so you can go for your meeting. So this one is 4.4 million square kilometers. That's the whole of the Roman Empire, and Judea-Samaria should be around 6,000 square kilometers. The whole of present-day Israel is 25,000 square kilometers, right? So, but just the Judea is about 6,000. So that's almost 1 to 1,000, right? The ratio, okay? So again, Rome at this time was the largest city, okay, in the world, right? And it estimates, this is literally off of Wikipedia, it estimates its peak population around 450,000 to 3.5 million people, with estimates of 1 to 2 million being the most popular with historians. This is literally Wikipedia page, right? Talking about Rome. Okay, so now I then continue and said, but the Bar Kokhba revolt, are you familiar with that phrase, Bar Kokhba revolt?
No. Which?
Yeah, that's the revolt really that happened in 135 AD, supposedly.
Okay. The one?
Yeah,
okay.
You remember? Yeah, that scattered them, finally. Which I think was a duplicate anyway, but let's
It's the one that led to the battle at, what's it called? The Last Stand.
I think so.
At this top of the mountain, top the Mesuda.
Yeah, I think that's the last one that scattered them, and they said it was from then. They then came to Africa, which I'm saying not really so. But anyway, so let's see. So the Bakagba revolt was able to raise an army, according to still mainstream history. It's just like one of these numbers that just don't match. So in the southern part of Judea only, the Bakagba guys were able to raise just the army of up to 400,000 in that small province of Judea, right? So my question is, if the population of Rome, which is supposed to be the largest city, biggest city, population, perhaps even size, is 2 million, thereabout, how did that small, tiny Judea was able to raise an army? Not the whole population, women, children. They are men that wouldn't go to war, right? But this is just the army. How were they able to raise 400,000, an army of 400,000? And the whole population of Rome, not just soldiers. What that means is that, in fact, if the population of Rome was around 2 million, it means the men alone will be maybe around 500,000. So how did they match Rome like that? More or less, man, head to head. You see. So we can check these numbers when you come back. Sorry?
There's a lot of inconsistencies in history, and in a lot of the claims. So so I hadn't done. I was more hoping that that there was some, hard evidence that you had come across. But we can do this together as an additional research, because it's important that we come to the bottom of this. Yeah.
Yes, very much. Let me let you go for your meeting, now. But look at this. Look at the tip they call Africa, somewhere in Libya. I don't know if you can see this picture. They like calling just that place, let's see, 150. Okay, they call that place Africa. I don't understand why, but I think, you see, just that tip is called Africa. So they've been trying to shrink the continent a whole lot. And look at that. They call that Africa. You see. And that's literally just a little bit of Libya or something. But anyway, it's one of those inconsistencies that really need to be looked into. But then hopefully whenever you come around, we push this further. We're here every day, right?
Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, brother.
Yes, my brother. We'll talk later. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yes. So, so it's one of those things I wish those who have gone deeper into these things could pull things. There are definitely inconsistencies, and it's just not ticking. Dr. Mofi, good morning. It's still morning. It's quite loud in the background. Okay, you can say hi before liberation. It's looking like it's your first time. Oh, it's gone. Well, liberation, good morning. From Kumasi.
Sorry, I think it was a mistake. I didn't intend to.
Oh, you? All right. Yeah, so it's one of the, but welcome, thanks for coming. So it's one of those many inconsistencies you'll find in history, right? Let me see if I can find, let's try Josephus. Antiquities of the Jews, the Wars of the Jews. You have won the victory. Hallelujah. You have won enough for me. So let's see if we see Germany here. Death could not hold you down. So look at this. Chapter 4 of the War of the Jews says how Vespasian was received at Rome, as also how the Germans revolted from the Romans, but were subdued, that the Samaritans, or Sarmatians rather, overran Mysia, but were compelled to retire to their own country again. So if you click that, it takes you there. Look at. Maybe we even keep it at the table of content, right? There's 20 mentions of German there. The Germans and the Gauls, right? So I'm trying not to use Joshua. If I use Joshua, in fact, I will still use Joshua no matter what. So look at it. It's mentioned Germany, right? That's Germans. So if Josephus at 60 AD knows about Germans, where was Ife? Where is Ife? Where is Gadangbe? Right? Where is Nkongo? You understand? Where are those kingdoms? How did they disappear? Do you see the land? It doesn't make sense at all. It just does not make sense. So there's a lot of things like Joshua said in history that just don't make sense. Let's get on maps. You have won the victory. So like I said, I don't have that direct evidence, and maybe if I search I'll find it, but I've just not taken the time to search for that way. But look at Germany, for example, present day Germany. They've been trying to shrink Africa for a long time. Until now they're still trying, right? So look at present day, the place that eventually became Germany. When it's telling you Germans, that's Germany right there, right? Germany. So how did Josephus, there's literally a word, one phrase about Jesus long story short, Josephus wrote that around 60, 70 AD, 80 AD, whatnot. So if you are talking about Germany and it still has the name Germany in 80 AD, but it's very simple, right? This Germany is so small. By the way, this is the Mercator projection. Russia is not this big. The width of Russia is 6,400 thereabout kilometers, and the width of Africa from tip to tip is 7,400. So this width is bigger than Russia. Despite as you have shrunk Africa, they try to beat it, to chew it, to stomp it down, to delete it. Look at that other map that I showed you the other time. Where is it? That's it there, right? Look at it. How can you call this place Africa? They just cut one little bit of something here and they put Africa. That's what they wrote there. Put it 200% zoom. How can you call this place Africa? So what then is this place? Desert the Sahara. So what is below the desert? Sub-Saharan, submissive, subservient. You see. So they have tried to kill it, to break it, to bind it, to do whatever, all through the ages. So if this man can be talking about Germanicus, this is even maybe a name of somebody, right? Germans, right? Stronger. The Gauls were stronger than the Germans, wiser than the Greeks, numerous than all. Okay, speaking about a certain people. Oh, there you go, British Islands. You see what I'm talking about? This is the Wars of the Jews by Josephus. It's talking about British Islands. So what then are we talking about here? You might say, English is a Germanic language and everybody is from Germans. That is British Islands in the book of Josephus. British Islands. Look at Britain here, somewhere in the tiny little bit of... And Britain, I hope you know that this United Kingdom, the whole of the United Kingdom, is 1, 2, 3, 4 times smaller than Nigeria. In other words, Nigeria is 3 to 4 times, like 3.5 times, someone can help me check, 3.6 times bigger than the whole of the UK. But look at how they've blown it open by some Mercator projection and excuse. You see, looking almost like it's bigger than Nigeria, but it's not. You see. So the person cooking these things, they are, to say they are genius, they are not humans. The longevity and the complexity of the problems that the human race is facing is beyond what the human being can handle, not that species. Look at what they're doing, and they're moving people from India. Of course, they didn't put them in chains. From India to Canada, right? From India, they're moving a lot of people and Pakistan, putting them in Canada. The United States is locking their borders, putting them in Canada, putting them in Portugal. You see a lot of people in Portugal. People are complaining now in Portugal, and they are intentionally doing that because the population of Europe is dwindling. You need population of 2.2 birth rates thereabout, or at least 2.0 to sustain your population, to keep it constant. If you want to grow it, it has to be more than 2. You have to have more than 2 children. Because technically, daddy and mommy, male and female, let's say technically they give birth to 1 boy, 1 child. And hypothetically, the boy and the child get married to each other, which, of course, not literally, but hypothetically, right? And those ones also give birth to 2. And those ones give birth to 2. That way you maintain your population. But now they're doing it by oh dear, appeal. Just use F1. The thing is trying to flag this. I don't know what this guy's problems are. So so they're trying to replenish the population. Question: how did they get the population that started dwindling in the first place? Right? Because maybe they were cabbage patch kids. That's it. Because how did your population get to a place where you now want to sustain it? The thing started dwindling. How did it build up to where it was in the first place? Talking about alien invasion. Anyway, so he's talking about Germanicus, about Germans, talking about British. Look at that, that's British Islands. Let me read that paragraph. Only it's a little long. This was when he was begging them not to fight. Paragraphs are long. Look at Libya there. They couldn't change that one, right? Has not your army been often beaten by your neighboring nations, while the power of the Romans is invisible in the part of the habitable earth? While the power of the Romans is invisible in all of the habitable earth. Nay, rather, they seek for somewhat still beyond that. That means they went through. What are we talking about? That's what we're looking for here. He said the power of the Romans is invincible throughout the habitable earth. Throughout everywhere in the earth, the Romans have gotten there. So you can't say the Romans ruled the world. You have to pick one. Is it that they didn't rule the world, or they ruled the world and they got to Africa? It's very simple. You can't eat your cake and have it back. So is that you take back that statement, your Romans didn't rule the world, they stayed in that little tip. I don't know what was chasing them from that Africa. Where's that map again? Right? Where is that one? It should be somewhere. Let's try this. Appeal not approved. I beg, go and sleep. So, is it that your Romans, your mighty Romans, they didn't go beyond here? Is it that's even Germania there? That's Germany. Britannia. So it's either your Ireland, that's Ireland. So it's either your super world power Romans didn't go beyond this sea, and I don't know what was stopping them. If you say it's the desert, maybe. So why did they get to Egypt? If the river that is watering Egypt came from let me undo that if I did anything. If it came from the source of the Nile is towards Uganda, right? Kenya. Why didn't they follow the Nile upward in elevation down towards south? You can't have it both ways, right? So you see, so we will not. Let me just read this thing from the start. Maybe one day we'll read the book of Josephus, but it's just not super scripture like that. It's not considered such. Had I perceived that you were all zealously disposed to go to war with the Romans, and that the purer and more sincere that part of you did not propose to live in peace, I had not come out unto you, nor being so bold as to give you counsel, for all discourses that tend to persuade men to do what they ought to do are superfluous. And where's this? And the hearers, superfluous, yeah. When the hearers are agreed to do the contrary, but because some are earnest to go to war because they are young, but without experience of the miseries it brings, and because some are for it out of an unreasonable expectation or regaining their liberty, and because others hope to get it by it, right, and are therefore earnest bent upon it. So this is either one elder in Judah, sub-Saharan Africa, then begging the Judahites, the Jews, not to go to war with Rome, right, or Josephus himself, because a lot of people told them don't fight this war until they eventually fought and they were overcome, right? So let's keep tapping the likes also while if you use a machine or whatever you're using. So let's see. Oh, is it F2 now? What does F2 do? I don't know, but thanks guys. Anyway, so I have thought it proper to get you all together and to say to you that I think it is for your advantage that you the former may grow wiser and change their minds, and that the best men may come to no harm by the ill conduct of some others. And let not any of you be tumultuous against me in the case where what they hear me say do. Okay, we hear me say do not please them. For as to those that admit of no cure, but are resolved upon a revolt. Okay, so it will still be in their power to retain the same sentiment after my exhortation is over, but still my discourse will fall on the ground. In other words, I'm begging them, they are not accepting. It's a long read, isn't it? Let me see where we have the Germans so that I know how far I'm going. Let's go to the previous one. Okay. Okay. Whereas you ought to have labored earnestly in old time that you might have lost it, for the first experience of slavery was hard to be endured, and the struggle that you might never have been subjected to it would have been just. But that the slave who have been once brought into subjection and then runs away is rather refractory slave than a lower or a lover rather of liberty. For it was then that the prior time for doing all that was possible that you might never have admitted the Romans into your city, when Pompey, familiar name, came first into your country. So, but it was so that our ancestors and their kings, who were in much better circumstances than we are, both as to money and stronger bodies and valiant souls, did not bear the onset of a small body of the Roman army. And yet you, who have now accustomed yourselves to obedience from one generation to another, who are so much inferior to those who first submitted in your circumstances. In other words, you are inferior to other kingdoms that have submitted to the Romans. Okay, will venture to oppose the entire empire of the Romans, while those Athenians who are in order to preserve the liberty of the Greeks, did once set fire on their own city, who persuaded Xerxes and proud prince when he sailed upon the land. In other words, these guys wanted to stay free, and rather than fighting the Romans, they decided to do a false flag operation to set fire on their own city, right? And walked upon the seas and could not be contained by the seas, but conducted such an army that was too broad for Europe, okay, and made him run away like a fugitive. That's their strong man ran away into a single ship and break so great a part of Asia at Lesser Salamis. And yet at the time, servants to the Romans. That means they were still servants to the Romans all through that time. And those injunctions which were sent from Italy became laws to the principal governing city of Greece. So those Lacedaemonians also, who got the great victories at Thermopylae, or Thermopylae, and Platae, and had Agesilaus for the king, and searched every corner of Asia, right, and contended to admit. Remember, he's talking about Europe, he's talking about Asia. The question is, where is Africa? Do you know how hostile Russia is? How cold it is? Cold desert, right? So you keep mentioning Asia and Europe, Asia, Europe. There is no mention of Africa. If you mention Africa, is this kind of Africa he's talking about in this text? Is most times referring to that tiny Africa that they've put here, which is Libya, right? I hope we've not lost that. Okay, Europe run away in a single ship, Let's see. Of Asia are content to admit the same Romans as lords. So these guys, strong people, they admit Romans as lords. So the Macedonians also, right, who still fancy what great men they are, Philip and Alexander were. They have some champions. They see the letter that they see. The later had promised them an empire over the world. It was over the whole world. There was no mention of this place we couldn't cross. So these bear so great a change and pay their obedience to those whom fortune had advanced in their stead, referring they pay their obedience to Romans. Moreover, 10,000 of their nations they are who had greater reasons than we to claim their entire liberty. Let me read that again. He said there are many nations that have greater reasons than we, the Israelites, to claim their liberty, to revolt against the Romans. And yet these people who have greater reasons, they submit. Right? You are the only people who think it is a disgrace to be servants to those whom all the world had submitted, right? Everybody is submitting to the Romans. Just submit now. Now, it's saying they can't fight the Romans, not to say that they are so tiny, otherwise it would have been ridiculous. Indeed, ridiculous. If you're really talking about the whole world, why then is modern day, okay, fine, let's even leave Africa alone. If Roman Empire was over the whole world, why is it not including Germania? Why is it not including everywhere based on this map? You see. He said it's only you, these proud people, that I refuse to submit to them. Right, let's see. You are the only people who think it is a disgrace to be servants, and to those servants, to those to whom the whole world has submitted. Everybody is taking everything from America. Why must you be stubborn? So what sort of army do you rely on? What arms do you depend on? Where is your fleet? Okay, that you may seize upon the Roman seas. Okay, where are the treasures in which you suffer undertakings? Do you suppose, I pray you, that you are able to make war with the Egyptians? Good. So who are these people making war with the Egyptians and with the Arabians, right? Will you not carefully reflect upon the Roman Empire? You have fought with the Egyptians, maybe you are an equal match. You have fought with the Arabians, maybe you are trying. But the Romans, will you not estimate your neighboring nations? So what are these neighboring nations? My God. So while the power of the Romans is invincible in all parts of the habitable earth, let's go to Middle East again. I do not think, right? Let me Control-Z that. Let me just use the bigger map. There is no way that you are calling this tiny strip and you're referring to Egypt and you're calling this one a neighboring nation. This is a part of Egypt. This is a straight line. Somebody drawing pizza in the living room. This is more or less a straight line. This is a part of Egypt. You don't call this one a neighboring nation. It's not a neighboring nation, this one here. That's not a neighboring nation. You don't call it a nation, is what I mean, the point, right? It's close to Egypt, but it's not a nation. It's a neighboring, it's a suburb of Egypt. And he's saying these people, they fought Egypt, they fought Libya, they fought some of the other people, and telling them not to fight the Roman Empire, right? Because of course they can hire other nations with them. Let's keep reading. Rather seek for somewhat still beyond that. For all Euphrates is not a sufficient boundary for them on the east side. And of course, not talking about that tiny Euphrates. There's no way you are describing the world and you're using this tiny river that looks like where is it even? Iraq. There's no way you are describing the world and you're trying to use, where is Euphrates? And you're using this as a landmark. Is that Euphrates? See the way the thing is so tiny. Oh, well, I'll just type Euphrates there. EUPH. Right, after this we'll just close. Okay? There's no way you're describing the world, the whole habitable earth. That's a strong word, habitable. In other words, if there are human beings there, you can live there, then the Romans have gotten there. Right? So that's supposed to be Euphrates somehow. I don't know. I'm trying to look for, let's look for another better one we can find. River. Let's try this. Well, anyway, long story short, that's just the river somewhere there. Okay, but there's no way you're describing the whole world, Rawa. The whole world, and you're using this river, you zoom 15 times before you can find it as a landmark, right? But if you use the river Niger, aha, now you're talking. Stretching all this way. And the Nile stretching all that way. Okay? For all Euphrates is not sufficient boundary for them on the east side, nor the Danube of the north. Who knows if this is the same thing as your Nupe there? Anyway, Danube of the north for their southern limit. Okay? Libya has been searched over by them as far as countries uninhabited. So even places that was not habited, I wish Joshua was here. Even the places that were not habited, they would have checked it, empty land, they've gone there. As is Cadiz, their limit on the west. Okay? Nay, indeed, they have sought for another habitable earth beyond the ocean. There you go. Maybe the Americas. Habitable earth beyond the ocean, or maybe they're talking about the British Isles, and have carried their arms as far as such British islands as were never known before. British Islands was part of the ends of the earth where nobody will visit. That's what he was telling you. So how will somebody this desperate going to Iceland, going to inhabitable earths beyond the seas, would then see, is it malaria they saw here, or mountains, or desert, and they would then turn back? It's expensive. Expensive what? They were all through this place. You see? And they carried their arms, right, as far as such British islands as were never known before. What therefore do you pretend to? Are you richer than the Gauls, stronger than the Germans, wiser than the Greeks, and more numerous than all men upon the habitable earth? He keeps repeating that. You see? So, what confidence is it that elevates you to oppose the Romans? Perhaps it will be said it's hard to endure slavery. Yes, but how much more harder is it? Is this to the Greeks? I mean, the noble Greeks who literally lost to the Romans, who were esteemed the noblest of all people under the sun at a point. So these, though they were inhabited in a large country and are subject to 6 bundles of Roman rods, it is the same case with the Macedonians, who have juster reasons to claim their liberty. Aha, we're back here. Okay, what is the case of 500 cities of Asia? 500 cities of Asia is covered the whole of Asia. So where is Africa in all these? Where is Africa in all this Josephus story? That's the question. They are the Hebrews. They are the Hebrews. Right? How do you are just talking about this tiny land. If this tiny land tell you they want to fight the Roman Empire, that's a complete joke. I mean, that it wouldn't write an episode that long. Yes, he's saying they don't have the power to face the Romans, but you don't discuss that with this kind of tiny place. You just leave them alone before they come crush them. Right? But you must be referring to people around this region. Why are you so proud? Why are you doing this? You fought with Egypt. Yes, you overcame Egypt, or they overcame you, or whatnot. But you can't fight the Romans. They've been through all these places. They've crossed the seas. I would think the South America was still joined to Africa then, and then North America was still joined to Europe then. Okay. Perhaps it should be said that you had to endure slavery, but other people did. Do not submit do they not submit to a single governor and to the consular bundle of rods? What need I speak of the Henlochi or Loki, Kolki, and the nation of the Tauri? Okay, those that inhabit in Bosphorus, those that are about Pontus, Meotis, who formerly knew not so much as of the Lord of their own. Okay, but art now subject to 3,000 armed men. Those are the people they've sent to go and arm those places to take tribute from them. Okay, 40 long ships keep the sea at peace, which therefore was not navigable and was very tempestuous. This is talking about dangerous areas. How strong a plea may Bithynia and Cappadocia and those in Pamphylia and Lycian and Cilicia put in for liberty, but they are made tributary without an army. Yet this place, watch this, yet you are telling us human life started from here, but somehow after human life started, they cut everybody off. How is that? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. You see, how strong a plea, Bithynia? Yeah, 7 days is of much more harsh constitution, the more defensible than yours. In other words, it's difficult to get this. You look at what he's saying. Look at this. Well, either way, it doesn't even make sense. But let's keep going. But they are made tributary without an army. Okay. In other words, Romans didn't need to send army to those Cilicians, right? So, what are the circumstances of the Thracians, those in Thrace, whose country extends in breadth 5 days' journey? It's talking about it's difficult to reach there, so they're easy to set up a garrison and block you out, right? And in length 7, right? So that's the breadth is 5 days journey, the length is 7 days journey, just the length and the breadth of the land, and is of a much harsh constitution and much more defensible than yours, right? If the place is talking about is this Middle East, there's no point talking about defense.